Davis. Chapter 1. In 1909, the doctor warned Jessie Barder during her second pregnancy that the baby might not be born alive, and that it would be risky for her to go ahead with it, but rather imperiously she resisted any interference. A tall and strikingly attractive girl of 20, with a cloud of black hair piled in thick Edwardian waves, Mrs. Barder was sometimes emotional and generally willful. Frederick Barder brought his young wife and the other baby, Frederick, or Derek, home to England from India on furlough for the birth, and they took a house at St. John's Wood. The doctor and midwife arrived on the 21st of February 1910, and Frederick Barder walked restlessly round the house. Jessie's sister, Hazel, and the German nursemaid waited hours outside the bedroom door, until a thin but persistent cry broke the quiet. A little later the door opened, and the doctor came out with the pleased look of a family GP who has seen his friends through a crisis. "The little troublemaker has arrived," he said benignly. "It's a boy." The squalling kept sounding through the door, and the doctor observed that the little troublemaker seemed to have a talent for expressing himself forcibly. The doctor is not alive now to marvel at the unwitting accuracy of his foresight. They christened the baby Douglas Robert Stewart, and the Stewart from his maternal great-grandfather was not all that the baby inherited from the intractable John Stuart Amos, who drove to the Liverpool docks in the family carriage one day in the 1840s, got out, pulling a kit bag after him, and told the coachman, "You may tell the family I will not be returning." He walked on board a windjammer, talked himself into a job as ship's carpenter, though he knew nothing about either ships or carpentry, and worked his passage to India. Ambition fortified his unruly spirit, and in a few years John Amos was an officer in the Indian Naval Service. A photograph shows his character. Within a fringe of crisp black beard, large eyes with a bold, dominating stare, and thin, straight lips clamped together. Not the face of a compromiser. He married, and later appalled his family of daughters by telling them how he watched the ringleaders of the mutiny lashed across the cannon's mouth and blown out of this world. A detached hand flying through the air slapped him across the face and, he told the shuddering girls, dropped into his pocket. His eldest daughter, Jessie, was least appalled by the story. She had her father's bold eyes and tight mouth and was impervious to fear. In the 80s, she married a gentle engineer in India called Mackenzie, and they had 2 daughters, Jessie and Hazel. Mr. Mackenzie died then, and his wife brought up the 2 girls with a resourceful hand. They lived at Kotri in the troublesome northwest, now Pakistan, but having no man in the house did not daunt the formidable Mrs. Mackenzie. One night she and the 2 little girls were woken by a sound downstairs. She handed each terrified child a golf club, shepherded each into a strategic point behind a door, and said, "Stand there, and if anyone comes past, hit him." Then she strode through the house, brandishing a niblick and shouting in a menacing voice, "Where are you? Come out at once!" No one came out. The thief, if it was a thief, vanished into the night. Another time, a face appeared at a window in the middle of the night. Mrs. Mackenzie swung out of bed and ran, not away, but at the window. The owner of the face ran the other way. Hazel was not fond of the dark, but her mother brushed such fears aside, saying boldly, "I'd walk through a graveyard at midnight." Hazel shuddered. "Have no fear. God is near," said her mother. Hazel wanted to say that would be all very well if she could see God, but prudently left it unsaid. She was a pretty girl who had inherited her father's gentleness, but it was becoming clear that her sister, Jessie, had inherited the mettle of John Stuart Amos and her mother. She had the large, bold eyes, but this time long-lashed, darker and wide-set under arching brows. Her lips were full, but had the same compressed look, and the jaw was substantial. She was 17 when she met Frederick Roberts Barder at the club which was the usual social centre for the district, and she was 18 when she married him. He was 20 years older, a gruff, heavily moustached, almost confirmed bachelor, captivated by the vital girl. Where Jessie was tall and slim, Frederick Barder was heavy-set, a civil engineer of note with thinning hair and a capacity for expressing himself forcefully. He and his temperamental bride had that in common. They lived comfortably in the hot, dry plains around Sukur and Kotri, and a year later the first baby was born. They christened him Frederick and called him Derek to distinguish him from his father. Both of them doted on Derek, and within a year all three were on their way back to England for Jessie to have the second baby. 3 days after Douglas was born in St. John's Wood, both mother and baby caught measles, and as soon as both were better, Jessie had to have a major operation. From the start, baby and mother were virtually separated. Jessie recovered, though she had no more children, and then the family was due back in India. Douglas was only a few months old, a little young, they thought, for India's climate, so they left him with relatives on the Isle of Man. He was almost 2 by the time he was taken out to join the family in Sukur, and that may have been the beginning of the loneliness that has been deep within him ever since. He was a stranger in India, like an affectionate puppy before he has been smacked for wetting the floor. Derek had been receiving the attention lavished on an only child, and the new boy did not fit in. Their Aunt Hazel, visiting the Sukur bungalow from Kotri one day, saw Douglas's face covered in little sores. Jessie said Derek had been pinching bits of skin off his face. Derek, at 4, had vitality from both parents. Douglas, 2½, was sweet-tempered but subdued. 6 months later, servants were constantly on duty to keep them apart. Douglas had begun fighting back like a tiger. It seemed that he, too, had inherited a bold vigour. From then on, he always fought his own battles, and never cried if he lost. The only times he cried were when his father and mother and Derek went visiting in the car, and left him behind, which they often did. In 1913, his father resigned his job in India to study law, and the family left for England and took a house in Kew, breaking 3 generations of residence in India. In that twilight year, before war came to write an ending and a new beginning to England's ways, the Barder household was adjusting to a life where servants were not so plentiful. Jessie and Frederick still had their matrimonial differences, which they aired with vigour, and the 2 boys, together in the care of one nanny instead of separated by servants, were a handful. Douglas could usually hold his own in scuffles, but when crises had to be resolved by parental judgment, Derek had an advantage. In Jessie's indulgent eyes, he could do little wrong. Then the war came, and Frederick Barder was commissioned in the Royal Engineers and went to France. Douglas, now a spirited 5-year-old, was ever ready to show his mother and Derek that he was no minor underling, and Derek, finding he would leap at any challenge, used to dare him to carry out hazardous or punishable exploits. Never refusing a dare, Douglas came to be considered as much the naughtier of the 2. Soon he regarded punishment as an inevitable part of life, and so was able to endure it stoically. One hurtful incident was when a ball bounced over tall, spiked railings into a locked churchyard near Kew Bridge. Dared by Derek to climb over the railings, Douglas ran at them and pulled himself to the top, where his foot slipped and his behind was impaled on one of the sharp spikes. White-faced, he hung on with his hands, unable to move. At last the nanny arrived and prized him clear, and he walked silently 1/2 mile to the house, gripping her hand with pain. The doctor put 8 stitches in his rump, without the patient letting out a murmur. Soon Douglas joined Derek at Collett Court, a nearby prep school. Their Aunt Hazel was back from India and usually escorted them to and from school in the bus, a series of nightmare journeys which she still remembers vividly, as they seldom stopped fighting in their struggle for supremacy. Though Derek was spirited, Douglas was even more so, and as he had never enjoyed the same attention, felt he had to assert himself. Yet he only became combative when affairs threatened his amour-propre. Otherwise he bubbled with life, warm-hearted, impulsive, and insulated against rebuffs. At Collett Court he had his first fights, and they were always with bigger boys. Always the same story. Bigger boys expect smaller boys to know their place, and Douglas would not be forcibly put there. After a while there were not so many fights, because he never lost one, though he fought several blood-stained draws. Then the generosity showed, because he had a tendency to stop fighting when he had hurt someone. Derek went on to prep school at Temple Grove near Eastbourne, and there was a little more peace in the house, except during the holidays when Derek was home and Douglas was relegated again to 2nd place. The boys seldom saw their father, who was in the thick of it in France. In 1917, shrapnel wounded Major Barder badly in the head. They could not get all the shrapnel out, but he recovered without home leave and went back into the fighting. Douglas followed Derek to Temple Grove and fairly soon scored his first knockout. A bigger boy twisted his arm, and Douglas clouted him across the face with his free hand. Honour demanded a proper fight, in which the bigger boy rushed at him. Douglas stood his ground, ducked his head, thrust both fists out together, and the boy rammed his chin against them and went down, out cold for several seconds. Thinking he had killed him, Douglas knelt contritely by the body, and was most relieved to see the eyelids flicker and open. Temple Grove was a pleasant old school with plenty of playing fields. The regime quickly drew the new boy into organised games, and overnight he seemed to flare up like a Roman candle with eagerness. It was the perfect outlet for his mercurial nature, and he literally threw himself into rugger, a gritty and indestructible small boy, bouncing up as fast as he was knocked down, which was often. Fast on his feet and fast thinking, he shone as fly-half, and after the first few games was promoted to more senior teams, finding himself now, as in all his fights, matched against bigger boys. It only made him more determined to hold his own. In the gym, he limbered up on the parallel bars or the horizontal bar, the vaulting horse, or in the boxing ring. He would try anything, not just once, but till he had mastered it, hating to let anything beat him. Or anyone. People lost count of the times he fell off the parallel bars, but he learned to fall without hurting himself. In fact, he lost all fear of falling, and that, as he later discovered, was one of the most important things that ever happened to him. At home in the holidays, without the outlet of sport, the favoured Derek talked his mother into buying them bows and arrows. They started shooting at each other first, and then, as they became too accurate for comfort, took to ambushing passers-by. A hedge ran along one side of the house, just high enough for hats to bob invitingly over the top as men passed, and irate men with arrow-dented bowlers kept banging on the door-knocker. Now the war was over, but still they rarely saw their father, who was still in the army, still on the continent, and busy helping repair war damage. Even after that he was retained in France on the War Graves Commission. Meantime, Hazel had married an RAF flight lieutenant, Cyril Burge, who had flown most of the war in the Royal Flying Corps. He fascinated Douglas by the wings and ribbons on his tunic and his stories of the war. Burge was likewise attracted by the boy who seemed at times so vital as to be almost on fire, a good-looking youngster with large clear blue eyes and frank gaze, a mouth that grinned easily, crisp curly hair and a square jaw, an oddly commanding face for a small boy. Derek looked very like him, but without quite the same intensity in the face. Back at school, Douglas shone at cricket, too, being a reasonable bowler, miraculously quick as a fieldsman, and a batsman who believed that the ball was there to be hit, not blocked. By tradition at Temple Grove, all boys carved their names on desks. Douglas tried, but made a botch of it, and Derek was a shade scornful. They were walking near the garden, where the headmaster grew huge vegetable marrows. "I bet I could do a corker carving on that," Douglas said, not very seriously, eyeing the largest marrow. "Bet you're not game," said Derek provocatively. "I dare you." Douglas carved D. Barder in large and immature print on the headmaster's prize marrow. He deserved no sympathy, nor did he get any. Though he always tried to the limit at games, he never tried hard in the classroom. He did not really have to, because his mind was quick and receptive. He picked up Latin and Greek with ease, and was often top of his form, but never worked harder than just enough. Academically, he was lazy, because he was not interested. Maths and other modern subjects he detested, and did the barest minimum of work on them, so that his reports usually said, "Very good," but could do better if he tried. He was turning out to be impregnably obstinate about things he did not want to do, having, like his mother, a will of his own. The PT instructor, Crease, a retired chief petty officer with a beard, who looked like the man on a player's cigarette packet, taught him to shoot. Crease drilled it into him to get his bead and shoot quickly before the sight became blurred with concentration, and he became accurate and fast in shooting, which years later cost men their lives. Once they put him in a hockey team against some girls from a neighbouring school, and he played robustly, scorning chivalry. One of his shots missed either the goal or girl at which it was aimed, and bounced off a slow-moving master's skull with a satisfying thud, which brought Barder Minor some hero worship. He was barred from playing against girls any more, and that delighted him. In 1922, a War Office telegram came to the house in Kew, regretting that Major Barder had died of his wounds in Saint-Omer, the shrapnel which had wounded him in the head in 1917. Though the boys had seen little of their father, it did not make Douglas feel any more secure. Later, a more practical effect had to be faced. Derek had already gone on to King's School at Canterbury. Now there was doubt whether funds were enough to send Douglas to public school too. The one solution was a scholarship, and a very loath boy began studying, in the galling position of having to prove his reports could do better if he tried. Not for a moment did he slacken his sporting activity, not Barder Minor. In that last year he was captain of cricket, captain of rugger, captain of soccer, and in the school's sports in the final term won every senior race he could enter for, the 100 yards, 220, quarter-mile, half-mile, and hurdles, then set a new school record for throwing the cricket ball. At term's end, the headmaster, with real pleasure, told him he had also won a scholarship to St. Edward's School, Oxford. About this time, Jessie Barder, dark and vividly good-looking at 32, remarried. The boy's stepfather was the vicar of Sprotborough, Yorkshire, the Reverend Ernest William Hobbs, who had been a gentle bachelor of 37 before his life was so radically stirred up. Jessie was devoted to him, but still had her outspoken wilfulness, while the two boys resented going up to Yorkshire to live in the rambling rectory with its 8 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, servants' quarters, mostly empty, pump, no running water, lamps, no electricity, and all-pervading cold in winter. Acres of garden and elm-studded grass spread between the house and the handsome church that dated back to the 11th century, and, like the rectory, was too big for the small village of scattered cottages near Doncaster. The vicar was too mild for his intransigent new family. He suggested that Derek and Douglas might like to mow some of the grass, but they flatly refused, and that was that. Jessie was firmer, insisting that the 2 boys take it in turns to pump the water in the kitchen, and they did so. The vicar tried to institute family prayers after breakfast, but Douglas and Derek scuffled and fidgeted and giggled so much that he gave it up. Jessie was inclined to blame Douglas, and he began to feel more at home out of doors. That summer he was packed off for a week with Cyril and Hazel Burge at Cranwell, where Cyril was adjutant of the Royal Air Force College. In fact, he was Cranwell's first adjutant, having helped open the RAF's equivalent of Sandhurst in 1919. It was not then the grand place it is now. No fine white facades planted foursquare in tailored acres, but a few weedy buildings and barrack huts straggling along the side of a large field, which was the aerodrome. From Hazel and Cyril the welcome was warm. Only just 13, Douglas had never been near aeroplanes before, and when the quiet, good-humoured Cyril sat him in the cockpit of an Avro 504 trainer, the thick hair almost vanished, as the boy bent over the controls and dials like a terrier. Later he stood for hours in Cyril's garden, watching the bellowing Avros taking off over his head as the cadets practised circuits and bumps. Every morning at 6:30 he joined the cadets in training runs, doggedly trying to keep up. He admired them enormously. They seemed so fit, and after a couple of days he spent less time watching the flying and more time with the cadets at cricket and athletics. When Hazel and Cyril were putting him in the train for Sprotborough, he said, with what sounded like a catch in his voice, though it was probably only the voice breaking, "Crumbs, I want to come back to Cranwell as a cadet." Cyril thought he had a convert then, but he was a little premature. The flying bug was not in Douglas as yet. Interest, yes, as a boy likes dogs and catapults, but it was the games that drew him. Soon he forgot even that, because he went to St. Edward's, and there was all the sport he wanted. Chapter 2. A mile or two along the Woodstock Road outside Oxford, St. Edward's School lay behind a high stone wall, a little world of its own. The boys seldom saw much of Oxford. If they went outside the gates in the stone wall, it was usually to cross the road to the playing fields, acres and acres of rugger fields and cricket pitches, fives courts and a swimming pool. Behind the wall, the school buildings stood around the quad, with its clipped lawns and gravel paths, the warden's house, schoolhouse, big hall, big school, and the other houses, and, a little apart, away from the road, Cowell's house, into which the new boy, Barder, in new blue suit and new bowler hat, walked on a late summer morning in 1923. The new boys always arrived a day before the school reassembled. A dozen or so were allotted to Cowell's, and for a while they and Douglas stood meekly in the lower hall, lonely and strange, waiting for their next directions. Upstairs the housemaster had some guests for sherry before lunch. The matron was bustling around, too busy to be motherly. Douglas dropped his new bowler hat, which was part of the school uniform. He did not like it very much. He gave it a kick to express what he felt. Very satisfying. He kicked it again, and again. That was better. He kicked it round the hall, his shoes scraping and clumping on the stone. A voice above said crisply, Boy! He looked up. A lean face peered over the landing balustrade, cold eyes behind spectacles. "Stop kicking your hat about. Pick it up and be quiet." "Yes, sir," said the boy, abashed. The face vanished. For seconds the hall was quiet. Then Douglas dropped his hat and kicked it once more to establish independent self-respect. Above, the voice rasped louder. "Boy!" In the hall, the new boys froze. The face of the housemaster, wise in the ways of boys, peered again over the balustrade, where he had lingered a few seconds with unerring suspicion. "Come here, boy," he said. The sherry guests were impressed to see the housemaster return, excuse himself briefly, draw a cane from behind the grandfather clock, and make his resolute exit. They did not witness the 6 strokes on the tightened trousers seat, nor for that matter did they hear anything. Douglas never yelped. It was not in his character, though his first day at public school certainly was. He lost any shyness at school within a couple of days. People liked his zest and transparent honesty, and he, feeling he was liked, responded warmly, as always. With a willingness that might have surprised his mother, he submitted to the rules, even to that mark of inferior status inflicted on all new boys of always having the 3 jacket buttons done up for the first term. Games instantly claimed his interest and absorbed excess energy. He played house cricket down on the canal fields, clouted a punching ball in the gym, and swam in the pool, screened by shrubs and hedges, where everyone splashed about naked. School became his real life, not only the playing fields, but the little things in the background, the red blankets on the iron beds in the dormitories, the overgrown patch in the middle of the quad, known as the jungle, the San, the Crystal Palace, main lavatories, Hell, the mysterious basement room where the textbooks were stored, and Hall, where they clattered in to the long refectory tables and ate and chattered like sparrows till the gavel rapped on the wooden block and everyone stood while the warden intoned a Latin prayer. He had to fag for a prefect, which was a bore, but there was not much more to it than running messages or polishing a pair of shoes occasionally, and that left plenty of time for games. Or even for study. As winner of a scholarship, he was expected to shine in the classroom, but as at Temple Grove, he did no more work than the minimum required to avoid trouble. His darting mind picked up lessons easily, and at prep, half hidden from prefectorial eyes in the battered horse boxes of the day-room, his mind wandered to more sporting matters. In his second term, things were better in 2 ways. He could leave 1 button of his jacket undone, and the rugger season was in. As fly-half in the house second team, he showed such dash that they promoted him to the house first team, though it meant playing against boys much bigger and older. Back home for the holidays, Derek and Douglas bought air guns, and a reign of terror began at Sprotborough, until the day Douglas saw through a bathroom window the pale form of a noted local lady about to step into the bath. Someone dared him, and a moment later the pellet smashed through the splintering glass, followed by a squeal. The sharpshooter vanished, and later had a heated argument with Derek about the suffering inflicted by an air-gun pellet. Derek demonstrated by shooting Douglas in the shoulder at point-blank range, and that started a scuffle which ended with Jessie confiscating the guns. Douglas simply could not resist a challenge, even daring himself to do anything that seemed to daunt him. With the air guns locked away, poaching attracted him, but night in the woods was alarming for a small boy, so he dared himself to enter them at night, and forced himself to walk slowly through without turning or jumping at noises or shadows. The year 1924 was trouble-free at St. Edward's because he was busy on the playing fields. At Christmas time, the boys put on a Shakespearean play in Big School, and a youngster called Laurence Olivier outshone the others so much that he came in for a little deprecating comment for ostentatious acting. In 1925, Douglas was more games-mad than ever, and, as a corollary, more fidgety in class. It was not easy to pin charges on him, because with no effort he still shone at Latin and Greek, showed interest in history, and absorbed pages of poetry with obvious pleasure. Shakespeare, however, he was inclined to resist, because he felt it was forced down his throat. He preferred the astringent Swinburne. Maths was his weakness. He still hated it and refused to bother, so that several times he was carpeted by his new housemaster, A.F. York. "Barder, you aren't doing any work in class." "I'm awfully sorry, sir. I'll try and do better next week." "That's exactly what you told me last week." The boy used to become disarming then, confessing his sins with engaging simplicity, and suggesting that Mr. York cane him to teach him a lesson. York could rarely beat him after that. "I hardly ever caned him. It wouldn't have had any effect if I had. He had a very thick hide." York finally accepted that Barder had an incisive and sensitive brain, and would never bother to exercise it hard academically. Simple misdemeanours, such as indoor rugger and de-bagging, combining with his academic reluctance, brought him occasionally to the attention of the warden, the headmaster, the Reverend H.E. Kendall, a ruddy-faced, brisk and cheerful cleric, who tolerantly believed that boys have a right to be reasonably naughty. Punishments were minor matters of 100 lines here and there, because Kendall considered that Douglas, whatever his peccadilloes, was generally on the side of the angels, an increasingly strong-willed boy who could only be reasoned into the mould, never pressed into it. In the summer holidays, Derek persuaded Jessie to let them have the air guns again, and the boys used them for poaching, keeping a sharp eye open for Scott, the gamekeeper. An accurate snap-shooter, Douglas once got a partridge on the wing, a rare feat with an air gun. They were never actually caught red-handed, though Franklin, the village constable, and Scott were often on the rectory doorstep with suspicion. Jessie confiscated the guns again, and scolded bitterly that their behaviour was undermining her authority as vicar's wife. That amused Douglas, which infuriated his mother all the more. The two boys were good friends now, making common cause against authority, though they were beginning to have affection for Bill Hobbs, the gentle vicar, who tolerated their peccadilloes with resignation, and was not above taking off his clerical collar and going off to the races for the day. Back at school, Douglas was capped for cricket, aged only 15, and the youngest boy in the team. He finished the season top of both batting and bowling averages for the first 11, batting 34, bowling 41 wickets for 8.63 runs, and set up a new school record for throwing the cricket ball. For the first time he really had status in the hierarchy of his world behind the stone wall on the Woodstock Road. But it was winter he was waiting for. He liked the aggressive rough and tumble of rugger above everything. On the Thursday before the first game, the captain pinned the names of the first 15 on the board under the cloisters of Big School, and Douglas, looking over the heads of the huddle round it, saw his own name scrawled there as fly half. He did not shout or make any outward show, but a glow flushed right through him, and he walked away soaked with quiet, fulfilled happiness. It was the warmest moment of life. Now there was no mad hurry for the game. The list was up, and he was on it. Barring some appalling accident, he was going to play on Saturday, and for the next couple of days he kept passing by the board, taking a little peek at his name. On the Saturday he played, almost broke his nose in a tackle, had blood drawn from a gashed lip, scored a try, and thoroughly distinguished himself by his fiery vigour. He was still only 15, again the youngest in the school team, and thereafter was never dropped except through illness. A report in the School Chronicle of a match not long after said, "Barder did as he chose, and scored 7 tries. No question now of him being second to Derek, or second to anyone else." The warden clearly remembers his jaunty figure striding around the quad, hands in pockets, absolutely full of beans. Pride cometh before a fall. In the char-a-banc, returning from an away match, he fell and hit his head on the edge of a seat. It was rumoured he gave cheek to an older boy, who then pushed him, but Barder insisted that it was his own fault, that he had merely tripped. He was 6 weeks in the San, recovering from concussion before he took the field again. The boys he played against, the seniors of other schools, were older and invariably bigger, so that he took more hard bumps, but that only seemed to increase his ardour. At Easter, his mother told him she did not think they would be able to keep him on at St. Edward's after the next term. On a parson's stipend, they could not afford the fees. Derek was leaving King's School, and though Douglas's scholarship had helped so much, it still cost an extra £100 a year to keep him at St. Edward's. Though school was the only thing he cared about, Barder was not greatly upset. He was showing a peculiar capacity for shutting his mind to disagreeable things until he had to face them. Maths was another example. He was clearly too fond of enjoying the present and ignoring the future. Halfway through the next term, Walter Dingwall, a reserved young history master, who also acted as bursar for the school, sent for him and said, "I'm very sorry, Barder, but we've just had a letter from your mother to say that she does not think you will be able to return here next term." For a few minutes the words brought the reality unpleasantly close. "Don't worry," Dingwall said. "I feel it would be a pity if you had to leave. We'll see what we can do about it." A week later, Barder had put it right out of his mind. He was playing for the first 11 again, boxing and running for his house, and York had just made him a house prefect. At the end of term he went home for the holidays, but no one said anything about leaving school, and after the holidays he went back to St. Edward's again. By this time he had filled out and was giving as many bumps at rugger as he received. The warden made him a school prefect, with the privilege of wielding a cane and of possessing a study in the beehive, a quaint little octagonal building where the rooms were tiny triangles just big enough for a boy, a desk and chair, and a trunk covered with cushions. One or two thought Barder was getting bumptious, but the warden felt it was mostly that he was too full of vitality to sit in the background. Underneath, Kendall detected a sense of responsibility that should be fostered. Other boys all respected him greatly, an acid test, and Kendall liked his spontaneous friendliness and the way he could talk to a master without being on guard. The authority in Barder's character developed fast. He seldom had to use his cane as a prefect. His mere presence in a day-room doorway compelled instant quiet in a scuffling crowd of boys. Sometimes his eagerness at rugger led him into individualism that amounted to selfishness. He would try to run through the whole of the opposition. Arthur Tilley, the sportsmaster, partly cured him of that by saying tartly, "You might get through 5 people, Barder, but the 6th will usually get you if you don't pass the ball out." Now he was also playing 5s for the school, without a glove, of course. That would not have been in character. Early in summer he went to the San one day and said he thought he was getting flu. They found he had a temperature and put him to bed, and as he lay there, he began to feel light-headed, and then his heart began to pound. It got worse. Every beat seemed to hammer through him, the blows coming faster and faster, vibrating in his ears till his body seemed to be thumping like a compression engine. He was drifting away from the room and reality, withdrawing into himself. Vague illusions chased nightmarishly through his mind. The nurse found him delirious with rheumatic fever. For several days he wandered in delirium, close to death. They sent for his mother, and she came down from Sprotborough and stayed nearby. In the chapel, the whole school prayed for him. Then the fever broke one night, and the crisis passed. His memory of new consciousness starts when the warden stood by his bed and told him that the school had prayed for him. A glow spread through him. There was something deeply warming in knowing that so many people had cared enough about him to do that. He had never had that before, unless one counted the occasional resented voice asking, as though it were hopeless, that God forgive him for his many sins. The doctor told him as gently as he could that rheumatic fever affected the heart, and that he must lie quietly for a long time and try to repair some of the damage. But the boy declined to accept that, insisting that he was perfectly well already and was going to play rugger in the coming season. It was a trying time in the San. Barda, feeling fit and confined to bed, was not tractable. The crisis came one hot night when the nurse found his bed empty. People rushed everywhere looking for him, and finally saw him sleeping peacefully on the lawn, where he had dragged his mattress. It was cooler there, he said. Out of the San, he quietly began training again, swimming at first, then gym and running. Soon after the rugger season started, the doctor examined him, and, a little surprised, found he was fit enough to play. So fit, as it happened, that Arthur Tilley made him captain of the first 15. This was Barda's first real taste of leadership, and he seemed to blossom instantly. He lived for the team, full of a breezy, non-stop enthusiasm, both on the field and off, that infected everyone else. Some captains had been known to hold themselves a little aloof, especially from the lesser members of the team. Not Barda. Every player was a brother, slightly junior, to be exhorted and coached and fired with enthusiasm from dawn till lights out. Douglas lived for them, with one proviso. They must also live for the team, dedicated, tireless, and fearless. If a boy did not, he was no longer on the team. It was as simple as that. Tilley noticed that Barda's paternal concern for his team was overshadowing his own ego. He was not so selfish with the ball now, only rarely when his exuberance carried him away. Being captain obviously nourished his sense of responsibility. He sat near the warden at lunch in hall, and Kendall watched with interest how his will and generosity combined with his vigour to make a commanding personality. Here was no doubting Hamlet, but a young chieftain who evoked cooperation as well as obedience. At lunch one day the warden asked him what he was going to do when he left school, and Barda said simply that he did not know. Lately he had begun asking himself the same question. Go on to Oxford? He could probably win a scholarship, but that would mean hard study, which was repulsive. Besides, what would he read at Oxford? Classics? History? Neither appealed. Certainly not maths. Anyway, too many undergraduates had long hair. Derek was talking of going out to South Africa in engineering, but that did not appeal either. As he did so often with tedious things like textbooks, he put the problem out of his mind and lived on in the agreeable present. Shortly before Christmas, an old boy, Roy Bartlett, now at Cranwell, visited the school, and Barder remembered his own visit there 5 years earlier, especially the games. Flying might be fun. That night he wrote to Uncle Cyril, asking what his chances were of getting into Cranwell as a cadet. Cyril Burge had left Cranwell and was now personal assistant to Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Trenchard, Chief of the Air Staff. With the satisfaction of a matchmaker, Cyril wrote back saying that Douglas was just the type they wanted, and he would do everything he could to help, which from the PA to the CAS sounded considerable. There was one catch. Cyril pointed out that it would cost Jessie and the vicar about £150 a year to send him to Cranwell. In those days, Cranwell was like a public school in that it charged fees. Now the system is different and no fees are charged. In fact, modern cadets are even paid properly. The course lasted 2 years. Could they afford it? Douglas took the question home, and Jessie quickly settled it. A, she did not like flying. B, she did not think Douglas should go into the Air Force. And C, they could not possibly afford £150 a year. She added, "You wouldn't even be at St. Edward's now but for the kindness of Mr. Dingwall." "What do you mean?" He was puzzled. "I didn't want you to know yet," his mother said, "but Mr. Dingwall has been paying the rest of your fees since 1926. The news staggered him, more so as he knew his mother had never met Dingwall, who was such a reserved person that he himself hardly knew Dingwall. He had never been in one of Dingwall's classes and had seldom encountered him. Back at school, he went to thank Dingwall, and the master, looking very embarrassed, shrugged it off with a deprecating laugh, and got off the subject by asking him what he was going to do when he left. Embarrassed himself, Barder mentioned that he had hoped to get into the RAF. "Something might be arranged," Dingwall said thoughtfully. Shortly, another letter came from Burge saying that 6 prize cadetships were given every year to Cranwell, which meant virtual free entry. Several hundred boys fancied them, and there was a stiff eliminating examination, and the academic standard was high. Did Douglas really think it worth trying? It was tantamount to a dare, as Burge knew. Barder tapped on the housemaster's door. Did Mr. York think he was good enough to win a prize cadetship? "I think you could get one, Barder," York said, a little meaningly. "But I'm no good at maths, sir." "You're darned lazy at maths, I know that. If I worked hard, sir, and you coached, do you think I could catch up?" "If you worked hard," said York, "I know you could do it. But I'm not going to waste time coaching you unless you will work. Are you prepared to?" Barder took a breath and said, "Yes, sir, I'll have a shot." He joined the small circle of boys, sometimes known as the Army Sixth, whom York coached in maths. They were all trying for the services. After his day's work, duties and games, Barder spent a couple of hours every night cramming maths, hating it, but sticking to it. By day he still exhorted and captained the rugger team, dispensed prefectorial justice, boxed, exercised as an under-officer with the OTC, shot with the school rifle team, played fives, and even found time to be a leading member of the school debating society. He did not regard debating as a mental fag. It stimulated him because the element of contest was in it. In debate, his mind had a habit of cutting through irrelevancies to the heart of the matter, sometimes imperiously, sometimes with a sudden charm that glowed out of him with compelling vitality, and always plausibly. In his face one could see signs of evolving character, a hint of pleased, yet defiant pride, and, in the bearing, an amiable swagger. If beneath there was insecurity, it was well hidden, or well compensated. Only if he were challenged did it flash out and make him combative. Whether, after school days, the mould would sufficiently curb the sparkling nature, no one knew, though it was felt that the mould would have to stretch a little now and then. That spring, 1928, he became captain of cricket. Then, early in June, a letter called him to London for RAF examination, interview, and medical. Another letter came from Cyril, telling him what sort of answers the selection board usually liked to hear. He sat for the exam in a comfortless room in Burlington Place, glad to find the papers were not difficult, but knowing that scores of other boys were likewise rejoicing. The maths paper, happily, was almost a replica of those that Mr. York had been setting for him, and he finished on time, reasonably content. After lunch he stood to attention in front of a long table, while 5 elderly men in civilian clothes gazed steadily at him. Some of the questions seemed foolishly irrelevant. "How often do you brush your teeth? What is the capital of Sweden?" But all the time the eyes were on him. Some questions he was ready for, thanks to Cyril. "Why do you want to join the Air Force?" "I think it would suit my temperament, sir. And so does my housemaster." Satisfied nods. "What do you do in your holidays?" "Oh, games, sir. Team games, usually. Cricket or rugger. I like rugger best." True, up to a point, but he had a sudden quaking fear that they might have inquired about him at Sprotborough, and heard lurid tales about the poaching and the air guns. Apparently they hadn't. They beamed. He came out knowing he had done well. Out of a maximum of 250 points for the interview, he had in fact scored 235, a figure which is seldom approached. Then to the doctors. They looked down his throat, into his eyes and ears, tapped his knees for reflexes, tapped him all over, made him blow a column of mercury up a fuse and hold it, holding his breath, listened to his heart, and took his blood pressure. When it was over, the man in the white coat looked thoughtfully at the papers on his desk. "I see you've had rheumatic fever," he said. "I'm afraid it's left your blood pressure a little high." Barda asked in dismay, "Does that mean I'm turned down?" The doctor said, "Not necessarily, but high blood pressure is not very good for high flying. Come back in a few weeks, and we'll see how it is then. I suggest you keep fairly quiet in the meantime." He went back to school, and for a while was almost sedate. Then back to London, where the doctor wrapped the cloth round his arm and pumped it up 3 times. He felt his heart beating with anxiety. The doctor scratched his chin. The seconds passed. "I'm a bit keyed up," Barda said. "That might have affected it." "Yes." The doctor closed the lid of his blood pressure gadget with a detached professional air. "It's still up a bit, you know, but we'll pass you." It was a good moment, till he remembered he still had to win selection. About a week later, another letter came from the Air Ministry, and he made himself open it slowly. The unemotional, numbered paragraphs told him he had come 5th in the examinations, had won a prize cadetship, and would be required to present himself at Cranwell in September with a change of underclothes, bowler hat, and toilet articles. Stilted prose has seldom had such an electrifying effect. Mr. York, very pleased, said, "I'm delighted for you, Barda, but remember, you have another 2 years of academic work to do now." He was proud when he told Dingwall. "From what I know of Cranwell, all the chaps there have motorbikes," Dingwall observed. "I think you'd better have one too, as a reward for your work." He pressed the point over the boy's reluctance with discreet insistence, and soon Barda had a second-hand flat-twin Douglas motorcycle, for which Dingwall had paid £30, and fended off any thanks with his usual deprecating laugh. A day or 2 later, the school broke up for the summer holidays, and Barder said goodbye to St. Edward's. The warden had him to tea before he left, and observed, "Don't become overconfident. Keep a hold on those high spirits of yours." At Sprotbrough, his mother, though proud of him, was still dubious about the Air Force as a career. As Derek had gone off to South Africa, Douglas got more attention than usual, and responded warmly to it. In the second week in September, Douglas, boisterously cheerful, strapped 2 small suitcases to the pillion of the motorcycle, rammed a new bowler hat rakishly over the headlight, kissed his mother, shook the vicar's hand, and pelted with exhaust blaring down the highway towards Cranwell. 2 hours later, roaring down the Ancaster Strait 4 miles from Cranwell, he saw a cow wander across the road ahead and swerved. His front wheel hit the grass verge, and the motorcycle kicked over the steep bank and cartwheeled on the other side. Thrown clear on the grass, he got groggily to his feet, shaken and bruised, but otherwise, surprisingly, unhurt. Watched vacantly by the idiot cow, he hauled the motorcycle upright, wheeled it back to the road, and kicked the self-starter. The engine blurted healthily, and everything seemed all right, till he noticed the headlamp sticking through the top of the bowler hat, where the crown had burst, and a flap at the top gaped open like a tin lid. Instead of dismay, he felt a wicked satisfaction, flung a leg over the saddle, and roared off again. 8 minutes later, he rode through the gates of Cranwell and into the Royal Air Force. A confused couple of hours then, waiting, coming to attention and saying "sir," filling in forms, saying a few brief and guarded words to other new boys, trying to size them up, and then a corporal led 4 of them like sheep to a hut, into an end room where 4 iron cots covered with khaki blankets stood thin-legged against the wooden wall. Rough bedside tables, 4 lockers, an impression of bareness. "Like school, isn't it?" said one. They talked till well after lights out, and in the morning went on parade for the first time, wearing bowler hats. Barder was not so happy about his hat now. He tried to tuck the loose flap inside the crown, but when they were snapped to attention on the gravelled square, he had a feeling, later confirmed, that the torn flap was sticking up like a lid again. A warrant officer with a red and bony face walked down the line, inspecting each face. In front of Douglas he stopped and stared, and the arid voice said, "And what is your name, sir?" "Barder, sir." The voice crunched again. "And what do you think you are, Mr. Barder? A comedian?" "I had an accident on the way yesterday," he started. After 5 seconds or so the warrant officer cut him short. "I don't think I wish to hear any more." He gazed once more at the hat, once more into the young man's eyes, turned, and walked frigidly down the ranks. Barder stayed rigid and poker-faced, remembering his other bowler hat on his first day at St. Edward's, and the 6 wheels that it produced. But now they were not boys. They were gentlemen on probation, spending hours every day on parade, having discipline drilled into them by straight-backed NCOs who called them "sir" and "gentlemen," and blistered their ears with invective. Cranwell had grown a little, but still looked much as he remembered it, still with the cavernous hangars squatting beside the 2 landing grounds that straddled the camp of long wooden huts. On parade, the NCOs took it in turn to comment raucously on Barder's bowler hat. He considered gumming the lid down with sticky paper, and then stubbornly decided to leave it as it was, until, after a week, when the joke had worn thin, they got their uniforms: rough serge tunics, as still worn, breeches worn with puttees, and a cap with shiny peak, and the white cadet band round it. They paraded again to draw flying kit, and a new excitement stirred as he stood in the QM store and a sergeant slapped a Sidcot flying suit on the counter in front of him, stood a pair of flying boots beside it, added a scarf and gauntlets, slapped a pair of goggles on the pile, and handed over a helmet to try on. It fitted snugly, and suddenly he wanted urgently to try this flying, which was to be his career. He had never been in the air yet. A couple of days later, a sunny afternoon late in September, with the trees still in summer leaf, he reported to the flight hangar with flying kit. A chunky little man came into the cadet pilot's room and introduced himself in a quiet voice as Flying Officer Pearson. Barder was to be his pupil. They went out on the tarmac, and Pearson led him, self-conscious in his new flying kit, to a flimsy-looking biplane, fabric-covered wings harnessed together with struts and wires. It was an Avro 504, the same type he had sat in at Cranwell 5 years earlier. "We're going up for half an hour," Pearson said. "You won't touch the controls this time. It's just to get you used to the idea of flying." He explained briefly why and how the machine flew, pointed out the controls, strapped him in the rear cockpit, all open in those days, and slipped into the front cockpit himself. The propeller spun into noisy life, and in a little while they were bouncing across the field. Gently, the grass sank below, wing-tips tilted, and Douglas, leaning over the leather-padded rim of the cockpit, wind whipping at his face, looked down on green country, exhilaration bubbling in him. Soon they dipped towards the landing ground, and the Avro, swaying a little in the afternoon thermals, slid down the glide slope to check, touch the grass, and rumble. "How did you like it?" Pearson asked, and found his answer in gleaming eyes. Next afternoon, Flight Cadet DRS Barder took the control column in the air for the first time, gingerly at first, then too tightly, till Pearson's voice nudged at him to relax. Stick gently forward, and the nose dipped. Gently back, and it rose. Stick to each side, and it tilted. Then feet on the rudder bar, and the first coordinated turns. Taut concentration for a few minutes. It was strange. One had to think before one could tentatively act. Then the athlete's eye, mind, and muscle began to combine in harmony, and he had the feel of it. Pearson himself was a classically smooth pilot who never showed off to his pupil like some other instructors. He kept quietly drilling into Barder, "Never be brutal with your aeroplane. Guide it, don't shove it." And another time, "I never want to hear you call it a plane or a kite. The word is aeroplane or aircraft." Never since that day has it ever been anything else from Barder's lips. Pearson taught him to look on an aeroplane as a man might regard his favourite horse. After a landing in October, when the pupil had had only 6.5 hours dual instruction, Pearson got out and said, "Do you think you could take it around on your own?" Douglas grinned and nodded, and Pearson casually waved him off, saying, "All right, don't bend it." It is always done like that, before a pupil has time to start worrying. Barder did not worry. He opened the throttle and eased the Avro into the air, revelling to be up alone and guiding the vibrating thing round the perimeter. Gently he turned upwind, slanted her down towards the field, and now memory and tension faded from the rapt and lonely moments as he jockeyed her down, flattening, holding off, as the tail sank, until the little aeroplane settled in a velvety and somewhat fluky three-pointer, giving him the same stab of joy a man has at the click of his first perfectly hit golf ball. "Pretty smooth," said Pearson tolerantly when he had taxied in. "I bet you don't do another one as good for a couple of months." Pearson nearly took his words back, because his pupil was consistently smooth in his flying, landings as well, and the instructor fairly soon realized that he had the eye and timing of a natural pilot. perhaps too much exuberance, but under that lay a disciplined zeal to shine at the things that stirred him, in this case to fly with delicate accuracy. Some day rashness might, for a few moments, overrule the discipline. It happens among pilots trained for war, who are not recruited for their caution. Usually it happens only once to each. He lives and learns, or, if they can reassemble enough of him, is buried. Now he had gone solo, Flight Cadet Barder wanted to be a fighter pilot, and flying vied with Rugger for his devotion. He liked Cranwell exceedingly. It was like school, but even better, because in spite of the discipline, they were treated more as adults, and did not have to behave responsibly like prefects. Sometimes they could stay out until midnight. They could ride motorbikes, though cars were strongly forbidden, smoke, and be men of the world. After a couple of puffs at a cigarette, he had tossed it away with distaste. Besides, it was not good for one's fitness. He tried a pipe, liked it, decided it would not clog his lungs if he did not inhale, and soon was an addict, seldom seen, at permissible times, without a stub pipe between his teeth. The only catch was the schoolroom part. Theory of flight, engines, signals, armaments, and such things were reasonably interesting. But the maths! He ignored it. Besides, the Rugger season had arrived. He was picked for the first 15, and for the first time Cranwell beat both Sandhurst and the Woolwich Military Academy. The flight cadets were paid £4 a month pocket money, but every 12 weeks the post brought Barder cheques for a further £12 from Walter Dingwall, with a brief note when the first cheque arrived saying that there was no reason why Barder should have less than the others. He wrote several letters of thanks, deeply touched and amazed at Dingwall's generosity, and got pleasant little notes back, but Dingwall always stayed remotely in the background. One never seemed to know what he was thinking, but he seemed to find pleasure in quiet altruism. Barder never saw him after leaving St. Edward's, but he did discover that Dingwall had intended to pay his fees at Cranwell, had he failed to win his prize cadetship. He found a new pleasure in the schoolroom side of the course, reading the stories of the Great War aces, McCudden, Bishop, Ball, and others. Their accounts of air fighting fired him more than ever with the ambition to be a fighter pilot, and his spirit thoroughly approved of their tenets: get up close as you can, and let him have the lot. In the air, Pearson was initiating him into aerobatics, teaching him not to throw the Avro about, but to coax her immaculately through every antic in the book. As well as the thrill, Barder began to find the joy of an artist, in a slow roll, for instance, of revolving her evenly about her axis without losing height. Yet not all his flying was copybook. An enterprising fellow cadet named Hank Moore, who later won a DFC and was killed in the Far East, evolved a hair-raising trick of climbing out of his rear cockpit in mid-air and crawling forward to tie a handkerchief about the joystick in the empty front cockpit, then getting back into the rear cockpit. One had to take one's parachute off to do it. A crony of Barder's, an old Etonian called John Chance, did it then. On his next solo flight, of course, Cadet Barder did it too, finding it diverting to be straddled across the fuselage like a bareback rider, holding on with the heels while the hands were busy tying the handkerchief. Naturally, then, nearly every other cadet did it. One could not do it while an instructor was in the front cockpit, because the instructor would A. get in the way, and B. have the cadet thrown out of the college. The riskiest part was considered to lie in the chances of being found out. As well as flying and rugger, he was playing hockey now, and also boxing. His first fight he won by a knockout in the first round. A sergeant instructor had told him that if you hit a man on the chin very hard at the beginning of a fight, when he is cold, he would go out far more easily than later, when he had warmed up and was sweating, when his body could absorb a punch better. Next fight, Barder lunged out of his corner at the gong, bashed through the other man's guard with a storm of punches, and knocked him out within a minute. His fights were on the same pattern after that, and word of his toughness spread. He had just the body and temperament for a middleweight fighter. By his 20th birthday he had filled out to a muscular 5 feet 10 inches, with strong-fingered, square hands, ruggedly handsome, with an arresting vitality in the eyes that seemed to glow vividly blue in large, clear whites under the dark brow. Some of the other cadets were beginning to look upon him as a super-youth, and some of the Cranwell staff as an enfant terrible. The fact is that discipline alone was never enough to curb him. He needed responsibility or some positive purpose to harness him, but he lacked both, and enjoyed the sport of flouting minor regulations. They gated him for roaring round the district at high speed on his motorbike, and when he was freed from barracks, he did it again, more culpably by having John Chance, or his particular friend, the dark, slight Geoffrey Stevenson, on the pillion. Pillion riding was strictly forbidden. Chance bought an old Morris car for £50, and the three of them kept this banned luxury hidden in an old barn about a mile from the camp. Often they got back from Grantham after their midnight passes had expired, and climbed back to bed over the 7-foot spiked fence. More than once they were caught, but that only made the sport more attractive. It was all a game. After a year they sat for exams. He struggled with his maths, hoped for the best, and afterwards, with Chance, Stevenson, and Dennis Field, rattled off to a dance at Grantham in the old Morris. Field was a big, excitable young man who could break evens for the 100 yards and became a scratch golfer before being killed over Hamburg in 1941. They arrived back at the barn with 3 minutes to sign in at the guardroom a mile away. Barder alone had his motorcycle there, but that was a detail. All four festooned themselves on it, and 2 minutes later, after a crazy ride, he was pulling up 100 yards from the guardhouse to let the others off to walk the rest, when suddenly a torch shone on them, held by an advancing policeman. It was a fair cop. Service police came down from the guardhouse, and there was a solemn period of name and note-taking. In the morning, the four of them had a menacing interview with the squadron commander. In the afternoon, Barder was fined £2 for being in improper control of his motorcycle, and next morning the four of them went out in the car again. As they returned to the barn, a hawk-eyed instructor coming in to land just overhead spotted them. At this trying moment, the results of the exams came out, and Cadet Barder, scholarship winner, was 19th out of 21. This time he stood alone on the carpet in front of the desk, and after a crisp homily, the squadron commander concluded by saying, "I'm fed up with you. If you don't change considerably, I shall take steps to have you and your friends removed from the college." There was no doubt he meant it. Barder emerged a disturbed young man, and received a message to report to the commandant immediately. Unhappily, he went. Air Vice Marshal Hallahan was a square-faced, grey-haired former heavyweight boxing champion who spoke in a quiet voice. Barder, rigidly at attention, listened to a dispassionate review of his misdemeanours, and winced at the end when Hallahan said, almost laconically, "You're young. I can understand your trouble, but the Air Force won't go on understanding. They don't want schoolboys here. They want men." He almost crept out, feeling he had shrunk to about half size. To have his manhood challenged, and even worse, to know that Hallahan was right. He was honest enough to face that. After a couple of days' heavy thinking, Flight Cadet Barder was a different young man, with radically changed views of Cranwell and a potent desire to justify his place there. He even began studying maths. Some of the staff regarded the transformation suspiciously at first, but eventually even they recognized that a permanent change had occurred. Like any convert, he steered a rigidly straight path. His maths kept improving, and his flying, as always, was deft and accurate. Now the course was flying single-seater Siskins, biplane fighters, odd to modernize, but they made Barder keener than ever to be a fighter pilot. Not much doubt that he would be. Fighter pilots are picked from individualists, and Cranwell knew an individualist when they saw one. He stuck to his studies, but without missing a moment from games, and in both his years at Cranwell got his blues for cricket, rugger, hockey, and boxing. Rupert Lee, a cadet on the junior course, gave this appraisal of him. To us, he was a sort of god who played every conceivable game and was the best player on every team. Young tyros in the RAF have not always been noted for temperance, but Barder was. Once he tried beer, and once each sherry and whiskey, but never finished any of them. He did not like them, therefore he ignored them. In any case, at a party he had his own spirits to exhilarate him, and any temptations liquor might have held were easily repelled by the thought that abstinence would keep him fitter. Everyone knew how fit he was. When the Sandhurst boxing team came to joust with them again, the visiting middleweight climbed into the ring looking pale and ill at ease. Barder ducked through the ropes a few seconds later looking sure of himself and obviously relishing the coming fight. The gong sounded, and in 7 seconds the Sandhurst man was unconscious on the canvas. He spent the next 2 weeks in hospital with concussion. Rupert Lee remembers Barder having about 20 fights at Cranwell, of which he won all on knockouts but the last one. The last bout was against a man called Jock McLean, Inter-Services light heavyweight champion and somewhat heavier than Barder. At the gong, Barder rushed out in his usual way, and within a minute McLean was down. But not out. He got up again, and a fierce mutual slogging went on. At the gong for round 2, Barder tore out again, ran smack into a rigid fist on the chin, and went down, out cold. When he came to, he wanted to fight McLean again, but it was too late. Playing rugger a few days later, he tore a cartilage in his knee, and that put a stop to more boxing. He has mourned ever since that he did not have a second try against the only man who ever beat him. The damaged cartilage was a curb that helped him focus on less robust affairs, even maths, and early in 1930 his persistent new virtue was rewarded when he and another outstanding cadet, Paddy Coote, were appointed under-officers of A and B training squadrons. Once again, he was a leader with responsibilities, and once again he rose to it, tending his cadets with a firm and friendly hand, and setting an example even in studies. In June, they sat for their final exams, and this time he had no qualms about his work. A couple of days later, while waiting for the results, he led A Squadron in the last cricket match against B Squadron, whose team had 9 of the Cranwell first 11. B Squadron scored 238. Barder took 5 of their wickets and opened the batting for his own team. On a sodden pitch, wickets fell fast. Soon, 4 for 23. Barder began lambasting the bowling, and in less than an hour it was 6 for 126, Barder's share being 97 not out. 3 ducks followed, and the last man, Reed, came in with the score at 135. The first ball shaved Reed's off stump. The next shaved his leg stump. He never received another ball. Barder kept jumping down the pitch, slamming at everything, hitting 4s and 6s during the overs, and singles or 3s off the last balls. The 200 came up with Reed not out 0 and Barder not out 171. Excitement was mounting continuously. Soon Barder clouted a ball to the square leg boundary, bringing the total to 227. 2 more 6s would do it. Next ball, he jumped out of his crease and drove it like a bullet, knee-high to short mid-off, where Paddy Coote held a brilliant catch. The score sheet read, Empson, 8, Morrison, 5, Cleland, 0, Barder, 194, Doran, 0, Moore, 8, Moore, 8, Andrews, 0, Widows, 0, Edwards, 0, Reed, 0, Extras, 4. Next day the exam results came out, and Paddy Coote just beat him for the Sword of Honour. No one could mind being second to a man like Coote. In reticent official terms, the report on Barder summed him up neatly. Plucky, capable, headstrong. His flying rating was above average, which is RAF understatement for a natural pilot. The only higher rating is exceptional, which is such a rarity as to be almost a myth. Then the postings. Pilot Officer Barder, DRS, to 23 Squadron, Kenley. He rode his motorcycle to London and traded it in for his first car, a second-hand Austin 7 that looked like a lacquered biscuit box on pram wheels. In this, on an August morning in 1930, he drove to Kenley, brimming with content. Number 23 Squadron flew Gloucester Gamecock fighters. Chapter 3. Before the age of runways, Kenley was a large grass field, and behind the hangars on the rim lay the graces of a station built in peace for an air force that was small and select, like a club whose members in the red brick officers' messes scattered across the land and outposts, more often than not, knew one another. Less encrusted by years than the Navy or Army, the RAF accent was on youth. Even the Corps, the 1914 to 1918 veterans who had made its first traditions, were still young enough to play rugger. A mess waiter, with the deference reserved for qualified officers, showed Barder to his own room, an austere enough affair with an iron bed, leather chair, and simple furniture which he viewed with pleasure. It was home. The life he wanted lay before him, and down the corridor lived his friend Geoffrey Stevenson, posted to the same squadron. In the morning, B-Flight Commander sat him in a gamecock and showed him the taps. Not much to show. No brakes, no retractable undercart lever, no flaps, no variable pitch propeller, no gyro instruments, no trimming tabs. She was a tubby little thing, and from the cockpit he felt he could almost touch the tips of the 2 braced and strutted wings. Top speed was 156 mph, but the stumpy fuselage made her the most agile little aeroplane in the RAF. He took her up that morning, rolled and tumbled her about the sky for half an hour, and joyfully agreed with that. For the past 2 years, 2 of 23 Squadron's Gamecocks had been picked to do the combined aerobatics at Hendon Pageant. Barder decided he wanted to be one of those 2 pilots next time. He slid effortlessly into squadron life, perhaps a shade too confident for a new boy, but too friendly and vital to irk anyone. On dining-in nights, when, immaculate in mess kit, they passed the port decanter, Douglas, strictly sober, joined as wildly and hilariously as anyone in the subsequent games of rugger in the anteroom, with a waste-paper basket for a ball, or high cockalorum, or desert warfare, when they grabbed assegais off the wall and stalked their fellow men through oases of aspidistras on the floor, while others beat tom-tom rhythms on the tabletop. Life was idyllic, with flying, games, and fellowship, buttressed by the tangible prestige and comfort of a permanent commission from Cranwell. Most of all, he liked aerobatics in the Gamecock. That same August he arrived at Kenley, he was picked for the RAF cricket team. A month later, when cricket was finished, the Harlequins, famous amateur rugger club, asked him to play in a trial game. The knee cartilage stood up to it well, and so the Harlequins acquired a new centre three-quarter. Thereafter, in the Times, one not infrequently read little headlines such as "Barder brilliant," "Barder excels," often with the remark that he was the best player on the field. A few weeks later he was picked for the RAF 15, and again, as fly-half, he was in both senses head and shoulders above the ruck. By his 21st birthday, in February 1931, his name was becoming widely identified with a sinewy, beautifully tuned human machine that weighed 11 stone 6 pounds stripped and had the temperament of a dynamo. His present to himself was to trade in his little Austin biscuit box for an MG sports car, which he cherished. All other fighter squadrons now had the Bristol Bulldog or the Siskin. Only 23 Squadron was left with Gamecocks, and that was partly why they were chosen again to do the combined aerobatics at Hendon that year. Woollett picked Sea Flight Commander Harry Day to lead the team, and all the other pilots started training hard for selection. One man killed himself, flying upside down, and slowly the selection narrowed. In April, Woollett told Douglas that he was to be second man in the team, with the inseparable Geoffrey Stevenson as number 3 in reserve. Harry Day was a lean, glint-eyed man who had fought as a youngster in the Great War, and now, a hawk-faced 30, commanded instant obedience. Prone to occasional turbulence, he thought it was time to change Hendon's traditional aerobatics, so he invented 5 new routines of synchronized aerobatics. The first was typical of the other 4. 2 aircraft would dive together, then pull out in 2 consecutive loops, wingtip to wingtip, 3 feet between, Day said, then up again, stall turn away on each side into a vertical dive, aileron turn inwards so that they faced and crossed each other, wingtip to wingtip again, then up, and roll off the top of a loop together, going different ways, to dive to each side of the airfield, turn back, and race at each other head-on to start a new routine, which included some upside-down formation. It was safe enough, provided no one made a mistake, and provided the wind stayed kind. Day would not have tried it with pilots less cool and accurate than Barder and Stevenson. Strict orders said they were not to go below 500 feet, though Barder made a nuisance of himself, wanting to go lower. Typically, one of his favoured occupations was to do slow rolls on the deck at about 50 feet. One tends to lose height in a slow roll, and the engine tended to cut upside down. The trick was not to fly into the ground, and part of the charm was that to try this trick was a court-martial offence. During practice one day, Stevenson fell out of a slow roll, but luckily was just beyond the end of the Kenley escarpment and had enough space to recover. Another day his engine failed, and he made a neat forced landing in the grounds of a large country house. Barder drove over to pick him up, and met there the daughter of the house, a dark and vividly pretty girl whom we shall call Patricia. The attraction was prompt and mutual, and they began to meet after that. Day tolerated Barder's press-on spirit good-humouredly. Other pilots might do bone-headed things on the spur of the moment, but he felt that Barder, even in his wilder moments, was always practical, would always know in advance exactly what he was going to do, and would then do it with judgment. There were still other activities, cricket, for instance. Early in June, Barder was picked to play for the Air Force again, and soon there was a picture of him in the paper hitting a six almost out of the ground at the Oval. In that innings he hit 65 in 30 minutes. A 6, a 5 and 12 fours made up 59 of that. Later that month, Day confirmed that he was to be his number 2 at Hendon. The Times said that 175,000 were inside Hendon Aerodrome on the day of the display, and that hundreds of thousands of others crowded hillsides and fields outside. In bright sunshine they saw what the Times also declared was the event of the day, as Day and Barder in the Gamecocks provided the most thrilling spectacle ever seen in exhibition flying. 10 minutes full of the cleanest trick flying, synchronized to a fraction of a second, the most successful of the Hendon displays yet held. Pilot Officer Barder was an object for youthful hero worship, dashing airman, brilliant rugger player and cricketer, and vitally handsome, especially at a service dance in the tight blue trousers and the short mess jacket with blue silk lapels and gilt buttons. Many young women sighed over him and made what decorous advances convention allowed. From time to time he played escort to several. Patricia, of course, and there was a quiet, blue-eyed girl with classic features called Hilda, a pert little blonde called June, and a giggly blonde as well. His main interests were still flying and games, but he did enjoy the adulation and the press notices, all very stimulating to the self-confidence of a young man who was once the somewhat rejected Barder minor. The aerobatics team flew north to Cramlington for a display, and on the way back, strictly against orders, Barder dropped out of the formation to spend an hour skimming over the hedges and along the floors of the valleys. When they landed, Day read him an angry lecture on flying discipline, though Barder turned on his usual disarming charm and averted the worst of the wrath. A couple of weeks later he heard through the orderly room that he was on the A-list, a roster of young officers due for posting overseas. That had nothing to do with the low flying. It was routine that after a year on a squadron, a young permanent officer would go overseas. He seemed slated for Iraq in the autumn, and late in summer, sitting in the pavilion at Aldershot with the pads on waiting to bat, he mentioned a little sadly to Squadron Leader Brian Baker of 32 Squadron, now Air Chief Marshal Sir Brian Baker, that it would probably be his last game in England for a long time. Baker commented, "I don't think so. You probably won't be going till next year." Barder wanted to know why, and Baker said he fancied they were going to keep him at Kenley all winter to give him a chance to get his cap for England at rugger. Barder felt the electric thrill a man would get on drawing a horse in the Irish sweep. Rugger for England was the summit of ambition, something breathtaking in the too good to be true class. Some overseas postings came out, but he was not on them. At last, 23 Squadron was getting Bristol Bulldog fighters to replace Gamecocks. The Bulldog was the last word in fighters. She could do 176 mph. There were minor drawbacks. She was not as manoeuvrable as a Gamecock, for instance, being heavier, which gave her a tendency to sink faster on her back in the middle of a slow roll. Low aerobatics were strictly banned, though some people good-humouredly ignored that. Then one of the pilots spun into the ground and killed himself. Squadron Leader Woollett left the squadron, and Harry Day took over command for the time. Another pilot crashed and killed himself. Day called all the others together and read them a lecture on low aerobatics in the Bulldog. Fighting area regulations say that you must not aerobat below 2,000 feet, he said. Well, you know my views about some regulations. They're written for the obedience of fools and the guidance of wise men. Now, if you're going to aerobat under 2,000 feet, first of all, don't. If you decide to ignore that advice, don't do it where any senior officers can see you. And remember these 3 things. First of all, make up your mind exactly what you're going to do, then get properly settled down, and then get your speed right, so you don't spin off or lose height. The only thing you have to worry about then is if your engine stops. If it stops, you're dead. But if you're going to start worrying about that, stop flying anyway. It was sound advice, if a little ambiguous, but Day was not out to make decorous airmen. He wanted to turn out pilots with the guts and judgment for war. Otherwise, the RAF was meaningless. Besides, people were not in the habit of ignoring a warning from Harry Day. Pilot Officer Barder did. In November, a flight commander spotted him doing low aerobatics and beating up the airfield. Day had him on the mat and told him crisply and at length to watch his step and not to show off. After a chastened Douglas went out, Day wondered whether perhaps he should not have slapped him down harder. Barder was getting into the dangerous phase of overconfidence, which comes to many pilots after a year or two. What with his Hendon success and other things, on top of the volatile nature, he was too outspoken. 1 or 2 resented the white-haired Cranwell boy and thought he was conceited. Day recognized it more as a coltish super-vitality, and also recognized what others did not always see, that under the buoyant front lay sensitivity. Perhaps he could be slapped down too much. You could not force him, he would only become stubborn. Very likely, with a little firmness, he would correct things himself. But the red light was there. It was a problem. Day was still thinking about it, and other squadron problems, when he went on leave. As it happened, Day's remark about showing off had given Barder the sort of jolt he had had from Hallahan at Cranwell. He began to watch what he was saying and shy away from ostentatious aerobatics. Also, the Springboks had arrived from South Africa for a series of rugger tests against England, and with that goal in front of him, he was training harder than ever before. He wanted his cap so much, he wouldn't even admit he had a chance for it. On Saturdays he played for the Harlequins, knowing that the international selectors were watching, and was dismayed to feel that he was overtrained and not playing well. The other pilots kept reassuring him, telling him he would be out of his misery as soon as the selectors named the combined services team to play the early match against the Springboks. Last season's England fly-half was also fly-half for the Navy. If they chose Barder instead of him for the combined services, he was probably in for England. At the end of November, the combined services team was named. And there it was, fly-half D.R.S. Barder. It was like the moment he had seen his name on the board for the first 15 at school, the same kind of brimming joy, but even deeper. For days he savoured the prospect, and on the Saturday played with a dashing, high-geared vigour. Just after half-time he flung himself at a huge Springbok who was trampling for the line, brought him down, but broke his own nose at the same time. They'd be picking the England team in about 3 weeks, too much at stake to worry about a broken nose. He played on. The following Saturday he played again for the Harlequins, not even bothering to plaster his nose first, and though he tried his hardest, kept fumbling passes, and spent the rest of the weekend worrying about his uneven form. The Monday morning, the 14th of December, 1931, was bright and clear, with a nip in the air and a little scattered cumulus about 4,000 feet. About 10 o'clock, Barder was curing his gloom with some aerobatics, not far from the airfield, when he saw two bulldogs taking off, and remembered that two of the pilots, Phillips and Richardson, were flying over to Woodley Aerodrome near Reading to see Phillips's brother, who helped to run the Aero Club there. Barder tacked on to make a threesome, and half an hour later they settled on the grass in a neat Vic at Woodley. In the clubhouse, some young pilots, drinking coffee and talking shop as usual, asked Douglas, the Hendon star, questions about aerobatics, and then someone suggested he give a demonstration beat-up of the airfield. Barder said no, he didn't want to. The Hendon show had been in a gamecock, and the bulldog was not quite the same, and uncomfortably he remembered Harry Day's show-off remark. The matter was dropped until they were leaving, and a young man suggested it again. Barder again said no, and someone grinned and made some barbed joke about being windy. He made it sound like a dare. Richardson took off first, and then a tight-lipped, angry Barder. As Phillips left the ground, Barder was banking steeply, turning back and slanting down for a low run across the field. A knot of young men watched from the clubhouse. Just above the grass, rocking a little in the thermals, the bulldog, engine bellowing, swept across the boundary fence, rushing at a spot beside the clubhouse. The nose lifted a fraction, and she began rolling to the right. He had the stick well over, a little top rudder to hold the nose up, stick forward to keep it up, and as she rolled upside down, throttle back to keep the engine alive. He felt her starting to drop. Stick hard over now. The wings were vertical, glinting in the sun, and she was dropping fast. Grimly he was reefing her round, and she was rolling out of it fast, when the left wingtip hit the grass and jerked the nose down. As propeller and cowling exploded into the ground, the engine tore out, bouncing in a cloud of flying dirt, and the bulldog seemed to crumple and cartwheel into a tangle very fast. Pinned by his straps, Barder did not feel anything, but heard only a terrible noise. All the airfield was suddenly still, except for the fierce boil of dust round the awkward heap in the middle that looked like crushed brown paper. As the dust began to drift, the men by the clubhouse were running. Chapter 4. After the noise, everything was suddenly quiet and still. The cockpit was tilted. That was odd. It leaned him sideways. He must have crashed, but it was only a hazy idea, and not very interesting because pain was stabbing his back. Slowly it ebbed, leaving a massive torpor, and sitting in the straps, hands in his lap, he was placidly aware of the cockpit. Beyond that, nothing. Gently, as the mind came into focus, he was aware that his knees were buzzing as though he had hit his funny bone. The eyes wandered down and absorbed with curiosity that his legs were in peculiar positions. At least his right leg was. He could not see the left leg and forgot about it. It had buckled under the collapsed seat so that he was sitting on it. His right foot was tucked over in the far right-hand corner, and the clean white overalls were torn at the knee and staining in blood that was pumping in slow little squirts and spreading in filmy waves. There was his knee through the blood, and something sticking through it. Looked a bit like the rudder bar. Very odd. He regarded it in an abstracted way, and for a while it made no impact until an ugly thought crystallized. Damn! I won't be able to play rugger on Saturday. After a while, that did not seem to matter so much, and he was content again. For the first time he became aware of things beyond the cockpit, voices and people moving, but they seemed shadowy and remote. A man in a white coat was standing beside the cockpit, right at his elbow. There was a face and a white coat and a hand holding out a glass. A voice said, "Here you are, sir. Have a bit of this brandy." It was a steward from the clubhouse. Automatically, with no effort, he answered casually, "No, thanks very much. I don't drink." The man leaned over to urge him and saw the blood spurting in the cockpit. He turned very pale, and then he stood back and drank the brandy himself. A big, ruddy-faced young man stood there instead of the man in the white coat, and leaned in and started undoing his harness, saying things in a gentle voice. He let him go ahead, and then became unconscious for a while. Jack Cruttenden, the big man, an Australian student pilot at the club, found he could not lift Barder out of the crushed cockpit. He started tearing at bits of the wreckage, and other men did the same. Someone brought a hacksaw and cut away a twisted centre-section strut. Barder partly came to, and sensed, more than knew, that Cruttenden was gently lifting him out. Consciousness was lapping and receding in waves. He was lying on the grass. Someone was taking his shoes off. Cruttenden's hands were doing something to his right knee. They felt very strong and were covered in blood. He felt no pain. A little to one side, 2 white doors with red crosses opened, and the crosses went out of sight. He supposed it was an ambulance. Then he was lying in it on a stretcher, and men were bent over his legs. He tried to sit up, but could not get very far, and watched the men with detached interest. The legs of his overalls and trousers had gone somewhere, and Cruttenden's fingers seemed to be in his right knee, holding the femoral artery. After a few moments he got bored with watching. He could feel the ambulance was moving, and wanted to see what was happening outside. He said to Cruttenden, "Look, I think I'll get up now. I want to get out of here." He started struggling up on his elbows, and Cruttenden said, "Take it easy, won't be long now." Barder said petulantly, "Ah, to hell with this. I want to get out now. This is damn silly." He tried to struggle up again, and Cruttenden took one hand from the knee and pressed it gently against his chest to hold him down. Being held down by a stranger was irritating. He twisted a shoulder off the stretcher, hooked his right fist up, and hit Cruttenden on the chin. He felt he could not hit very hard lying down. Cruttenden, looking at him with a pacifying grin, said, "Ease it up, mate." Having hit him, Barder felt suddenly feeble and foolish, but honour was satisfied. He'd made the gesture, and anyway, he'd completely lost interest in getting up now. He lay back and did not remember any more. The ambulance weaved swiftly through the Reading traffic, swung into Redlands Road, and stopped in front of the casualty door of the Royal Berkshire Hospital. Within a minute he was on a table, with the duty doctor tying the artery and swabbing the pulpy mess in both legs where the bones had torn through. The right leg looked nearly off at the knee, and the left shin was broken and badly splintered, the torn flesh full of oil and dirt. The patient's pulse was getting weaker, very thready, so that the doctor could hardly feel it, and broke off to give a heart stimulant. He straightened both legs and put them in box splints, then got Sister Thornhill in Benyon Ward on the house phone. "There's a young man coming up with multiple injuries, shock, and loss of blood from an aeroplane crash. Get him warm in bed to ease the shock. I don't think there's much we can do." Sister Thornhill recognized the tone. After messages like that, the patient was sometimes dead by the time he arrived. Soon they wheeled Douglas in, now deeply unconscious, and she packed hot water bottles and blankets round the body, which was very cold. The resident surgical officer examined him briefly. "No chance of operating yet," he said when he straightened up. Perhaps later, if he lasted, but there was no real hope. Thornhill remembered that Leonard Joyce, who was probably the best surgeon in England, was operating at the hospital that day, and rang the theatre, but they said he had just left. Hurrying as fast as she dared, she found him in the entrance hall, putting on his coat to go. She said, "Excuse me, Mr. Joyce, but we've just admitted a young Air Force officer after a bad crash. Could you have a look at him?" The rest was understood. She had assisted Joyce at many operations, and he was a man of few words. He took his coat off and followed her back to the ward, and shortly was saying that he would wait and see if the patient came out of shock enough to try and operate. He was young and strong. They must at least try. When Harry Day rang the hospital from Kenley, they were very guarded, and he understood perfectly clearly that Barda was dying. He sent a telegram to Jessie at Sprotborough and, on the hospital's advice, to Cyril Burge, who was at Aldershot and could reach the hospital in an hour. About 2 o'clock, Sister Thornhill noticed that the patient was breathing more noticeably, and his pulse was also stronger. Gradually, his condition kept improving, and Joyce, surprised, put it down to his physical fitness. At 3:30, he decided to try and operate, and on the way to the theatre they first wheeled the patient into the X-ray room. On the operating table, Barda came to, and lay looking up at a large light and a white ceiling, not knowing where he was or caring, becoming aware of a hospital smell and a man in a long white surgeon's coat and cap standing by his head, who looked scholarly and said in a quiet voice, "Hello, old chap, I see you've had a bit of an accident. Don't worry, just lie back and we'll soon have you fixed up." Barda looked at him vaguely, and as this sank in, he said, "Don't give me an anaesthetic, will you? I can't stand the stuff." "Don't worry," the man said. "We'll see things are all right." He seemed to exude warmth and compassion. Afterwards, Barda could not remember getting the anaesthetic. As he was going under, the plates came in from the X-ray room, and Joyce held them up, still wet, to the light. First, the right leg. He passed it almost instantly to the nurse, saying briefly, "That must come off." He hesitated over the left leg, and finally passed it across without comment. The plates of the abdomen and head showed only 2 ribs broken, though the face was gashed and a tooth had come through the upper lip. Joyce worked fast. The patient was too shaky for thorough surgery. There was only time to try and patch things temporarily in a race with the imminence of more shock and fatal collapse. He severed the right leg above the smashed knee, but that did not take long because it was almost off already. When he turned to the left leg, the patient was sinking, and there was just time to clean the torn mess and seal it, hoping no infection would set in, and inject a saline solution. Barda was close to death when they got him to a private room and started working on him for post-operative shock. Cyril Burge reached the hospital and waited. By 9 o'clock, Barda was still alive, but shock was draining him of the last resistance, and he was nearly pulseless, cold to the touch, and still deeply unconscious. Joyce told Burge he was not expected to live till the morning, and a matron gave Burge a room to sleep in, promising to call him when the time came. He lay on the bed in his clothes to wait. A nurse woke him out of a doze about 2 a.m. and said softly, "Will you please come down now?" He got up and followed her without a word. Outside the patient's door 2 girls stood, both crying. One was Patricia and the other Hilda, though in the emotion of the moment there were no introductions. He put his head in the door and saw 2 doctors in white coats and 2 nurses bending over a bed doing something to the shape in it. One of the doctors saw him and came over and murmured, "Would you wait outside, please? He seems to be holding on." Half an hour later the doctor came out again and said they might as well go and rest for a while. He would call them if anything happened. The girls went away. Burge went back to his room and was called again an hour later. But when he got there, the doctor said the patient had suddenly rallied again, and after a while, Burge once more went back to bed. In the morning, Barda was still alive, but it seemed only a matter of time. His mother, Mrs. Hobbs, arrived, but was so overwrought that the matron gave her a room and a sedative. At nightfall, Barda was still holding on, but at midnight they called Burge again, then sent him back to rest. By morning, the patient still lingered with a fingertip hold on life. He had not recovered consciousness since the operation. Joyce told Burge that if he lasted another day he might have a chance, provided the left leg did not become septic. There might even be a chance of saving the remaining leg. 24 hours later, Barda's eyes quietly opened and gave him an extraordinary experience that started with knowing again and seeing things for the first time like a puppy at the moment its birth blindness lifted. It was like being born again, being alive without knowing what alive meant, unaware of the world or even his name. Sunshine flooded the room. He was conscious of objects that meant nothing for a while, but then slowly focused into meaning. A cream ceiling, white sheets, and then a tall girl in white with a red cape standing by a window with her back to him. It was like a fade-in of a film scene that suddenly stops and is frozen. Imperceptibly, comprehension came without any effort, and the film came to life and meaning, but with no pain and no concern, no backward memory to give depth or disquiet. After a while he murmured, "What the hell am I doing here?" Sister Thornhill turned and came over smiling. She had been given Barda as a special and had been with him nearly all the time. He saw she was about 25, nicely rounded, with a strong, capable face, healthily attractive. "Oh, you're awake, are you?" Her voice was pleasant and steady. He looked up at her impassively. "You've had an accident," she said. "An accident?" "Yes, you crashed in an aeroplane." "Oh, did I?" He pondered vacantly. "What a bloody silly thing to do." She laughed and said she must go because Mr. Joyce wanted to see him as soon as he was awake. He did not know who Mr. Joyce was, nor care if he came. Nothing seemed to matter. He became aware that there was an enormous mound in the bedclothes, and remembered a similar mound when Derek had broken his leg at prep school, and they had put a cradle over it. "Must have broken my leg," he thought, but he was not really interested. The door opened, and Joyce came in, but he did not recognize the pointed, sensitive face. "Hello," Joyce said. "Glad to see you're awake." Barda looked at him composedly, but did not speak. Joyce made a few more cheerful sounds, and then said, "I'm very sorry, old chap, but I'm afraid we've had to take off your right leg." Barda gazed placidly at him. He had heard and understood the words, but not the meaning. Politely he said, "That's all right. I hope I haven't been a nuisance." Thornhill leaned over his body to block his view while Joyce lifted the bedclothes and started unwrapping the dressings. It gave Barda his first reaction, an urgent curiosity to see this most interesting sight of a severed leg. But he did not want to look while the others were in the room. For some crafty quirk, he wanted them outside, so he could lift the bedclothes in privacy. Joyce looked at the right stump first. It seemed all right. he unwrapped the dressing on the left leg and saw the red puffiness of incipient septicemia and the dead grey signs of gangrene. After a while he wrapped it up again, smiled at Barda. "I'll see you again soon," and went out to find Mrs. Hobbs and Cyril Burge. As soon as the door had closed, Barda lifted the blankets and looked. Yes, there it was, a short stump of thigh with a rather bloody bandage round it. He thought it would look like that. They hadn't given him any pyjama pants. He never wore pyjama pants again, because trouser legs get tangled round a short stump. Oh well, he put the blankets down, not even noticing the left leg. Mrs. Hobbs collapsed into a chair when Joyce told her the second leg had to come off. In near hysteria, she wanted everyone to go away and leave Douglas alone, so she could look after him herself. Joyce found Cyril Burge and told him the situation plainly and lucidly. The boy would certainly die if the left leg stayed. He would probably die from operative shock if they tried to take it off, but it was the only chance. It would have to be done immediately. Burge nodded. The door opened and Joyce walked into the sick room again and said, "We've got to reset your left leg, old chap. I'm awfully sorry about that. It might hurt a bit, so we'll put you to sleep for a while." He looked like a sympathetic housemaster. "That's all right, Doc," Barda murmured obligingly, supremely placid. It did not seem to be particularly his business. Other people had charge, and he was drifting with the stream. A burly man in a violent check suit and yellow pullover came in. He had a big nose, a cheery face, and a tremendously breezy and matey manner that made Barda feel like getting up to shake hands. Commander Parry Price, RNR retired, the anaesthetist, said, "By Jove, old boy, you look fine. Now, let's see, what do you weigh?" "I used to box at 11 stone 6. "That's fine. Just about what I thought you were." Price went out, and soon Thornhill came in with a phial of pink liquid that she injected into him. Soon he felt consciousness withdrawing to a little speck in the back of his mind, and then he was asleep. In the operating theatre, Joyce worked fast again, taking the left leg off about 6 inches below the knee. As he lifted it away, a young nurse started crying, and then, as Joyce was sewing the flap of skin over the bone, Parry Price, who had been watching like a hawk, said quietly, "The heart's stopped." Joyce looked up, motionless. The room was suddenly still. In a dead silence, Price jabbed with a needle and took the wrist. The silence lingered on, and then Price felt the little thready flutter start again. Joyce finished quickly, and they wheeled him back to the room. Every 10 minutes they kept taking his pulse, and it kept palpitating with thin, fast persistence. Sometime in the night, about 18 hours later, Barda's eyes opened. Vaguely on the rim of a dim circle of light that played round him, a nurse was sitting. It was soothing to feel that he was not alone, and the eyes closed and he sank into oblivion again. 6 hours later he came to again, conscious only of pain. His left leg was hurting with a bitter, steady ache that sharpened the torpid mind and began to distress him. After a while Sister Thornhill came in and said, "Oh, you're awake." "My left leg's hurting," he complained, and she said soothingly that it would probably ease after a while. The leg kept on hurting, keenly and remorselessly. Thornhill gave him a little morphia to ease it, but it seemed to make no difference. The terrible hurting went on, stabbing stronger and stronger, till it was shredding his nerves all over, and beginning to obsess him with agony to the point of feeling he could stand no more. But he had to stand it, because it went on, and there were no defences and no relief. The mind was sharper now, but still not caring about the loss of the right leg, only about the cruel pain in the left. Sweat began to glisten on his face, and then he was sweating all over, and groaning now and then. Thornhill gave him more morphia, and the pain went relentlessly on. By nightfall his eyes were sunken and restless in dark hollows, and the face was grey and waxy, glistening with a film of sweat. For a while he slept under more morphia, but soon awoke to more pain. The following morning he drifted into unconsciousness, but now and then revived for brief spells, when his eyes rolled with the constant ache, and his mind wandered in a vague half-world. Once he was briefly aware of his mother sitting by the bed, and then she had changed into Cyril Burge. Joyce looked in and told Burge that they were giving all the morphia they dared, and doing all they could, but he did not sound hopeful. It would depend on the patient's youth and constitution. In short, his lasting power and resilience. That night they sent for Burge again at the hotel where he was now staying, but Barder did not die, and towards dawn Burge was able to go back to his own room. Later the young man woke, and the pain had gone. He could not feel his body at all, but for some reason his mind was perfectly clear. He lay still, eyes open and head raised on a pillow, looking straight out through the top of a window at a patch of clear blue sky, and into his mind crept a peaceful thought. This is pleasant. I've only got to shut my eyes now and lean back, and everything's all right. Warm peace was stealing over him, his eyes closing, and his head seeming to sink into the pillow. It did not occur to him that he was dying, only that he was letting go, drifting down, and wanting to. In a dreamy haze, the mind was shrinking into a soft, deep pinpoint. Through the slightly open door of the room, a woman's disembodied voice slid into the receding clarity. "Shh! Don't make so much noise. There's a boy dying in there." The words quivered in him like a little electric shock that froze the drifting dream and sparked a sharp thought. So that's it. Hell, am I? Feeling began flickering out through his body like ripples from a pebble tossed in a pool. He stopped letting go, and the mind was clearing. The body did not move, but the brain began gripping thought and reality. It was the challenge that stirred him. His eyes opened, and instead of looking unseeing through the window, began moving, taking note of things in the room. Sister Thornhill came in. He noted her stiff white cap and dress under the red cape. She stood by the bed, looking down at him, and then smiled and moved away. As he lay thinking, quite clear-headed, the pain came back to his leg. Somehow he did not mind this time. It was almost satisfying, because he felt he was normal again, and had slipped away from the ethereal spirit that had been floating him to limbo. Another thought came. I mustn't let that happen again. Apparently it wasn't as good as it felt. Some instinct told him that he had been dying in that moment. Ever since then he has been convinced of it, and from that moment has never been frightened of dying. Later this was to have a vital effect on his life. The pain began to increase agonizingly again, till it gripped him so that he wanted to die because it was unbearable. But now he could not die, because the tortured mind could not sink back in peace. Thornhill gave him more morphia. That night delayed shock took effect, and he sank into unconsciousness that lasted 2 days. His mother and Cyril Burge were asked to keep in close touch with the hospital. Joyce was non-committal about the prospects. Thornhill kept rolling him over in bed from time to time to avoid lung congestion that would lead to pneumonia. It had become a personal fight with her and other nurses to save the young man's life. Usually they were impartial and impersonal about patients, but this one somehow was different. He seemed too young and handsome to die, and everyone kept asking about him. On the second morning she was turning the limp body with the help of another nurse, when he suddenly sat up and kissed her, then sank back into unconsciousness again. She was petrified with amazement. "Not so unconscious, after all," observed the other nurse slyly. Thornhill lifted his eyelid back with a gentle thumb, but he was unconscious. Later, Joyce, who had heard from the other nurse about the incident, came round on his inspection and asked whether the patient had shown any signs of reviving. Thornhill, still a little confused, said no, there hadn't been, and Joyce looked at her and said dryly, to no one in particular, "Sister isn't giving much away this morning, is she?" Barda came too that afternoon, and they kept injecting so much morphia into him that he lay in a drugged stupor for 2 more days. Several times in the nights he had moments of near clarity, aware of a pretty young probationer giving him a drink out of something with a spout that she held in his lips. Every time he opened his eyes she seemed to be leaning over him, and he thought she was wonderful. Slowly the shock subsided, and he came out of the coma. Morphia helped deaden the pain of the leg, and the face lost some of its greyness, though it was still waxy, with eyes sunk in dark sockets and a dark stubble of beard. Thornhill changed the dressings that day, and he rose up with a sharp and quivering groan of agony as she whipped away the last lint that stuck bloodily to the raw wound. She leaned her body carefully over so that he could not see that he had lost both legs. The whole hospital seemed to be aware with a sort of fascinated dread that he would have to find out soon. Thornhill was frightened that he would find out accidentally himself and be thrown back into danger by the shock. The next day he winced as usual when she was changing the dressings and asked, "How are they?" Now, she thought, do it casually. In an off-hand way she said, "Well, they took one off the same day, and the other one came off below the knee a couple of days later when septicemia set in. Don't worry about it. A man with your guts can overcome that. They've got pretty good artificial legs nowadays." She waited nervously for the answer, and was amazed when he said, quite casually, "I suppose so." He was quite calm about it, and after the moment of relief and anticlimax, she wondered how he had known. In fact, Barda had not known, and still did not know. He had heard her words and answered automatically, but they had not registered a meaning in his drugged mind, because he could still feel his toes, and did not know anything about the phantom sensations that lead a man to feel his foot so realistically after losing his leg that he can waggle his toes in his mind. With the phantom feeling, he was in a never-never land of unreality, as in a dream when anything can happen, when a man can lose both legs and still walk on them. Later that day, when Cyril Burge sat with him and the left leg was hurting again, he said despairingly, "Why does it hurt so much? Why don't they cut it off like the other leg?" Burge, a little sick at heart, did not try to tell him. It was the following day that the boy found out, and he only discovered it then because, in spite of the morphia, he was in torment that sharpened the brain into a little clarity. Squadron Leader Woollett had come in to ask how he was, and Barda said, "All right, sir, but my left leg's hurting like hell." "I expect it's bound to hurt for a bit," Woollett said sympathetically. "Well, I wish to God they'd cut it off like the right leg," he groaned. "That doesn't hurt at all. I'm sick to death of this left one." "Would you really like them to cut it off?" Woollett asked.
"I don't give a damn what they do, as long as they stop it hurting."
"You mightn't want it off if it didn't hurt."
"I don't know what I'd want if it didn't hurt. All I know is that I'm sick of the damn thing now, and I wish to God it were off."
Sitting on the chair by the bed, Woollett leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and he said, quietly, nervously aware of the drama, "As a matter of fact, Douglas, they have cut it off." Chapter 5. That time it sank into his brain, but distorted with the morphia and the pain, it made no impact. Only the pain mattered, nothing else. He only said petulantly,
"Well, why does the damn thing hurt so much?"
It shook Woollett, and he switched to the safety of squadron gossip, though he did not mention that most of them felt it would have been better for Barder to have been killed outright. The impact of losing his legs never hit Barder in one moment, or even in a day or a week. The realization formed slowly in a doped mind, which was merciful. Against the agonizing urgency of the pain, it was only a detail, and when the pain ebbed and allowed other things to matter, his feelings were cushioned by dope that left him floating easily and somewhat detached in a tranquil, unreal present, unmindful of any future. Joyce came in later that day and said, "Sorry, old man, but I had to take the other leg off below the knee. I couldn't save it. You're really lucky to be in the world still."
"That's all right, sir," Barder said. "I'll get some longer legs. I always wanted to be taller."
Next day, Christmas Eve, as the patient seemed disinclined to die yet, Joyce had him moved 100 yards across a courtyard from the main hospital to Greenlands, a private nursing home in the hospital grounds. They put him in a friendly little room on the ground floor, looking out on the lawns and a green deodar tree. There were gay curtains, deep chairs, and a bookcase to give it warmth of atmosphere. Nurses kept injecting dope to quell the outraged nerves in the left leg, and Christmas Day was a blank to him. So were the next 2 days. Joyce was still afraid he would die from either thrombosis or sepsis. On the 4th morning, he was conscious of a new nurse by his bed, saying that she would have to change his dressings, and he started sweating again, remembering the last times, but she brought hot water and spent 20 minutes soaking them off, so that he did not feel a thing. It endeared him to the new girl from that moment. Dorothy Brace was petite with a friendly laugh, and used her hands tenderly. The pain was under control now, and about this time he remembered talking to his mother for the first time, though she had been sitting by the bed for days, dabbing sweat off the grey face. They never mentioned the legs, and most of the talk was a stilted fumbling for safe subjects. Patricia and Hilda came to see him too, both overflowing with a girl's warmth and sympathy for a wounded warrior, though Patricia, the more attractive of the two, was normally a rather brittle type. The more sensible Hilda said, "Look, Douglas, don't worry about losing your legs. If you'll take me as a typical young woman, the fact that you've lost your legs doesn't make any difference at all. You're still my favourite boy."
"I don't give a damn about losing my legs," he said amiably. "Honestly, it doesn't worry me a bit."
In his drugged state, he obviously meant it. Another time he said to Hazel Burge, "I can't always believe I've lost them, you know. I can still feel my toes." Just before New Year, Joyce took the stitches out. Barder braced himself for it, but there were only a couple of snipping sounds and a faint but painless sensation when the threads were pulled out. Suddenly, and quite rapidly, he began to get better. The face filled out and got some colour, and the dark rings went from round the eyes. So did the pain in the left leg, and they tapered off the morphia. He felt well and alert, yet still unconcerned about the loss of his legs. There were several reasons for this. Over the days, through the soothing morphia and the monopolizing pain, the loss had slowly infiltrated his mind, so that he had digested it gradually, absorbing it into his mentality through a cushioned pressure that did not jar. By the time it had clarified into reality, he was already temporarily adjusted to it. Another reason was that he did not yet miss his legs. He was comfortably in bed, where legs were only remote extensions, and surrounded by attractive girls who brought him anything he wanted like devoted and adoring angels. There was no need to move a finger. He had chicken and egg flips, fruit and cream, books, friends paying court, and a gramophone which gave him bliss by grinding out Trees or Abdul the Bulbul Emir nearly all day. Old friends from the squadron popped now and then through the window, assuring him by their presence that he still belonged, and making jokes about his beard, which, as no one had shaved him yet, was beginning to look impressive rather than scruffy. Harry Day said, "You look like one of the apostles," which shocked Barda's firmly religious mother. Hilda stroked his brow. Dorothy Brace was a cheerful and gentle lieutenant who gurgled at his jokes and was deliciously horrified at bolder things he frequently said. He lived most agreeably in the present. The past was past, the present was good, and the future had not yet intruded. Let it wait. His nature, nearly always so practical, still had the capacity for dealing with first things first, and shutting out others. The first thing was to get well again, and that he was obviously achieving. Possibly the most powerful reason lay in the kindness that enveloped him, largely due to Sister Penley Cooper, who ran Greenlands, hand-picked his nurses, and relaxed hospital rules for his benefit. The warm and reassuring affection on all sides satisfied a deep need that he was not consciously aware of. To all the nurses, as well as to Hilda and Patricia, he was inevitably attractive, not only because he was young, virile, and handsome, but because he was a heroic figure, cheerfully enduring tragedy with a courage that stirred deep feminine feelings in their normally impersonal and professional bosoms. With the two girls, plus occasional others, and his mother always popping in, there was seldom a dull moment. Mrs. Hobbs did not wholeheartedly approve of the girls, nor they of each other. As none would submit to the indignity of calling by roster, it fell to Dorothy Brace to juggle the callers in the interests of peace, so that when one was in session with the patient, she kept guard, and diverted any others of the female sex. There was one hectic day when the two girls arrived within a minute of each other, while Mrs. Hobbs was still with her son. The nurse had no sooner steered Hilda into a waiting room than Patricia arrived, and she bundled Patricia quickly into a refrigerator room, thinking, "That'll cool her off." Dorothy Brace much preferred Hilda, who was devoted and completely unselfish, though Douglas, as a young man will, was becoming a little smitten by the more glittering, if less enduring, Patricia. On the 15th of January he got up for the first time, a month and a day after the crash. He put on a dressing gown in bed, Dorothy Brace pushed a wheelchair to the bed, and he heaved himself into it with his hands, and sat there beaming with satisfaction. He wheeled himself to the window, and sat looking out, but found he quickly became tired, and was put back to bed in a couple of hours. Yet within a week he had the bandages off his stumps, and was able to wheel himself down the ramps into the garden, and spin around, talking cheerfully to the gardeners. At the end of January, Joyce said he could have a peg leg on the left stump, and try getting about with crutches. Barda wanted to start off with a real artificial leg, but Joyce said that would be a waste, because the stump would probably shrink later. The real reason was that he had to operate on the stump again, to cut more bone away, but he did not mention that. A thin-faced little man in a white coat came into the room next day to take a plaster cast of the stump for the socket into which it would fit on the peg leg. He called it a pylon. That was the trade name. Barder bared his stump, and the man slapped the plaster on. In 5 minutes it had set, and as the man pulled it off, all the hairs of the stump were dragged out by the roots with it, in 1,000 little pinpricks of torture. Taken by surprise, Barder's shocked bellows of agony reached to the farthest cranny of the hospital, and the language made people blanch. The little man apologized, nearly in tears. He had forgotten, he confessed, to put a thin sock over the stump first. The little man was back in a couple of days with the pylon, a short, smoothly turned piece of wood, painted black, and with a rubber pad on the bottom. At the top was a leather socket made from the plaster cast, and above this 2 metal arms stuck up on each side, hinged where the knee went, and ending in a leather corset to be laced round the thigh. Barder strapped it on, with the little man explaining that the weight was taken on the sides of the leather socket, not on the bottom of the stump. It felt very odd when he put it on. The stump fitted neatly into the moulded leather, but it felt strange to the unaccustomed skin, and the thigh corset gripped firmly. Sitting on the edge of the bed, with the little man, Dorothy Brace, and a big Irish nurse watching, he bent his knee to waggle the pylon and get a little used to it. Brace passed him a pair of crutches and said, "Now, don't forget, you won't have any strength in that leg at all for a while." 1 on each side, they helped him up from the bed to ease his weight on the crutches. Tentatively, he let his weight sink onto the pylon, and the knee buckled like a piece of paper. It had no strength at all. They held him up while he shuffled each crutch forward in turn, and like that they lurched all over the room, giggling. It seemed a great joke. After half an hour he was tired out. Later he tried again and again, but it was 3 days before he was able to hobble a couple of steps without help, with the left knee feeling it would collapse at any moment. Apart from that, the strangeness was going, and it did not seem very difficult. He took to new crutches with rings round the elbows instead of pads under the armpits, and they were more manageable. A day or 2 later came a milestone in his career, when he was able to stump down the corridor and take a bath, the first since his accident. He had worked out in advance how he would get into it, sit on the edge, unlace the pylon, and then lower himself into it with hands on each side. Sinking into the hot water was ecstasy, and he lay there a long time and got Brace to scrub his back. Getting out was not very difficult either. When he heaved himself up with a hand on each side, he was surprised to find how easy it was, and remembered that Joyce had told him he would be about 30 pounds lighter without his legs. Soon he was independent of outside help and spent hours stumping about the garden. It felt really good to be moving round again, and in the limited world of the garden, the loss of his legs still did not seem at all serious, though the skin over each stump was contracting and stretching tightly over the bone ends that he could clearly feel protruding. Joyce said one day, "We'll have to trim these off a bit soon, you know, otherwise they might split the skin. We didn't have time to do them properly before, and you can't get your proper legs until the stumps are all right." "Another operation?" Barder asked. "Yes, but it'll be all right this time. You're as strong as a young bull." Joyce's manner seemed to be trying to soothe him, but it was unnecessary, partly because Barder had complete faith in him, and partly because his mind was still comfortable and secure from the weeks of protective kindness. He said flippantly, "That's all right, Doc. I'm all for you having your fun." Joyce, professional dignity ruffled, remarked a little severely, "It isn't exactly fun, old chap." "Well, I don't mind, Doc. You can cut my head off if you like." "Would the day after tomorrow suit you?" Unused to this attitude, the surgeon was a little formal. "Fine, any time you like." He genuinely felt no nervousness at all. On the chosen morning, Parry Price breezed in again in the same check suit. "You look disgustingly fit," he boomed. "What do you weigh now?" 10 stone 2. "Getting disgustingly fat," boomed Price, and breezed out again. Brace came in with the pink liquid and injected it. Barder said, "That sugar water won't send me to sleep." "Won't it?" she said. "You wait and see." But there was no answer from the sleeping patient. Joyce sawed about 2 inches off the bone of the right stump, pulled the muscles down over the beveled edges to make a pad at the base, and sewed them underneath. On the left leg, he took about 1 inch off the fibula, the little bone behind the shin. There was no hurry this time. The patient stood it easily. Barder woke drowsily back in his bed, noted that the blankets were humped with the cradle again, and drifted off to sleep again. Hours later, nagging pain brought him more sharply awake. This time, it was the right stump. The pain grew till it was like sharp teeth gnawing and tearing ceaselessly at the raw nerves, and he was rolling his head from side to side in instinctive and futile struggles to get away from it. Dorothy Brace gave him morphia, but soon the pain cut through the drug, and he began to sweat and make little involuntary sounds. At intervals that he longed for, the morphia gave brief relief, and then the attack started again, focused round the blunt end of the stump, where some major nerves seemed to be stretched on a rack. His mother and other visitors came, but obsessed with the pain, he could not talk properly to them, and did not want to be bothered. Even the top of the thigh seemed to have a sore patch, though they discovered the reason for that the first time Dorothy Brace changed his dressings. He flinched when she pulled out the top safety pin, and she saw that the bandage had been pinned accidentally through his flesh. The pain kept on, and after a day or two, visitors were discouraged. The patient was going downhill again, losing weight rapidly, the face growing grey and waxy under the sweat, and the eyes sinking into the dark sockets. After a while, his mind wandered into delirium, and they began to get worried, and increased the morphia to a maximum, until he was unconscious for long stretches, until resurgent pain or nightmares brought him out of it. Night and day had no meaning, and the nightmares came even in the stupor. Brace always knew when one was starting, because he began twitching. Then he would start waving his arms in front of his face as though he were trying to ward off something, and call out, "Get me out of here! I can't get out! I can't get out!" It was nearly always the same, but there was no escape from the pain. Joyce guessed that internal sutures must be pressing on the sciatic nerve, and it was a question of time until the sutures absorbed and relieved the pressure. It was nearly a week before the pain began to ease, and then one day when Joyce looked at the stump, he said, "You've got a bit of hematoma here, old chap." Barder was too weak and exhausted to bother about what a hematoma was. "Hang on to something," Joyce went on. "This might hurt a bit." Almost before Barder was aware of it, he was sliding something sharp into the wound, and in the shock punch of agony, Barder grabbed the back of the bed in such a frenzied spasm that he bent the iron frame. The pool of blood that had been trapped tightly inside began seeping out, easing further pressure, and from that moment the last of the pain began to ebb. The fluid seeped for 10 days, gradually turning almost white before it stopped. By that time the stitches were out, and the physical battle was over. Then the mental battle started. Perhaps it would not have been so bad if everyone had not tried so hard to reassure him. He himself had accepted that he was legless, and in some ways the future was a challenge that was almost exciting. That perennially stimulating aspect made him eager to be out of bed and into the world, to get at it. Also, a lot of encouraging pamphlets had arrived in the post from artificial limb makers, and they had braced him. Perhaps, through a little wishful thinking, he had read into them a little more than the authors intended, or perhaps they were too rosy anyway. At any rate, he had the feeling that when he got his new legs, he would be able to carry on a reasonably normal life, not perhaps playing rugger, but playing cricket, with a chap to run when he was batting, maybe some squash, certainly walking and dancing, with a bit of a limp perhaps, driving a car, of course, and flying too. No reason why not. Flying was mostly eyes and hands and coordination, not feet. He'd be able to stay in the Air Force. After all, he knew of a service pilot who had lost a leg in the war and still flew. Thornhill used to come over and tell him about a friend of hers who had lost a leg and still played tennis. 1 leg, 2 legs, no legs. What the hell? He had strength and balance, and with the latest tin legs, he would be quite mobile. Lying in bed, he had begun working out a way to drive his car again. The short right stump would probably not be sensitive or quick enough to guide a leg working both accelerator and brake. But the left leg would. All right, he'd have the outside pedals transposed, work the clutch on the right with his right leg, and use the left for both foot brake and accelerator. The seat would slide back on runners so that he could climb in easily, and then lock it in the driving position. But gradually the drip of grave but well-meant encouragement began to have a sinister effect. "Of course you'll be all right," they said. "Of course," trying just too hard to be convincing. "Of course they'll let you stay in the Air Force." They'll let me stay? Charity. Even if you can't fly, they'll let you do a ground job. "For God's sake, they can't throw me out of the RAF," he used to say. "I know I'll be able to fly still." "Of course you will," they said soothingly. The thought of a ground job while his comrades flew revolted him. They kept telling him about one-legged people who had made successes, but he began to notice that no one seemed to know of anyone who had lost both legs and made a go of it. His mother said he was not to worry because she had signed a paper to look after him for the rest of his life, and his insides seemed to twist at the thought of always being dependent on her. He began having dreams, and always in them he had his own legs, dancing or flying, playing rugger or running around, doing all sorts of carefree things as he used to. It was such a cruel shock when he woke and remembered where he was. That kept happening night after night, because his subconscious knew nothing about life without legs, and so it ignored the loss. Dorothy Brace noticed he was getting less open and cheerful, and sometimes for hours would lie back with his eyes open, silent and moody. It worried her, because she guessed what was happening. The first spoken sign came on a day when he heard that Johnson, a friend on the squadron, had crashed and was killed. She said to Douglas, "You're darned lucky you didn't do that." And he turned his head and said bitterly, "He's the lucky one. He's dead. I'd rather be killed outright than left like this." Sometimes he was his cheerful self, and at others, when he thought too much, the moodiness and silence would settle. He swung like an uncertain pendulum between the two. Out of the blue, he said to Brace one day, "They won't have me back in the Air Force, you know, and they won't give me a pension, because they'll say it was my own fault." "You don't know anything of the sort," she answered with practical sense. "Anyway, you could still make yourself a new career in an office." "An office?" he said scornfully. "Shut up in an office all day, tied to a desk and getting constipated on a stool. There'll be no life for me if I have to leave the Air Force." In one way, separation from the Air Force would hurt him more than separation from his legs. The Air Force became a kind of symbol. Return would mean that he was a normal man. Rejection would mean that he was a helpless cripple. Yet Brace was the only one who ever saw his depression and bitterness, and with unflagging warmth and an instinctive sympathy that never hurt, she unobtrusively soothed, cheered, and encouraged him in the way that is a woman's special gift. The two were so closely identified that they were virtually fighting the battle together, to such an extent that Barda ever since has claimed that Dorothy Brace saved his life. To others, the other nurses, his mother, Hilda, Patricia, Cyril Burge, or his squadron friends, he always cracked hardy, putting on a brash front, saying that he would rather lose both legs than one hand, that he was not disfigured, not helpless, and that he had seen chaps with one leg gone who were worse than he would be. There was never any self-pity, and he never looked back thinking, if only I hadn't done it. He had done it, and knew it, and it could not be undone. It was that attitude which made his future possible. Only once he said wryly to Dorothy Brace, "Never do anything in a temper." He took to reading his old favourite, Swinburne, who appealed to some secret and cynical streak bred of juvenile hurt. "Listen to this," he said once, and read to her. "Thou hast conquered, O pale Galilean, the world has grown grey from thy breath. We have drunken of things Lethean, and fed on the fullness of death. Laurel is green for a season, and love is sweet for a day. But love grows bitter with treason, and laurel outlives not May. For the glass of the years is brittle, wherein we gaze for a span. A little soul, for a little, bears up this corpse, which is man." "He doesn't know love," Brace said, giving the woman's viewpoint. "I don't know whether you know it, but Hilda has been in love with you for a long time. The legs might worry you, but they'll never worry her. She's ready to marry you, you know. You've only got to ask her." "Yes," Barda said, "I know. She's so utterly decent and kind. If I asked her to marry me, she would, out of pity. They're all stirred by pity, and hers would last. But I couldn't face it. If I ever marry, it's got to be someone I meet for the first time just as I am now. Or no one." Then he covered up with a brazen laugh. "And if no one'll have me, hell, I'll marry you," which reduced her to demonstrative indignation. Yet he was increasingly attracted to Patricia, and she, in her own impulsive way, to him. About this time her mother took her away to South America for 3 months. Neither she nor Douglas had any illusions about the reason for the trip. Her mother liked Douglas in an abstract way, but did not approve of her growing feeling for a legless man. A trip away might be the best solution. It was a practical thing for a mother to do, but it hurt Barda for a while, increasing his moodiness. Slowly he began to emerge from his brooding. A stream of affectionate letters from the ship helped, and so did the prospect of artificial limbs. But the greatest and most constant factor in his endurance and resilience through all the months since December lay in his eternal and aggressive response to any challenge, the quality in him that is least elegantly and most effectively expressed as guts. Senior Air Force officers visited him at the hospital to hold a court of inquiry into the accident. It did not promise to be a cheerful affair, and impressed by the braid, and alarmed for her patient, Brace whispered to him, "If you're getting in an awkward spot, ring the bell, and I'll come in and say you're not well, and they must go." The door closed on the court, and she spent a troubled hour, until the bell suddenly rang, and she hurried grimly in to protect him. The officers were sitting round the bed, everyone laughing and joking in great humour. Barda called, "Ah, tea for 4, please, nurse." And fear somersaulting into feminine umbrage, she said severely, "What do you think this is? A Lion's Cafe?" and swept primly out. The Court of Inquiry's finding slid adroitly round the question of blame, considering that whatever had happened, Barda had suffered more than enough. Soon he was up in the wheelchair again, and a week after that was stumping about the hospital garden on the pylon. Luckily, the left stump still fitted into the leather socket. Now it was late March, and stimulated by the sunshine, the early spring air, and the first green buds, he was feeling eager to face the world again. One day he went outside the main gate into Redlands Road, into the world again for the first time, and as he stood on the pavement, a peculiar sensation of naked insecurity suddenly welled up, as though a strong light were beating on him. He made himself stump 100 yards down to the other gate, and thankfully went inside again to the safe home pasture. Trying it again that afternoon, he got the same feeling of exposed vulnerability as soon as he got outside the gate, and this time it was a shade worse, because 2 people passed him, staring at the peg leg and the right trouser leg pinned high above the knee. But after doing the same thing for 3 days, the unpleasant feeling eased a little. The day came when he had to cross the road to meet Hilda, and as he stood on the curb, a car whizzed past, and a wave of dread chilled his insides. It felt like stepping helplessly into a snake pit, but he made himself do it, waiting till no cars were in sight, and then hobbling across as fast as he could, dimly realizing that there would be a lot of strange and terrifying plunges to take from now on, and that for a while at least there would be as many mental barriers to overcome as physical ones. One important day, Dorothy Brace and another nurse called a taxi and took him to a cinema in Reading, and he was like a small child bubbling with glee until the taxi pulled up outside the cinema. As he struggled out in a tangle of peg-leg, crutches, and helping nurses, people stopped and stared. He did not see them until he straightened up, and then the cod-like eyes seemed to hit him. Clustered faces of pity and vacuous curiosity gave him the feeling of nakedness again, and he hobbled into the foyer, shrinking from it. Inside the darkened auditorium he sank into a seat and felt all right again, normal and belonging with all the others. But later, as he ran the gauntlet across the pavement to a waiting taxi, he heard a woman say, "Oh, look, Jean, he's lost both of them." Dorothy Brace squeezed his hand in the taxi and said, "Don't worry, you'll get used to it." After a few more days, swinging along Redlands Road, he found that he did, at least to some extent, being able to shut his mind to the curious stares almost completely. About this time, Audrey and Adrian Stoop several times drove him for tea to their home at Hartley Wintney, about 16 miles from Reading, and these sallies into the world were noteworthy for their pleasantness. Adrian Stoop, secretary of the Harlequins, was one of the best fly-halves ever to play for England, and his home was a lovely, rambling, red mansion set in acres of lawns and parkland, where Barda was surrounded by friendliness, with no prying eyes to stare. In the middle of April came the time to leave Greenlands for good. He was still the Air Force's responsibility, and they sent a car to take him to their hospital at Uxbridge. The nurses seemed more affected than the patient. Most of them gathered on the steps, some in sentimental tears, and he kissed them all with his cheerful enthusiasm and was driven off to face whatever the future held. Chapter 6. Uxbridge was pleasant enough, but different. They were mostly male nurses, enlisted men, respectful but remote. In the ward, however, he was among old chums again. Flying Officer Victor Stretfield with his arm in a cradle, Odbert, who had played rugger with him and was in with a slipped cartilage, and others of his own ilk, all barely mobile crocs in some way, so that he felt naturally at home among them. In fact, the RAF was his home. No other place gave him the same feeling, and it linked him again with the past to which once more he belonged. For a few days the usual service restrictions irked a little, especially the hot day he stumped 3/4 of a mile to the group captain's house for elevenses, and struggled sweatily all the way back to arrive 5 minutes late for lunch. At the door a senior doctor, a wing commander, greeted him testily. "Oh, Barder, I do wish you'd try and be on time for meals. It's an awful nuisance for the staff when you people come in late." He said, "Yes, sir," thought, "You," and stumped into lunch fuming. It would never have happened at Greenland's, but then again, he thought philosophically, he would not have had quite the same companionship there. In any case, if he wanted to be a normal chap again, he should expect that sort of thing. His mother drove down from Yorkshire in the family car for a fortnight and took him for a drive most afternoons. The first time they went out, she was driving along a quiet stretch of road in Windsor Great Park when he said, "Stop a minute, Mother, will you?" She stopped, and he said, "Now, let's change places. I'd like to have a crack at driving." She looked at him in horror, but he bullied her until, before she quite knew what was happening, he was in the driver's seat and she was sitting in the passenger's, saying, "But you can't, and what will happen if the police catch you?" "We'll have a damn good argument," he said. "Now, just put your foot on the clutch, will you?" After more vain protests, she did so. He selected the gear, the car had a pre-selector gear on the steering wheel, and said, "Right, now let it up." She lifted her foot slowly. He pressed his peg leg on the accelerator, and off they went. It worked like a charm, and as they went along, he worked out a drill for changing gear. He'd say, "Mother," her foot would go on the clutch, he would select the new gear, say, "Right," her foot would come up, and that was all there was to it, apart from practice, concentration, and coordination. After a couple of hours the teamwork was quite good, and his mother became enthusiastic. "What a pity you can only drive with a partner beside you," she said. Pondering this limiting factor, he thought out loud, "If only I had something to prod the clutch with." "Well, dear, would my umbrella do?" "Yes, that's a wonderful idea." She passed across her short black umbrella, a very practical implement. He took it in his left hand, selected the next gear, held the wheel with the right while he felt for the clutch with the ferrule, pressed it down, let it up again, and the car had changed gear smoothly. For several days he drove his mother like that, and it seemed to open new windows in his limited world. This was being normal. But there was still a catch. He could only use the umbrella on a car with a pre-selector gear. There was no way on a normal car of working both umbrella and gear lever with his left hand at the same time. Patients at Uxbridge were not supposed to have cars, but Peel, a young flying officer with a broken left leg in plaster, had an old Humber parked in a garage a few hundred yards away, and he suggested to Barder and Stretfield that they should go for a surreptitious spin. In the safe period after lunch, when the doctors had vanished for coffee, the three cripples clumped down the road to the car. Peel's claim that he could still use his plastered leg on the clutch pedal turned out to be correct, and cheerfully they cruised about the district. As the car had a normal gear lever, Barder had no ambitions about driving it, until, going through Windsor Great Park again, he noticed that it had a hand throttle on the steering wheel. It occurred to him that a hand throttle would spare the peg leg to work the clutch. "I could drive this car," he said. "Pull up and let's have a go." Peel very agreeably did so, and left the engine running while Douglas slid behind the wheel. Stretfield in the back started muttering, God, if I'm going to have my arm broken again, I'd rather have a surgeon do it. Barder pressed the clutch down with his peg, put the gear lever into first, and let the clutch up again, working the hand throttle, and they moved off smoothly. After a while he found that changing gear with 2 movements of the clutch called for tricky coordination, but with occasional crashes from the gearbox, winces from Peel, and insults from Stretfield, he managed reasonably well, though in due course they ran into Slough, where the traffic was heavy, and he began sweating with the concentration of slowing, stopping, restarting, and slowing, as they moved jerkily and noisily in the stream. It was easier to try and keep the car moving at all costs, even if only slowly in first gear, so he ploughed remorselessly on, butting, weaving, and honking, carving a kind of bow wave of squealing brakes on other cars, and pedestrians jumping like startled springboks out of the way. Shouts of abuse rose in their trail, but they blundered on, with Stretfield leaning out the back, yelling, "So are you! So are you! So are you!" In due course, in great good humour, Stretfield said, "It's 4 o'clock. How about stopping somewhere for a cuppa?" "Good idea," Peel said. "Stop at the next place, Douglas." Barder promised to do so if he could. As they came over a little bridge on the outskirts of Bagshot, Stretfield said, "There's the Cricketers' pub. Let's stop there." But the pub was on the other side of the road, and just as they neared it, a stream of cars came the other way, making it too awkward for the unpractised driver to ease up and swing behind them. So he took the easy way and said, "Oh, hell, let's go on a bit. Bound to be another place soon." Chance hangs on such slender threads. It was purely fortuitous that the other cars should be passing at that moment to force him on, but it was the luckiest thing that ever happened to him. 100 yards on he saw a sign hanging out on the same side as the car. The Pantiles, morning coffee, lunches, cream teas. He eased the car and swung off the road onto the gravelled apron in front of an attractive converted barn with leaded windows, surrounded by garden, shrubs, and ornamental trees. Outside, people, mostly elderly women, were sitting sedately at little tables in the sun, sipping their cups and delicately pronging bits of cake into their mouths. Stretfield got out of the back with his arm in a cradle, and they all looked up at him with mild curiosity. Peel stiffly clambered out of the front passenger's seat with his conspicuously plastered leg, hobbling with a pair of sticks, and the converging eyes softened in sympathy. Stretfield leaned in, took the crutches out of the back, and handed them to Barder as he got out, and when the women saw the third cripple emerge from the driver's seat and prop himself up on the crutches and a single peg-leg, the eyes stuck out like organ stops, and an awed silence seemed to echo round the place. No one said a word, while the 3 hobbled to a table as though everything were quite normal, sat down and distributed sticks and crutches around them. They looked up as a waitress arrived at the table, and the interest of all 3 quickened. She was a slim girl with a delicately modelled face and a sensitive, expressive mouth, very good-looking. Barder was first off the mark, flashing his glowing smile and saying, "Can we have 3 teas, please?" "Cream or plain?" asked the girl. The 3 men giggled faintly. "Cream," Barder said. He never forgot the first words that he and the girl spoke to each other. It always seemed such a ludicrously banal start. As the girl went away, Barder said to the others, "And very nice, too." "Wonder if there are any more like her," Stretfield said, looking round, but deciding soon that there were not. The girl came back with the tea and laid it out in a faintly strained silence, conscious of being watched. Later, when she came back with the bill, Barder made a couple of facetious comments, and once, briefly, she permitted herself a faint and dignified smile. As the strange procession stumped back to the car, everyone gaped again, especially when the one with the peg-leg got back into the driver's seat. With a grinding of gears, the car jerked into motion and vanished into the traffic. The girl watched it go from the serving hatch, feeling that the bold-eyed one with the peg leg had an arresting personality. On the way back to Uxbridge, Barder was both concentrating on driving and thinking about the girl. Next day, when his mother took him out, he artfully contrived that they should arrive at the Pantiles for tea and sit at the same table. The girl came over, looking more attractive than ever, and after some cogitation and discussion, Mrs. Hobbs decided on cream tea. As the girl went away, Douglas said, as casually as he could, "That looks a jolly nice girl," but his mother only said absently, "Yes, dear, rather a sulky mouth, though." He concluded that she had not really noticed the girl at all. A day or two later came the moment he had been waiting for. One of the Uxbridge doctors said, "It's about time you got your new legs, Barder. Your stumps should be all right by this, so we're sending you over to Roehampton for measuring." Roehampton was a hospital in London where the Ministry of Pensions carried out its obligations. In the grounds were several wooden huts occupied by artificial limb makers, some specialising in legs and some in arms. The RAF car took Barder to the hut of the de Sutter brothers, who used to make aeroplanes until Marcel de Sutter lost his leg in an early crash and became interested in artificial limbs. Barder was introduced to the other brother, Robert, a short, thick-set, vivacious man with a big face and a shock of dark, grey-streaked hair. "You are an ass getting both of 'em messed up," de Sutter said. "Let's have a look." Barder took his trousers down and showed the stumps. De Sutter inspected them professionally and said, "By Jove, those are good. Who did them for you?" Barder told him about Leonard Joyce and added, "So now if you can trot me out a pair of your pins, I'll bung 'em on and get cracking." "Ha! We don't take 'em off the peg," de Sutter said. "We tailor 'em to the stumps pretty carefully. It'll take a couple of weeks. How tall used you to be?" 5 feet 10.5 in socks." "I see." De Sutter did some measuring and then slid thin socks over each stump and slapped plaster over them. 10 minutes later, when he slid the casts and socks easily off, not a single hair came away. Barder watched the procedure with interest, beginning to be fascinated by the business. "Right," said de Sutter when he had finished. "I'll let you know in a couple of weeks when we're ready for a fitting. Send me an old pair of your shoes so I can give you the right-sized feet." "Get 'em fixed up as soon as you can, would you?" Barder asked. "There's rather a nice girl I want to take dancing." "We'll do the best we can for you," de Sutter said, thinking, incorrectly, that he was joking. During those next 2 weeks, Barder, unlicensed and uninsured, drove the Humber a lot in defiance of Air Force and civil regulations, becoming quite competent, and usually steering it to the Pantiles for tea, till it became a kind of ritual which Peel and Stretfield bore tolerantly. The girl always served him, and every day the little chit-chat between them increased, though legs were never mentioned. She was becoming rather important to him, and he was beginning to realize that the situation was raising a new mental hurdle. Driving a car with companions in the normal world had lifted him out of the bitter moods of Greenlands, but a girl, in the serious sense, was a different thing altogether. Though not depressed, he was well aware that his future relationship with life was uncertain, and somehow he did not feel justified yet in making any sort of advances. With confidence and bravura, he could pat any other girl's bottom and kiss her till she giggled and said "stop" unconvincingly. But this girl was different and disturbing. He wanted to make advances, and yet shrank from it, feeling that first he must sort things out, and also not wanting to spoil things by an ill-timed approach. All very complicating. Besides, there were Hilda and other girls, and affectionate letters coming from Patricia in South America. outwardly as brash as ever, he was confused inside. Some of the other girls took him driving, and usually he steered them blandly to the Pantiles, where the slim waitress, already very conscious of him, brought tea and went away, thinking dubiously he was somewhat of a Casanova, legs or no legs. The new legs might be his solution, when he got them. He yearned for the day they would be ready, and he could put them on and walk out of D'Souter's hut, free and exultantly independent again, almost like he used to be, except, he supposed, for a bit of a limp. He could stand with other people, with equality, and with the blessing that they did not have of appreciating what it meant to be like them, however ordinary. He would drive his own MG straight to the Pantiles, walk in with full-length trousers and no crutches, and sit at the old table. Then it would be different. He wrote to the garage at Kenley, where the little MG was stored, and told them to change the brake and clutch pedals and have it ready. D'Souter rang one day. He was ready for a fitting. The first thing Barda saw when he stumped into the hut on the pylon were the new metal legs standing up incongruously without a body by the wall. Unpainted, they looked shiny and new and covered in little rivets, nuts and screws, and he was amused to see that they wore socks and his own shoes. "Ah," said D'Souter, "handsome, aren't they? Look at those muscular calves." Barda grinned. "You'll be about an inch shorter than you used to be," D'Souter went on. The grin faded. "Why?" Barda demanded indignantly. "Gives you better balance. We always do that. If you want them longer, we can always lengthen them. As long as I can be as tall as any girlfriend. You can marry an Amazon if you like," D'Souter said. "We can make you 7 feet tall." They went into the fitting room, a long rectangular place with large mirrors at the end, and what looked like parallel bars, but so low that a man could walk between them, holding on to the bars for balance. A middle-aged, very fat man was standing there in shirt-tails with a strap over one shoulder and a belt round his bulging abdomen, to which a tin leg hung by straps. He looked so odd that Barda said, with youthful and tactless impudence, "I must say, you look damn funny." Justifiably annoyed, the fat man said, "You won't think it's so damn funny when you try these things." He stumped clumsily along to the far end and began pulling on his trousers. "Sit down here," D'Souter indicated a stool, and Barda, with a hand grabbing a crutch and another on the stool, eased his rump onto it and began the aggravating task of wriggling his trousers down over the buttocks he was sitting on. D'Souter introduced 2 of his white-coated assistants, a jovial little man called Charlie Walker, and Tullet, a big man with glasses. They made him strip to vest and underpants, and then Walker, the below-the-knee specialist, pulled a short woolly sock over the left stump and slid it into a leather socket sunk in the calf of his new left leg. Above the calf, metal bars came up on each side, like the ones on the peg leg, hinged at the knee and ending in a lace-up leather corset. Walker laced the corset round the thigh. "You'll find it a bit different to the pylon," D'Souter said. "You've got 10 inches of fairly rigid foot sticking out at the bottom, and you'll have to lift your leg a bit higher to get the toe clear." "All right," Walker said. "Hoops-a-daisy." He put the crutches under Barda's armpits, and he and Tullet helped him up. Barda stood firmly on the leg, and it felt fine. Just fine. Much more solid, somehow, than the pylon. Leaning experimentally on it, he felt a slight give in the foot, and D'Souter explained that it was hinged at the instep with little rubber pads inset to allow a faint, resilient movement. The toe was jointed with a rubber pad, too. Confidently, Barda took a pace forward on the crutches, and the wooden left toe caught on the mat, and he nearly tripped. "See what I mean about the stiffish foot?" D'Souter said. He tried again, lifting his leg like a high-stepping horse, and walked up and down the room like a one-legged man with crutches. Right, he said with satisfaction. Let's have a go at the right leg. Tullet brought it over. The thigh was a shaped metal cylinder that came right up to the groin, and strung to it were straps leading up to a thick belt, with more straps looped on the top, like a double military Sam Brown. Tullet pulled a sock on the right stump, eased the stump into the deep socket of the thigh, and then buckled the belt to which it was attached round Barda's lower abdomen over his underpants. Over each shoulder he buckled the leather braces, and then strapped the thigh corset of the left leg to the body belt. Barda sat in growing dismay, feeling he was being trussed into a straitjacket. There seemed to be strap after strap, and he felt irksomely constricted and uncomfortable. "I'm afraid you'll have to have all this harness," D'Souza said, "but you'll get used to it. Everybody does." Tullet stepped back. "All right," he said. "You'll do. No, never mind the crutches. Ups-a-daisy." This was the moment. Walker and Tullet took each arm round their shoulders and hauled him to his feet for the first time. As his weight came on both, especially the right stump, it was the worst shock he ever had. He felt absolutely hellish, wildly unbalanced and strange. His right stump was utterly helpless and uncomfortable to the point of hurting, and the harness itself seemed to cripple him. In stung despair he burst out, "Good Lord, this is absolutely impossible." "That's what they all say the first time," D'Souza said. "You get used to it. Don't forget your right stump has done no work for nearly 6 months. Barda said grimly, "I thought I'd be able to walk out of here and start playing games and things." "Look," D'Souza said gently, "I think you ought to face it that you'll never walk again without a stick." Barda looked at him with tense dismay, and then, as the challenge stirred in him, he said pugnaciously, "Damn that, I'll never walk with a stick." In his stubborn anger, he meant it. "Try a step or two," D'Souza suggested. Feeling he would be more secure staying on the left leg, he tried to swing his right leg forward, but it did not move. "How the hell do I get it to move?" he demanded. "Try kicking the stump forward," D'Souza said. "The right knee will bend automatically. Then, when it's forward, kick the stump downwards, and it'll straighten out on the heel. It's like cracking a whip." He kicked the stump forward, and the metal knee bent as the leg went forward. He jerked the stump down, and the knee straightened as the heel hit the mat. "That's better," D'Souza said. "Now, come forward." Barda suddenly felt paralyzed, unable to move. It was like having a chair back stuck under a door handle. "How the devil do I?" he asked irritably. "I can't move." "That's the big lesson you've just learned," D'Souza said. "You haven't got any toe or ankle muscles now to spring you forward as you used to. That's the secret of it, or the catch. That right leg is a firm barrier that you have to push yourself over, on top of, by leaning forward and by your momentum when you're moving." Barda said to Tullet and Walker, "Pull me forward over this damn leg." They heaved him forward till he was precariously balanced on the weak right stump. Having his own knee, he was able quite easily to swing the left leg forward, and then he stuck again, unable to push forward with toe and ankle. "Pull me, for God's sake," he said. They pulled, and he flicked his right stump forward again, and they pulled him onto it, and he got his left leg forward once more. So it went on, in clumsy, stiff, jerky movements, as they pulled him the length of the room. There was no natural, automatic movement at all. He had to think each step out in advance, and then signal his mind to make the move. Whenever they eased the forward tug, he felt that the stiff leg out in front would push him over backwards. At the end, he lowered himself onto another stool and uttered with grim feeling, "This is f***ing awful." "It always is the first time," D'Souza said. "Don't be too depressed. The first steps always feel like that. It's learning to walk all over again with an entirely new system, and you can only learn it by practice, like playing the piano. Don't worry, you'll do it, but it might take you 6 months. Barda looked at him with a humourless grin. Don't be silly. There's a girl I want to see in a couple of days, and I want to be walking on these things then. De Suter broke a slightly appalled silence. You'll find a stick useful in pushing yourself over the leg in front. Barda stuck his jaw out aggressively. Not me. Come on, you two, let's have another go. They hauled him to his feet again, and this time they took his elbows instead of having his arms round their shoulders. Try taking very short steps, Walker said. It'll be easier to lean forward over a short step. This is one of the real secrets at the beginning. He tried that, and the improvement was immediate. They still had to pull him forward, but he did not get quite the feeling of coming to a dead stop whenever he put a leg forward, especially the right leg. They went up and down the room several more times, and slowly, subconsciously, he began to get the hang of it, leaning the top of his body well forward so that his unbalanced weight tended to carry him on to the leg placed just in front. De Suter said after a while, "Let's try taking 1/2 inch off that right leg. Might make it a bit easier." Barda sat down and unstrapped it. Walker and Tullett took it away for 1/2 an hour and lowered the thigh about 1/2 inch into the knee socket. Barda put it on again, and without so much height to overcome, found that he could transfer his weight with a little less trouble. It was not so much that it was easier, but just a little less impossible. Still wildly clumsy and unnerving. They helped him up and down the room several more times, and then he said, "All right, now let me go." They were too cautious to do so, so he shrugged his elbows to push them away, and took his first steps alone. 3 or 4 jerky stumbles that ended with him just grabbing the parallel bars before he fell over. He hung on to them, grinning all over his face, where the sweat was shining again. Turning to De Suter, he said, "There you are. You can keep your damn sticks now." De Suter was laughing in genuine delight. "I've never even seen a chap with one leg do that before, first time," he said. Walker and Tullett were openly surprised, obviously not pretending. "I think you've done enough for today," De Suter said. "You must be feeling pretty tired." That was true enough. He was hot and sweaty, beginning to feel exhausted, and the right stump was stiff and sore. As he strapped on the peg leg again, De Suter suggested he come back for more practice in a couple of days. Meanwhile, he would pretty up the legs with paint and other finishing touches. Barda got up with his crutches to leave, and this time the peg leg felt strange, in an unpleasant way, unsteady and uncomfortable. Back at Uxbridge, when he hobbled in, Stretfield bellowed, "Hello, here's Long John Silver again. I thought you were coming back on your own 2 pins this time." "I was going to," Barda said, "but I forgot to take a clean pair of socks." Thinking, in bed that night, he did not feel so flippant. It was not like he thought it was going to be at all. Little needles of doubt were pricking him. He supposed, a little doubtfully, that it would be all right with practice. Back at Roehampton in a few days, he found the legs painted a smart yellow. "Looks more natural than any other colour through a thick sock," De Suter explained. "Don't ask me why." Walker and Tullett walked him up and down the room again, and it was still hellish, but not quite as bad as the first time he had tried. After a while he made them loosen their grip, and with their hands hovering by his elbows, he was able to walk the length of the room. Standing facing the wall, he found a new problem. He could not turn. In exasperation, hands steadying him against the boards, he said to the wall, "What the hell does a man do now?" The others turned him round, and back at the parallel bars, the same thing happened. It seemed impossible to turn his feet round. He lurched back to the other wall, and this time, as he neared it, he teetered round in a tight semicircle, fending himself off against the wall. For 2 hours he practised that morning, until he was almost too tired to stand. "I honestly think you're incredible," De Suter said as he unstrapped the legs. "None of us has ever seen anyone like you before." Walker and Tullett inspected the stumps for raw patches or chafing, but they seemed all right. Barder wanted to take his legs away there and then, but De Suter said there were still a couple of adjustments he wanted to make. It was a glorious spring morning when Barder drove back to Roehampton to take delivery, and his spirits were soaring at the prospect. He thought it must be the way a woman felt on her way to pick up a new fur coat. De Suter had a set of 3 shallow wooden steps with banisters in a corner of the room, and when he had put the legs on and tried a couple of circuits round the room, he made his first attempt at the steps. With the banister to support him, it turned out to be relatively simple. Hand on the rail to steady him, left foot on the first step, bring up the right foot to the same step, and then lift the left foot again. Thank God he still had one knee left to raise himself with, or it would have been impossible. Coming down was the same thing. He called it the dot and carry system, and has never used any other for stairs. That morning he learned how to get up out of a chair without help, too. Lean forward, a good shove on the seat of the chair with both hands, and the left knee took the strain and lifted him. "Well, there you are," De Suter said. "They're all yours. It's a bit soon to let you have them, really, but I suppose you'll only start complaining if you don't take them." He grinned. "Shall I wrap them up for you?" "Not on your life," Barder grinned back. "I'm walking out on 'em. Here, catch this." He threw him the peg leg, and nearly fell over in the process. "You can do what you like with that." "Now, what about a stick?" De Suter suggested persuasively. "Never," he answered crisply. "I'm going to start the way I mean to go on." For the first time he began putting the rest of his clothes on over the legs and harness, the shirt over the belt and shoulder straps, the trousers over the legs. Ah, here was another catch. He had to lift the right leg with a hand round the thigh to do it, and then found that with the foot sticking rigidly out, he could not point his toes to slide into the trouser leg. The heel and toe caught, and he had to ease the foot through the cloth by tugging on each crease alternately. "Oh, another point," De Suter said. "Never try and walk barefoot. It's difficult, and you'll probably fall flat on your back. You'll notice that the feet slope down at a slight angle. That's because shoes have thick heels, and you'll always need a heel underneath to put you on an even keel." He put on his tie and jacket, stood up, and, teetering round, looked at himself in the mirror. He looked quite normal. It was a terrific moment, heart-swelling. He was standing up, dressed like an ordinary chap, looking like one, and, after 7 months, suddenly feeling like one again. Perhaps he looked a bit shorter than before, about 5 feet 9 1/2 now, so that the trousers crinkled slightly at the ankles, a detail. With great satisfaction, he said, "It looks damn good to be standing up like this again." As Walker and Tullett helped him totter out to the waiting car, he became irksomely conscious of the harness. Under his clothes it seemed worse than before, cripplingly uncomfortable, as bad as walking with a stone in one's shoe. In the circumstances, a ridiculous comparison, he thought wryly. But he'd have to wear it for the rest of his life. A grim thought. Maybe he'd get used to it. As they handled him into the car, De Suter said, "Don't worry if you have a bad time for a while. You've done amazingly well so far, but don't expect it to go on as fast as that. Everyone feels desperate for a while." They shouted, "Good luck," through the glass, and the car moved off. He relaxed, satisfied on the soft seat, and discovered a new catch. He could not cross his legs. Chapter 7. When the car pulled up just before lunch in front of the Uxbridge Hospital doors, an orderly helped him out, and the wing commander who had once ticked him off for being late for lunch was standing by the door talking to another doctor. Barder pushed away the orderly, who was fussing at his elbow, and lurched with tense concentration about 6 paces to the door, feeling smugly proud, like a girl in a new party dress which is bound to be noticed. The wing commander briefly turned his head, said curtly, "You ought to have a stick, Barder," and turned back to the other doctor. Barder tottered angrily through the door, praying that he would not fall. In the dining room, the greeting was hearteningly different. There were roars of welcome and ribald remarks. Stretfield bawled, "Long John's got his ruddy undercarriage back." He walked across to them, concentrating too much to make any answer, and feeling that he was going to spoil his entrance at any moment by making a 3-point landing and denting his tail skid. One of them pulled out a chair, and he just made it. Lunch was eaten in great jollity. "No doubt any moment now you'll be wanting to dash off to the Pantiles," Stretfield suggested banteringly. "Not on your life," he said. "I'm going to learn to walk on these pins first, and the next time I go there, I'll be driving my own car." His ward was on the first floor, and after lunch he tottered out to the stairs. They looked appallingly high and steep, but he dragged himself up and was sweating at the top. In the ward he tried to give a demonstration of walking, lurching a precarious way from bed to bed, grabbing each bed rail as he reached it, and encouraged by cheerful barracking from patients in the beds. But after a few minutes he was so tired he could hardly stand, and the right stump was trembling and aching with weakness. He tried again an hour later, but after one circuit, sweat was soaking him all over, and the right stump was threatening to collapse under him, the muscles shrunken, weak and flabby after so long without use. He was beginning to realize that it was not going to be so easy, and for the rest of the day he relaxed to give the stumps a chance to recover. At dinner-time he was able to struggle downstairs, but when he went to climb back, he just could not do it. The strength was drained out of him, and he was aching all over. A burly orderly carried him up with Barder's arms round his neck, body dangling over his back, and lowered him onto his bed. Lying there, Douglas undressed, and with enormous relief unstrapped his harness and carefully leaned the legs against the wall where they would be nicely within reach. He thought it was smart of him to remember that, but the thought was interrupted by a minor clatter as the legs fell over onto the floor, looking obscene and disembodied with shoes and socks on. Too tired to pick them up, he swore and crawled between the sheets. Shortly, another thought stirred. Damn, he hadn't cleaned his teeth. Oh, let it go till morning for once. A little later he came out of a doze, wanting to go to the toilet. Damn, he'd forgotten that too. Well, it would have to wait till morning. Sinking down again, he wanted to blow his nose, and found he did not have a handkerchief. That was the last straw, and he started muttering unprintably. In that mood there was not going to be any sleep, and at last he testily reached out for his legs, but could not reach them on the floor. He rang for an orderly who picked them up and offered to carry him, but no, he laboriously strapped on all the harness, got a handkerchief, tottered into the bathroom and did all he wanted to, then tottered back to bed, making sure this time that the legs stood up within reach. Very tired, he was drifting off to sleep when he began to feel thirsty. Firmly, he put it out of his mind and rolled over. But the desire for a drink of water crept insidiously back, and the more he tried to forget it, the more he wanted a drink, and the angrier he became. Damn and blast! No drink, no sleep, that was obvious. But he was damned if he was going to strap that flickering harness on again. Tossing the blankets back, he lowered his rump onto the floor by taking his weight with his hands on the bed and the bedside table. Then, swinging himself along on his hands and bottom, he got to the bathroom. Then he couldn't reach the tap. Muttering, he pulled a stool across, hoisted his rump onto it with a hand on the edge of the bath, took a drink from a tooth-glass, and walked on hands and rump back to his bed, where, with a last strenuous effort, hands on bedside table and bed, he hoisted himself back onto the sheet. Temper cooling off as he drifted tiredly into sleep, he realized that going to bed would have to be an organized ritual before removing the legs. In the morning, as he woke, he remembered with satisfaction that he was mobile, and after the previous night's lesson lay a while planning procedure. Was it worth putting on his legs to walk to the bath, taking them off and putting them on again afterwards? No. He went to the bathroom on his rump and put his legs on afterwards. Clutching the banister rail, he got and carried alone down the stairs to breakfast, and after that teetered out into the garden, where he got another shock as he stepped onto a patch of grass and instantly felt as dismayingly insecure as the first time he had stood on the legs. It was fairly level grass, but it was no firm level floor, and he felt that he would topple if he moved. He took a step, the right toe immediately hit a clump of grass, and he pitched forward, his first fall. He took the shock on his hands. That part was all right. But now he had to get up again. He lay for a while thinking about it. A man came running up and said sympathetically, "Hang on to me, old boy, soon have you up." "Go away," he snapped. "I'll do this." He took his weight on his hands and lowered the rear weight onto his left knee, then pushed hard. In a moment he had fallen back on his hands again. He tried again, pushing up on the left toe, straightening his left knee, and pushing his hands back towards the toe, and came uneasily, but without too much difficulty, to his feet again. Then he took another step, and fell again. That morning he fell at least 20 times, but managed to stumble up and down the grass again and again, arms flailing to keep his balance like a novice on ice skates, but persisting until his legs were aching and trembling with exhaustion again. Worse, the right stump was sore in spots, obviously chafing. The difficulty of walking on anything but the smoothest floor was worrying him. That was the worst part of all. There would be more rough paths than smooth paths in life, and the airy confidence he had had was rattled. After lunch he got the orderly to carry him upstairs to the ward, where he practised from bed rail to bed rail again. Soon he was in agony from the chafed right stump, and had to struggle to his bed. Unstrapping all the harness and taking off the stump sock, he found that the skin round the groin was rubbed raw in a couple of places. If the future was going to be like that... With a sudden idea, he called an orderly to bring him some sticking plaster, and taped it over the raw parts, put the legs on, and tried again. It was a little better, but then the whole stump was so stiff and sore that it was hard to tell which part hurt most. That evening a nurse put some of her cold cream on the raw patches, and it was very soothing. In the morning a car drove him back to Roehampton. "I thought you'd be back about this time," De Suter said. "Let's have a look at those stumps." He, Tullett and Walker spent about 2 hours adjusting the sockets of the legs. "Remember, it's darned hard for you to tell yet whether there's anything wrong with the fit," De Suter observed. "They'll feel awful for a while anyway, like false teeth when you first put them in. Later you'll know anything not fitting in a moment." Barder went back to Uxbridge to try again, but they seemed no better. For 2 days he stumbled about, continually falling, curtly refusing any help, and getting up unaided to lurch and fall again. Mostly he fell forward, sometimes backwards, 2 or 3 times sideways, sometimes on hard floors, often on the grass. As he did not fall on the stairs where he had a banister to cling to, the others kept suggesting he use a stick, but he refused tersely. From the parallel bars at prep school and the years of rugger, he had no fear of falling, and that was the big thing that helped. If he had worried about falling, he would probably have been beaten. Hour after hour he doggedly kept at it when other men would have given up to rest or despair. Moving the stiff, chafing and aching stumps was continual torment, but he made himself keep on doing so, his face running with sweat that poured off all over him, soaking his underclothes and, unfortunately, the stump socks too, so that they lost their woolly softness and began chafing again, rubbing the skin off in new spots. The good-humoured barracking that had greeted his first efforts died away as people became aware that they were watching a man battling to do something that had never been done successfully before, with only his guts to help him and a crippled life ahead if he failed. It was something that could not be laughed off. Refusing to accept that it was impossible kept him going. He insisted that he knew he could learn to manage the legs with practice. In a way, he was like a man trying to run before he could walk, because he would not stop trying, and the right stump was not strong enough to take the punishment. The more he forced himself to walk, the more it hurt, tending to become a vicious circle and making it even more difficult. Now and then he had to rest a little, because the stump would not hold him, and then he tried again. Soon, stumps plastered like a quilt, the car took him to Roehampton again, where De Suter found that the right thigh seemed to have shrunk. In due course, he said, they would rivet the metal a little tighter, and, meanwhile, he slipped a second stump sock over it. That felt better, and then De Suter found a hard muscle developing at the back of the thigh, and with a little hammer, Tullett tapped out an almost imperceptible indentation in the metal to accommodate it. To reduce sweat and chafing, De Suter suggested keeping both stumps well powdered. Then Walker lacquered the leather socket of the left leg so that the sides would not hold perspiration. Barder found it fascinating to watch their ingenious approach to each new problem. But the main problem, the sheer clumsiness, they could not help. De Suter, who had noticed the new grimness in Douglas, said, "Look, in this business, I've seen that only people who've actually lost a leg can know the shock of awkwardness when they first try an artificial one. It's just a thing they have to work on till they develop a new skill. Most of them take months to learn. Some never do. In a way, it's like a chap starting to play tennis from scratch and having to work up to Wimbledon standard. Chaps who lose one leg have still got a good one to rest and hop on, and an ankle and toe to give them spring when they're walking. You haven't, so you've just got more to learn, and it's still harder for you because there's no one with no legs to teach you. There aren't any textbooks either." Back at Uxbridge he kept trying, but it seemed impossible to acquire balance and natural movement, and still he kept falling. Gradually he found the right stump did not ache so much, as the flabby muscles hardened with use, and the chafing came under control, but that eased only the pain. The legs were as unwieldy as ever, yielding no fraction to practice, and bringing growing disillusionment and anguish as he woke from the dreaming expectations of normality and cricket. Mentally, it was the worst time since the accident. His nature, in any case, rejected defeat, and now the menacing implications produced obsession to master the legs. The others learned not to try and help him up or steady him as he lurched, realizing it was a battle that he himself had to fight. Besides, trying to help only produced rebuffs. He wanted passionately to be independent as much as he wanted to be mobile. It goaded him to think of having to ask help in the simple physical things of life, and he shrank from the idea that people, in due course, would politely prefer to avoid him as being a nuisance. He began dreaming about his legs again, not as at Greenland's, about having his real ones back, but something more wickedly subtle. In these new dreams he had his artificial legs. He could see them, and they had the nerveless, artificial feel, but he was using them easily, like his real ones, running around exuberantly, leaping up and down stairs, and even, on one bitter-sweet occasion, kicking a football. Waking up was not pleasant. And then, about 10 days after he got his legs, he detected the first hint of automatic control. It was a little like a man learning a strange language that sounds like gibberish until one day he catches a phrase and understands it. As though some barrier had been removed, he began walking a little more easily, and after that the improvement was rapid. In 5 days he was lurching about without having to concentrate so hard, either on movement or balance. Some automatic instinct seemed to have taken over part of the work. It was not easy, far from it. It was still hard work, but not intolerably hard. He still fell, but not so often. The stumps still chafed, but not badly, and they did not ache or twinge any more. The legs still felt uncomfortable when he strapped them on, but after a few minutes he became a little more used to them, though the harness remained just plain bloody uncomfortable. Best of all was the change in the mental climate, as hope, a little qualified, came back. It was strengthened when he went all through one day without falling, and also learned to turn by spinning on his right heel. He telephoned the garage at Kenley and asked them to drive his car over. The doctors gave him permission to have it. Good occupational therapy, they said. "Off to the Pantiles?" Stretfield asked, and he nodded. "Ah, well, jolly good luck to you. I kept telling you you'd be all right, but all you did was be ruddy rude. There's only one thing you've got to learn now, and that's to change your socks now and then. It's getting a bit noticeable already." "Why should I?" Barder grinned. "I haven't even taken my shoes off for 2 weeks." "Please yourself," said Stretfield, "but I can just imagine people some day muttering to each other, 'Don't go too near Barder. He's still wearing those same purple socks he had on at Uxbridge 20 years ago.'" As another man pulls on his shoes and laces them up, Barder pulls on his legs and buckles and laces them up. Changing into his best clothes that morning, while waiting for the car, Barder did take his shoes off, and was amazed to see that his socks had practically no feet on them. Not only the heels and toes were worn away, but almost the whole of each foot as well. He realized that it must be because there was friction now on each side of the sock, where before there had been soft, yielding skin on one side. Changing his socks, he hobbled out and got a thrill as he saw the familiar old MG with the red wings swing through the gate. "Core, I had a time driving it over," the mechanic said. "Kept putting me foot on the brake to change gear, and then treading on the clutch to stop. Be careful with it, sir." "You seem to have made it all right." "Yes, sir," the mechanic said. "In the end I crossed me legs and drove that way." Barder heaved himself into the seat behind the wheel. His feet seemed to fit easily enough over the pedals. He pressed the clutch down with the right leg. It was purely a thigh movement, with no feeling in the leg or foot at all, but he could feel the pressure of the clutch against his thigh with enough sensitivity to control it and let it up slowly. He tried the left foot on brake and accelerator and found there was enough feeling in the shin to switch the foot from one to the other. That was strictly a knee movement, but the whole thing seemed to be easier than he had expected. He felt no tendency to use the accelerator with the right leg, because it felt obviously too remote, in the way that a man who has lost his right arm would not try to steer with the missing arm. He started up and drove slowly round the asphalt parade ground. No trouble in keeping an even pressure on the accelerator, and no tendency to do the wrong thing. For a quarter of an hour he drove in figure eights, stopping, starting, and reversing, and was highly gratified. It was almost literally driving a car by the seat of his pants, and rather a good augury for the time he started flying again. Doubts were vanishing fast. Now he knew he could go anywhere he liked at any time, and was even more mobile than people who had only their legs and no car. Altogether, a most prepossessing day. With his old confidence, he said to Stretfield, "Like falling off a log. Now we're off." "God be with you," Stretfield said. "I suppose they'll bring you back without a head this time." He steered out of the gates and drove in a sunny mood and at a cautious speed to Kingston Police Station, where he lurched with care up to a uniformed man behind a desk and said, "I'd like to take a disabled driver's test, please." "Certainly, sir," said the constable. "It's just that I've got no legs, but I can handle the car perfectly well." He might have been remarking that it was a nice day for all the reaction he got. One would have thought that legless men popped in for driving tests every day. Soon a man in civilian clothes came out and got into the car with him. Barder drove away from the curb, explaining the transposed pedals, but the man did not seem interested. After a couple of 100 yards, he said, "Stop and reverse across the road, will you please?" Barder stopped, looked behind to see if everything was clear, and reversed as directed. "Glad to see you look behind first," the man said. "Last chap didn't do that. If you'd like to drive me back to the station, you can fill out the form and we'll give you your ticket." It was as easy as that. Blithely he set off for the Pantiles and pulled into the gravelled apron about 3:45. This time, as he got out and lurched to the usual table, hardly anyone looked, except the girl. Out of the corner of one eye he saw her over by the serving hatch, staring, but he kept looking straight ahead, concentrating on appearing casual about his metamorphosis. She came across to the table, looking very bright, and he switched on the glowing grin. With a little less reserve than usual, she remarked that he had not been there for some time, and he was delighted that she was too discreet to mention the legs, though he had been quite sure that she wouldn't. But it made everything so natural, as though there were nothing at all remarkable about his walking. He chatted before he ordered, and chatted again when she brought the tea, and again when she brought his bill. He paid her, got up, stumped over to the car, praying that he would not fall, turned round, she was still watching, and gave her an enormous wink. As he drove away, he wondered what her name was. Now, with the car and able to walk, even if still precariously, life took on a new savour, and he drove out every day to sample it. Most days he arrived at the Pantiles for tea, and the friendship with the girl progressed quietly and decorously, with no particular move on either side. He still had to find out where he stood in regard to life. Patricia wrote from the ship in Madeira, just a brief note to say that she was due back in a fortnight, and hoping he was getting along well. That was something more to sort out. Kendall, the warden of St. Edward's School, had been writing to him constantly and encouragingly ever since the accident, and Barder wrote to let him know how successful the new legs were. Back came a suggestion from the warden. Why not play in the old boys' cricket match in a few weeks? Just that little touch gave Barder a thrill, and he wrote back a joyful acceptance. Several times in this period he went to the Stoops at Hartley Wintney, and once stayed the night, scaring the life out of a maid in the morning by bouncing down the stairs on his rampant hands, because for some small unremembered errand he could not be bothered to put his legs on. They were still uncomfortable, especially the wretched shoulder straps that seemed to tie him up so that he felt hobbled. Now and then the stumps still chafed or hurt in other ways, but he was able to control those things with powder and sticking plaster. Yet all the time he was becoming more sure of them, though he still fell from time to time. Audrey Stoop said one day, "Honestly, Douglas, no one would know that you haven't got your own legs." "Oh, don't be silly," he said. "Anyone would know." But, absurdly pleased, he got down on his knees and turned a somersault on the lawn. "I've been dying to do that," he beamed. From time to time the Stoops introduced him to other visitors, who were never told, at least till later, that he had no legs, and they were therefore quite natural with him, regarding him only as a young man with a bad limp. Natural reactions like that were good for him. He was already aware of a subtle, constrained atmosphere with some strangers who already knew. They took him one night to a nearby party where someone started playing a gramophone and couples began dancing. Barder, aflame with a new challenge, had to try. He asked a girl to dance. She smiled and got up, and as they started he caught his toe and fell, luckily not dragging her down with him. But as he got clumsily to his feet, she said tartly, "You're drunk," and left him. Later she was horrified when she found out, but she need not have worried, because the incident did not trouble Barder, who was too practical to have any pity for himself. At Hartley Wintney he met a young flying officer who had had an accident which left him with a stiff knee, so that he could not fly any more. Barder picked up his own right leg and waggled the knee. "There you are," he said. "Have it off, old boy. Have it off." It became his standard joke to anyone with a sore leg. The Stoops had a testy old wire-haired fox terrier called Worry, who was half-deaf and jealous of his little privileges, such as lying in the same spot every night under the dinner table. Barder was dining with them one night when he moved his legs under the table too near Worry, and jerked them away again as a menacing growl came up. Then he remembered, and put them back in the objected place. The dog growled again, and suddenly snapped at his ankle, bit on the metal, and recoiled from under the tablecloth, with the hair along his back bristling with shock. About the middle of June he suggested some sick leave, and O'Connell, the young doctor who was looking after him, said it was a good idea. He'd better take a couple of months and get really used to life outside again. Rather than go all the way home to Yorkshire straight away, Barder said he would go to Kenley for a couple of weeks, so that if anything more went wrong with the legs, he would be within easy reach of Roehampton. With nostalgic eagerness for the familiar faces and atmosphere, he drove himself to Kenley, and walked into a deserted mess, full only of empty memory. A waiter he did not recognize said that most of the pilots were away on an air firing course at Sutton Bridge. Then Harry Day, who was waiting for a posting overseas, walked in and saved the moment. "Hey, hey," Day said cheerfully. "What have we got here? Good Lord, you look like a drunken sailor." Then the mess sergeant came along, beaming with pleasure, and said he could have his old room back. He felt a queer moment of pleasure when he looked again at the Spartan bed, the lino, rug, chair, and the bookshelves. It was even his old Batman who answered the bell and said warmly, "Why, Mr. Barder, sir, it's good to see you back." Barder shook his hand. "It's good to be back," he said. "I'm staying for a while. Have you still got my kit here?" "Yes, sir," said the Batman. "All safely in store. I'll go and bring it straight up." Soon he was back with the trunks, and Barder rested in the chair while the Batman began hanging up the clothes and stowing shirts and things in drawers. There was an awkward moment when, delving into a trunk, he pulled out a pair of rugger boots. Their eyes met for a moment, and the Batman put the boots back in the trunk. A little later Barder said, "Bring up my cricket bag, will you?" Next afternoon was very hot, and Day suggested he join his family for a swim. Day had a lovely home with a handsome blue-tiled swimming pool on a Surrey hill near Kenley. That raised a new problem. He also had 3 children. Barder asked awkwardly, "Will the youngsters mind if they see me?" "Good Lord, no," Day said. "They'll probably be fascinated." While the others changed in the house, Barda walked the 100 yards across the lawns to the pool, took his legs off, and changed under a tree. Then Rump walked to the edge of the pool and lay on the grass waiting. When the children came down, girls of 8 and 3 and a boy of 6, he was feeling uncomfortably self-conscious, but the youngsters, apparently well briefed, did not seem to notice anything unusual. "Slip in over the side," Day said, "and I'll stand by in case you're top-heavy and turn upside down." "Hell no," he said. "I'm going in off the springboard." At the deep end, the springboard jutted over the water from a platform on stilts about 8 feet high. He rump walked to it and hauled himself up the short ladder with his hands. His arms were getting very strong now, holding his weight between hauls with the right stump on the rungs. Then he swung to the end of the springboard, stood on his hands, and dived in. Spouting water and grinning, he surfaced, right way up, finding himself more buoyant in the water without his legs, though swimming seemed more tiring because he could not kick to help himself along, and instead of being top-heavy, his rump tended to sag in the water, instead of trailing in the normal flat position. But they were details. Just being in the water felt glorious. Having tea on the grass afterwards, the children's curiosity overcame their briefing, and they stared frankly and with great interest at the stumps, but so innocently and naturally that he was not in the least embarrassed. All afternoon they alternately swam and lay in the hot sun, which was good to feel on his bare and pallid skin after the months indoors. Round about 7 the family went back to change, and Douglas dressed on the lawn. As soon as he started walking back to the house, he felt the shoulder straps chafing his shoulders, and realized with annoyance that he was sunburned. By the time he reached the house, they were beginning to hurt. He was up against a new problem. Even sitting down at dinner, the straps chafed and irritated, and by the time he got back to his room in the mess, he was glad indeed to take them off. In the morning, when he got up, the shoulders were red and very tender. He strapped the legs on, but as soon as he stood up, the straps bit into his shoulders like hot bread knives scraping on the nerves, and he sat down hurriedly, wincing, and slipped them off with relief, swearing with frustration. From a little thing like that he was helpless again, unable even to get to the dining room for breakfast, unless he submitted to the unthinkable indignity of the rump walk in public. More than ever he loathed the shoulder straps. In desperation he unbuckled them from the belly belt, hoping he might be able to struggle out cautiously without them. After pulling the belt fairly tight, he eased himself up from the bed and gingerly took a few steps. To his amazement and delight, the legs felt better than ever before, and just as secure. For several minutes he stumped about the room, an odd sight in creaking legs, vest, and underpants, and everything he did felt better. After that he tossed the shoulder straps into a corner, dressed, and stumped out to breakfast. He never wore the shoulder straps again. Patricia was due back, and he rang her home. The butler said yes, she had returned, and went to find her, but came back soon to say she was not in. "Ask her to ring me, would you?" Barda said. No call came in the next 3 days, but on the 4th morning a letter arrived from her. It was only about 4 lines, and the line that mattered was, "I don't think it's any good us going on any longer." It was the first time that he felt he did not belong, was not exactly a wallflower or a leper, but a man apart. Years later he told me it bounced off his back. It didn't. In an unguarded moment, it brought him facing a stark and ugly possibility that he had refused to admit into his controlled thoughts, though it had always haunted the background. The girl herself did not mean a great deal to him, but bitterly He felt that she might at least have made some other excuse than hinting so baldly that the trouble was that he had lost his legs. That letter, rubbing it in, loosened some of the roots of his robust, but none too firmly planted, confidence. Outwardly he was as breezy as ever when the pilots came back from air firing, but in private he had hours of encroaching doubt, which, in the end, only made him more stubbornly set on making no major concessions to life, and requiring the same important things as anyone else. Several times he went to the Pantiles, and the fact that the girl was so clearly glad to see him, accepting him as he was, strengthened his morale. A pleasant note came to him from the Under-Secretary of State for Air, Sir Philip Sassoon, inviting him for a weekend at his house near Lymm. Clearly it would not only be a pleasant weekend, but a chance to find out where he stood for his future in the Air Force. Once, at Cranwell, he had briefly met Sassoon, and everyone in the RAF seemed to like and admire him for his hard-working helpfulness. Sassoon even suggested that he bring a young man from the squadron with him as companion, so he drove down in the MG with Peter Ross, a thick-set, lively young pilot officer with whom he had become friendly. Sassoon was a millionaire, and his house was a mellow old mansion set among cypress trees on a slope beside Lymm Aerodrome, where 601 Auxiliary Squadron was busy flying Hawker Demon two-seater fighters on its annual summer camp. The Saturday afternoon they spent lying beside the swimming pool, with the Demons taking off and noisily climbing just over the pool and the treetops. As one of them roared over, Barder said wistfully, "By gosh, I wish I were up there again." He turned to his host and added, "You know, sir, I'm quite sure I could fly perfectly well now. It'd be easier than driving a car, not so much footwork." "Well, they've got an Avro 504 on the aerodrome," Sassoon said. "Would you like to have a shot at it?" "I'd love to," Barder said, exhilarated and hardly believing, and Sassoon promised to arrange it. Barder spent the rest of the afternoon in nervous hopes that Sassoon would not forget, but at dinner that night Sassoon said, "I've had a word with the CO of 601. The Avro will be ready for you in the morning, and Ross can go with you in the other cockpit." They were the most melodious and exciting words he had ever heard. Chapter 8. In the morning it felt wonderful just to be putting on overalls, helmet and goggles again, and to be walking up to a well-remembered Avro. "Take it as long as you like," Norman, the CO of 601, said. "All I ask is bring it back in one piece." Getting into the cockpit was not the trouble he thought it might be. He put his foot into the slot at the side of the rear cockpit, and Ross gave him a heave up. Then, clutching the leather-padded rim of the cockpit with his left hand, it was simple to grab his right calf and swing it over into the seat. He eased himself down, delighting instantly in the old familiar smell of an Avro cockpit, the blend of castor oil, dope, leather and metal that rolled the months back more subtly and potently than any other sense. Sitting in the familiar seat, eyeing instruments and crash pad, and taking the stick in his hand, sent a flush of enchantment through him. He set each foot on the rudder bar and pushed each end in turn. It was easy. Nerveless in the foot, but sensitive in the shin and right thigh. He'd literally be flying by the seat of his pants. Ross climbed into the front, and shortly his voice came through the earphones. "Shall I start her up from here, Douglas?" "No," he said. "Just turn on your switches and take your hands off. Leave everything alone. I'll do it." The Huck starter backed up and turned the propeller. The warmed-up engine caught smoothly and throatily, and the aeroplane was quivering with life. He ran up to test magnetos, set the cheese-cutter trim in neutral, waved the chocks away, and taxied carefully downwind, jabbing the rudder and finding it easy to steer. Turning at the hedge, he saw the grass stretching down to Romney Marsh, pushed the throttle forward, and the engine let out a deep, hearty bellow. She started rolling, and as the tail came up and she yawed with the torque, he prodded automatically at the rudder, and she straightened, gathering speed. Pure joy flooded him at that moment. He knew already he was completely at home. At about 55 mph, he let her come gently off the grass, climbed a little, turned and circled the aerodrome, and then steered for Kenley. The old touch was back, and as she cruised over the familiar fields, he was sublimely happy. A circuit over Kenley, and then he was slanting in to land. This was the acid test. She swayed and dipped docilely as he nursed her with delicate and quick little movements of stick and rudder so easily that he did not notice how simple and automatic it was to hold her straight. Quite unconscious of the legs, he flattened, held back, and then she touched gently on 3 points. On the landing run he was conscious of his legs again, but held her straight with ease, and turned and taxied to the tarmac apron in front of the squadron's hangar, full of satisfaction. Ross turned his head back from the front cockpit. "Not bad," he grinned. "Not bad at all. I couldn't do much better myself." He helped Douglas out, guiding his left foot into the slot because the wooden foot could not feel it. A lanky figure sauntered across the tarmac to them. "Hey, hey," said Harry Day. "Peter been giving you a taste of the air again?" "No, he hasn't," Barder grinned. "I was just giving him a lesson." "You were," Day said. "Well, I might have known it was you from that ruddy awful landing." After an extremely cheery lunch in the mess, Barder flew Ross in the Avro back to Lymm, and made another neat landing. That afternoon he was happier than he could remember. At the house, Sassoon asked how he had got on, and he said, "Absolutely fine, sir. Honestly, no different at all to flying with my old legs." Later he added carefully, "I've got to have a medical board, sir, to see if I can fly again. I was rather hoping you might let them know in advance that I actually have flown again, and that it's perfectly simple with these legs." Sassoon said, "You let me know before you go for your board, and I'll see to it." That was all he needed, the clincher. All worries fell away in that moment. He'd be back on the squadron, flying again as though nothing had happened, with the full life he wanted so badly stretching out in front of him. In that faith, a glow suffused every part of him. After that wonderful weekend, he drove to St. Edward's with his cricket bag for the old boys' match. The warden and the masters were amazed to see how mobile he was, and, changing into flannels, he felt on top of the world. The old boys batted first, and Barder went in 3rd wicket down, with a man by the square-leg umpire to run for him. As soon as he had the bat in his hand, taking block at the crease, he felt natural. But when the first ball came down, pitched a shade too full on the off, and he tried lunging out to drive it, he suddenly felt hobbled and helpless, and the ball flashed by the wicket-keeper. The same thing happened next ball. It was as bad as having the ankles tied together. He knew then that his old habit of jumping down the pitch was finished. He would have to wait for the ball and swing cautiously from the shoulders, and even then it had to be a limited swing, or he would overbalance. He could block them all right, but that was only negative. Still, the eye was as keen as ever, and shortly he broke his duck by glancing one to leg. It was easier to pull balls than stroke them out to the off. He got another single, then a 2, and cheering broke out round the ground as he pulled a fast one to the leg boundary. Shortly he did the same again, and had scored 18 before he flicked one on the off into the wicket-keeper's gloves. Walking back, he was cheered to the pavilion. So far, highly gratifying. But when he went to field in slips, he was useless unless a ball came high into his hands. He just could not get down to stop a grounded ball in time. and if he tried too hard he only fell over. In the outfield it would be worse, because he could not throw without falling over. Then his stumps began aching from the constant standing in one spot. He refused to give up, but by the time the side came off the field he was exhausted, and felt unhappily that he could only be a passenger in any side. It was not a defeat for the legs that day, but neither was it a victory. It left him with a mildly depressed feeling that he would rather not play seriously again, partly because the contrast with the old days would be hurtful, and partly because he felt he could not pull his weight on any team. Later that week he drove home to Sprotborough and relaxed for several weeks in peace, irked only towards the end of the period by an itch to be active again and doing something about the future. His mother asked him one day what his plans were, and he answered, "I'm going to stay on in the Air Force, Mother. I'll be flying again, and everything will be fine." "I thought you might have had enough of flying now." "Good gosh, no," he said. "I've had my crash now. I won't have any more." In fact, at that time he did have an illogical faith, later destroyed, that he had had his issue of crashes, a little like an artilleryman's theory that a shell never lands in the same place as another. Besides, he pointed out, tactlessly, if he crashed again like the last time, it would not matter, because he had no more legs to lose. Back at Kenley, a telegram arrived telling him to report for his medical board, and he drove down to the central medical establishment in Kingsway, filled with confidence and delighted that things were getting under way again. He went the rounds of the doctors who examined his eyes, whispered at the other side of the room to test his ears, looked up his nose and down his throat, listened to his heart and chest, and tapped him here and there. One of them absent-mindedly took up a ruler to tap his knees for reflexes, and then dropped it with a foolish laugh. "Sorry, old boy, I forgot. We'll take your reflexes as read." The doctor who took his blood pressure looked up and mused, "That's interesting. Your blood pressure's down. Quite normal now." He decided it must be because the lack of legs reduced the distance that the blood had to be pumped, and added, "You'll probably be less inclined to black out in steep turns and dives, too, because you've got fewer extremities for the blood to sink into." Then, with a grin, "Something to be said for losing your legs, after all." The senior doctor, a wing commander, glanced over the findings and said, "Well, you seem to be in pretty good shape. So we're passing you out as A2H, which means restricted flying at home. I'm afraid you won't be able to go solo with that, but we'll recommend you for a posting to the Central Flying School at Wittering and see what the flying boys think of you." Barder accepted the finding equably. He knew he would have no trouble with the flying boys, and while waiting for a posting, went back to Uxbridge, the depot, not the hospital this time, and did normal duties, taking parades, acting as orderly officer, and so on. It made staying on in the Air Force seem so natural. Several times he went to Roehampton for more adjustments to the legs, and also kept driving over to the Pantiles for tea as often as he could, though he still did not know the girl's name, and, affected by dormant self-doubt, hesitated to make any overt move. Yet he felt the friendship was ripening very agreeably, so that it came as a shock one day when she mentioned that she was leaving the Pantiles soon and going back to live with her parents in London. It disturbed him more than he thought it would. Time he did something about it. Also, it irritated him, because with any other girl, waitress or lady, he could have turned on the bold banter at the drop of a hat, and had her giggling and liking it in no time. Yet he did not think of her as a waitress, though it was normal for regular officers in England of the 1930s to consider such questions seriously. Then the posting arrived, ordering him to the glowing new horizon at the Central Flying School. But his pleasure was tempered by the knowledge that Wittering was far away. One last time he drove to the Pantiles, resolved to do something about it, and said to the girl when she arrived, "I'm going away too." "Oh," she said, sounding politely interested, but not ostensibly crushed. "Going up north to Wittering to start flying again." He tried to be offhand about it, but she clearly guessed its importance, because she smiled with pleasure and said, "Oh, you'll like that, won't you? I am glad." This was the moment. He said, trying to sound casual again, "I was wondering if you'd care to come out with me one night in London, if I can get down." "That would be nice. I'd love to," she said, sounding neither too eager nor too cool, but observing the rules for young women impeccably. What the devil was her name? He said blandly, "Would you give me your address and telephone number in London?" The girl, knowing quite clearly what he was thinking, printed on the back of a tea ticket, "Thelma Edwards, 12 Avonmore Mansions, Kensington, W14. "Oh, thanks awfully," he said, relieved. "My name's Douglas Bader." She had known that for weeks. 3 of her cousins were Air Force officers, and she had asked them a lot of questions about the interesting young man who had lost his legs. The cousins were the Donaldson brothers, who all rose to senior rank and won 8 decorations between them, each one a DSO. Teddy Donaldson also broke the world speed record after the war in a Meteor. Bader did not discover her connection with the RAF till later, when he also found that her father had been a wing commander, that her stepfather was a colonel, and that the girl had been a young woman of leisure until her beloved pet dog had died, and she had gone to stay with a grandmother at Windlesham and taken the Pantiles job to get her mind off her grief about the dog. For a while he was too joyfully occupied at Wittering to get up to London. His very arrival there on a flying course filled him with thrilling content. First they gave him duel in an Avro 504, and he was so obviously competent that on the 3rd morning his instructor took him up in a 2-seater bulldog. When they landed, the instructor said, apparently in ignorance of the doctor's ruling, "Nothing at all wrong with you, old boy. You might as well take her up by yourself after lunch." After 4 years in the service, Bader did not volunteer the information that he was not allowed to go solo, but went smugly into lunch, where, by the sheerest chance, the station doctor observed with appalling clarity in the hearing of the instructor, "I hear you're doing frightfully well, old boy. You must be very fed up at the doctor's not allowing you to go solo." What made him more furious than ever was that Freddie West, who had lost a leg above the knee winning a VC in the war, was at Wittering doing a refresher course, and flying solo every day, and, what was more, he walked with a stick. As consolation, the instructor promised him a weekend's leave, and he wrote to Thelma saying that he would be in London on duty during the weekend. Would she care to go out with him to the Café de Paris on Saturday night? A decorous note came back accepting, and asking if he would care to call for tea beforehand. The flat, she pointed out, was under the name of Addison, her stepfather's name. On the Saturday morning he set out early in the MG with boiled shirt and his tails in a little case. Avonmore Mansions, he found, was 6 stories high, and the name Addison was under the heading 6th floor. There was no lift. Carrying his case, he dot and carried up the stairs, 12 flights, 96 steps. He counted them, and arrived at the top, breathless and heart-pumping. As he rang the bell, he wondered what it was going to be like. He didn't give a damn if she was a waitress, but he was annoyed at being breathless. Might make him seem nervous. He wasn't nervous. Hell no. Ridiculous thought. The door opened, and a uniformed maid showed him into a pleasantly furnished sitting-room, where the girl, looking very fetching in a green dress, rose from the sofa. He'd never seen her without the waitress overall on before. She introduced him to her mother, who looked young and agreeable, and a tall, lean man, her stepfather, Lieutenant Colonel Addison. The girl leaned over the tea things and asked with a tiny smile, "Cream or plain?" And after that he felt very much at home. Later, feeling debonair in tails for the first time since the crash, he took her to the Café de Paris in a taxi. The dinner was good, the girl was utterly charming, and sitting at the little table for two with his legs tucked safely away beneath, the music, lilting away in a straight pre-war rhythm, stimulated a mood of glowing zest. On the spur of the moment he leaned over and said, "Would you like to dance?" Just for a moment she looked uncertain, and then she smiled and nodded. He got up and lurched round to help her up. He hadn't meant to dance at all. The idea had just slipped out, but there was no drawing back, and suddenly reckless, he thought, "Damn it, if I can walk all right, I can certainly walk clutching a girl." "I didn't know you danced, too," she said appreciatively as they reached the floor. "Oh, it's quite easy," he said airily. "If I trip, I hang on to the girl." He took her in his arms, waited a moment for the beat of the music, and then, hopefully, lurched off. It was quite easy, if not especially graceful. He held her a little away to give him space for kicking the right leg forward, and for a while he was really only walking in approximate time to the music, steering round the bends still in a walk, but it was so uncomplicated that it was almost an anticlimax. Emboldened, he tried a mildly fancy turn, and it came off. He tried another one, and stumbled, but instantly she was unobtrusively steadying him, and they danced on. "You seem very good at supporting men," he grinned. Now and then his right knee tapped her left kneecap as he jerked the leg forward, but she soon learned to move her own leg a little more smartly than usual. After a couple of numbers, they were moving round the floor quite impressively, until suddenly he collided with her, and she came to a dead stop, her face tight with pain. "What's the matter?" he asked anxiously. "Are you all right?" "Yes," she said, torn by apology, "but you're standing on my left foot." He jumped off in horror, torn by apology himself, and they danced on. Soon the music changed to a waltz. He had a stab at it, but very nearly tripped, taking her with him on the first half-step. "Sorry," he said. "Afraid I can't cope with this one. Let's go and sit down." They went off the floor arm in arm, and as he dot and carried up the two shallow steps to their table, his other hand missed the banister, and he overbalanced backwards, landing heavily on the floor and nearly bringing her down with him. People turned round and stared down their noses as if he were drunk. She helped him up, and they got to the table, where he grinned to cover up his inward mortification. He had never fallen in front of her before. She leaned across and put her hand on his arm. "You know, I think you're really amazing," she said. It was the first time she had ever even obliquely referred to the loss of his legs, and she did it so warmly and naturally that it really endeared her to him. They danced several more times after that, and he blissfully ignored the fact that his legs were aching and that patches on the stumps were rubbing raw. About 2 a.m. he took her home, bade her a decorous good night, and drove off very pleased with himself in the MG to the RAF Club, where he had to tape the chafed patches on his stumps before he went to bed. On the Sunday he took her for a drive in the MG, and unobtrusively she managed to convey to him that she genuinely admired the way he drove and got around on his legs. Driving back to Wittering that night, he was sure he had found the girl he wanted. Next weekend he drove to London again, and took her to the Ace of Spades Roadhouse near the Kingston bypass. They danced again, and on the way back he stopped the car and kissed her. She had been wondering when he was going to do that. To his delight, after an appropriate time, she kissed him back. On the Sunday he drove her to the Stoops, and Audrey Stoop, who approved very much, invited both of them down for the following weekend. That week at Wittering, he was doing aerobatics again in a bulldog as well as ever he had, though still irked by the compulsory presence of the instructor in the back cockpit. Once or twice he assuaged this affront to his dignity by brashly criticising the instructor's own aerobatics and giving him a few tips, though the instructor got his own back a day or so later when a gust caught the aircraft in a crosswind precautionary landing, and the bulldog swung in an incipient ground loop till the instructor quickly corrected with his own foot on the rudder bar. He made a few ribald comments, but Barda's flying was so invariably immaculate that resumption of full flying duties seemed in the bag. On the strength of that, he traded in his MG for a later model that week, though it took the last penny out of his bank account. On the Saturday he drove Thelma down to the Stoops, and when he kissed her good-night at Avonmore Mansions on the Sunday evening, he knew he was in love with her, and that she was at least extremely fond of him. He floated back towards Wittering in the usual bliss of a smitten young man, unconscious of a scene that concerned him deeply in the Addisons' flat. Thelma's mother said guardedly to her, "You and Douglas are becoming quite a twosome. Is it serious?" "Yes, it is rather," Thelma said. "You like him, don't you?" "Yes, I do," her mother said. "He's charming. But how could you marry a man with no legs? Have you thought of that? You must be very sure." "I'm already sure. Without his legs, I still like him much more than anyone else." "You might have to be a sort of nurse to him," Mrs. Addison warned. "Not," said Thelma confidently, "with Douglas." She had no qualms at all about a future with him, and though, as an unusually attractive girl, there were also in the offing a naval officer, an army officer, and a young stockbroker, they seemed stodgy and even pompous compared to the zest and sparkle of the legless one. The chief flying instructor sent for Barda and said, "Look, you're wasting your time up here. There's nothing more we can teach you about flying, and there's no point in your mucking about, not able to go solo." "That's what I was sent here to find out, sir," Barda said. "Once I'm passed by you, the medical board can decide on my flying category." "All right," said the CFI. "I'll write and tell 'em." The answer came back surprisingly quickly, a call for Barda to appear for another medical. He drove to London, savouring the moment that evening when he would see Thelma, and tell her he was going back to a squadron. In the Kingsway building, the rotund warrant officer receptionist, who had seen so many accident cases come up for medical check, welcomed him. "Hello, sir. Back again? Just a moment, sir, and I'll get your file." He was back with it shortly, saying, "You don't have to see the doctor after all, sir. Only the wing commander." Good, Barda thought. Only a formality. He went into the wing commander's office, and the man with the detached professional air behind the desk said, "Ah, Barda, nice to see you again. Sit down, will you?" He sat, waiting equably for the good news. The wing commander cleared his throat and glanced at some papers on his desk. Clearing his throat again, he said, "I've just been reading what the Central Flying School says about you. They say you can fly pretty well." Barda waited politely. "Unfortunately," the wing commander went on, "we can't pass you fit for flying, because there's nothing in King's regulations which covers your case." Chapter 9. For a moment it didn't sink in, and then a cold feeling slowly spread through him. He sat in stunned silence for a few more moments, and then found his voice. "But of course there's nothing in King's regulations, sir. That's why I was sent to CFS, to see if I could fly. They were the only ones who could give a ruling. I mean, doesn't that fit the case?" The wing commander cleared his throat again. "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry indeed, but I'm afraid not. We've thought about it a lot, and I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about it." Forgetting discipline, Barda flared angrily. "Well, why the hell did you send me there to be tested?" Embarrassed, the wing commander said apologetically, "Well, you were very keen to have a shot, and I'm just terribly sorry it turned out like this." It was then it occurred to Barda that the whole question had probably been decided before he went to Wittering. They had expected him to fail at the flying test. Let him see he can't fly, and then he won't mind. Now they were embarrassed by it. A little longer he argued the point, but it was obvious that the decision was official, probably made at high level, and he had been in the RAF long enough to know that trying to reverse official decisions was like kicking at a wall of blubber. One could never even track down their source. Some time later he discovered that while he was at Wittering, an article had appeared in a Sunday paper asking, rather querulously, about the waste of taxpayers' money in giving a flying course to a man without legs. It also pointed out how unfair it was to mothers whose sons might have to fly with this man. Presumably, people who saw it were too tactful to show it to him at the time. Whether it had any bearing on the RAF's decision, he never discovered. Too sick with disappointment and anger to argue any longer, he pushed himself to his feet, said stiffly, "Thank you very much, sir," and stumped out. Dimly he realized that it was probably not the doctor's fault, and they had probably meant well in sending him to Wittering, but that did not help. As he passed the warrant officer, he said, "The bastards have failed me," and walked out. Tight-lipped, he drove to Avonmore Mansions, walked up the 96 steps again, and found Thelma sewing in the sitting-room. Surprised and pleased, she asked what had brought him from Wittering, and he told her, barely controlling his anger. She listened quietly and asked, "What's the situation now?" "I haven't the slightest idea," he said moodily. "I suppose they'll offer me a ground job." "Well, you'll still have a career in the RAF," she said consolingly, and he burst out violently, "I'm damned if I'd take the job. I'd rather leave." She talked to him for a couple of hours before he promised to wait a while and see what happened. A week later, it was November now, he was posted to Duxford, a fighter station some 40 miles north of London in Cambridgeshire, where he found 19 Squadron flying Bulldogs, some instructors training the Cambridge University Air Squadron, and a precise, immaculate wing commander in charge of the station, who said, "Glad to have you here, Barda. You're taking over the motor transport section." The job was simple enough, not much more than sitting in a little office all day, drinking tea, signing chits, and giving orders about lorries. He knew several of the squadron pilots, and he thought it would not be difficult to talk them into giving him some flying. Officially he was still classed as general duties, the flying branch, and stubbornly he felt there might still be a chance of getting an airborne job. How, he didn't know. They asked if he would like to be reclassified, administrative or equipment, and he said no. Vaguely unhappy, he soon knew that he could never stay in the RAF doing a ground job, because his unhappiness came from watching others flying. He became friendly with Joe Cox, one of the instructors training the Cambridge undergraduates, and one December day, when the wing commander was away, Cox took him up in an Armstrong Whitworth Atlas, an Army Cooperation biplane. Cox let his passenger do most of the flying, and was impressed. Several times after that, when the coast was clear, they went up together, and after Cox's reports the other pilots were indignant that bureaucracy limited Barda to flying on the sly. They were discussing it in the mess one night when Cox said, "Look, come out and watch Douglas do a tarmac landing tomorrow." Tarmac landings consisted of coming in so slowly and with such fine judgment that the aircraft touched down on the short tarmac apron and stopped before running onto the grass. They were not officially approved of, and therefore popular. Next morning at 11 o'clock, the pilots watching by the hangar saw the Atlas waffle down with Cox's arms ostentatiously held high out of the back cockpit to demonstrate that Barder was doing the flying. At the critical moment, as the Atlas touched neatly on the tarmac, the wing commander walked round the side of the hangar, saw the performance, and guessed grimly from the instructor's upheld arms that he was allowing a pupil to do a tarmac landing. As Cox climbed down, his grin faded to see the wing commander standing next to him like an outraged schoolmaster. The wing commander opened his mouth to speak, and then Barder pushed up his goggles in the front cockpit and was recognized. The senior man said coldly, "Was that you flying this aircraft, Barder?" "Yes, sir." "But you're not allowed to fly." "No, sir." The wing commander turned to Cox. "Don't you know Barder isn't allowed to fly, Cox?" Barder cut in. "No, sir," he lied. "Flying Officer Cox had no idea. I should have told him, I know." The wing commander said grimly, "Well, Cox, if you didn't know before, you do now. Barder is not to fly again." He turned to Barder. "I shall decide later what action to take about you." Apparently he was sporting enough to forget it, because Barder heard no more, and the weeks passed tediously. Cox suggested they might fly again, but Barder vetoed the idea for Cox's sake. The only diverting incident was the time 4 of his lorries in convoy collided nose to tail on a wet road when the front one had to brake sharply. Barder's report exonerated the drivers and blamed the RAF for fitting all the lorries with solid rubber tyres that skidded easily. The wing commander told him tersely that it was not his job to tell the Air Force what they should do with their lorries, and he saluted and withdrew, thinking there was one further recommendation he would like to make about the lorries to his seniors. One weekend, on leave, Adrian Stoop took him and Thelma to see the Harlequins play Richmond at Twickenham. Barder was very excited until the match started, and then, in the first couple of minutes, as a scrum triggered off a Harlequin wing movement that ended in a try, he suddenly became quiet and did not open his mouth for the rest of the match. Stoop knew that he had made a mistake, and that it would be an even worse mistake to suggest that they leave. In that hour Barder felt more bitterly than ever before the loss of his legs. All his old friends were playing, and it really hurt. Driving back to the house, they talked of other things, and later that evening he told Thelma that he would never go and see another rugger match. Nor did he. Towards the end of April he was sent for by Squadron Leader Sanderson, CO of 19 Squadron, and acting station commander in the senior man's absence. Sanderson had been adjutant at Kenley before Barder lost his legs, and when the young man walked into his office and saluted, the good-natured Sanderson said, "Douglas, this is the worst thing I've ever had to do in the Air Force. I've just received a letter from Air Ministry. Here, you'd better read it yourself." He passed the letter across. Barder took it and read, "Subject, Flying Officer DRS Barder. 1. The Air Council regrets that in consequence of the results of this officer's final medical board, he can no longer be employed in the General Duties branch of the Royal Air Force. 2. It is suggested, therefore, that this officer revert to the retired list on the grounds of ill health. 3. A further communication will be sent in respect of the date of his retirement and details concerning his retired pay and disability pension." Sanderson said, "I'm terribly sorry, Douglas." "That's all right, sir," he said, and after a while he saluted and stumped out. There did not seem anything else to say. In a way he had been expecting it, but it was still a shock, and left him with an odd, numbed feeling. Shortly it began to seep through that he would soon be unemployed, possessing no skill that he could profitably use, and mobile only so long as he could afford to buy petrol for the MG. Yet they were giving him a pension. That was quite decent of them, though he knew it would not be much, especially for a man used to pleasant things. He drove down to see Thelma, and told her. "But you could still stay in on the ground, couldn't you?" she asked. He said bluntly, "I suppose I could, but I won't. It's no good being in the Air Force unless you're of it, and as far as I'm concerned, you're not of it unless you're flying. Do you have any idea as to what you'd like to do?" "Frankly," he said, "no." He took her out to dinner at the Indian restaurant in Swallow Street, just off Piccadilly, and they sat close together over curry. After a silence, he said obliquely, "I'm not much of a proposition for anyone, you know. No legs, no job, no money." "Don't worry," she said. "We'll make out. I could always make a few pennies at the Pantiles." There was not much more said than that. No blunt question, no blunt answer. Just a delicate understanding that sent him back to Duxford quietly happy, knowing he was not alone. Shortly, another letter came from Air Ministry, impersonal but not unkind, granting him £100 a year total disability pension and £99 10 shillings a year retired pay. That was not too bad in those days, at least for someone content to exist quietly. Barder wasn't. For a fortnight he was clearing up the ends of his Air Force life, handing over his job to another officer and packing his civilian clothes. The latter part was easy. He had only one blue suit, a sports jacket, and some grey flannels. His uniforms and cricketing kit he gave to Joe Cox. One day he visited the Officers' Employment Bureau at Air Ministry. The Bureau's task was to find jobs for short-service officers when they had finished their 5 years' commission. A brisk, cheerful man asked him what he would like to do, and he answered, "I really have no idea." "Would you like to go abroad?" "Not very much. I wouldn't be any good in the tropics with these legs anyway. It's no good when they start to sweat." The man said at last, "Well, leave it to me and I'll have a look round and let you know if anything turns up." Getting his clearances brought one last-minute hitch. 6 lorries were missing, and the transport sergeant, who knew all details, was away on leave. "I can't sign your clearance," said a worried adjutant. "These lorries are worth £6,000, and if they aren't found, you'll have to pay a proportion, you know." "It'll be a damn small proportion, and you'll have to take it out of my end-of-the-month pay," Barder said, not caring greatly. "I've only got 45 bob at the moment." Then the sergeant came back, and they traced the lorries to a repair depot. The last few days were trying. Suddenly tired of the whole business, he wanted only to get the final agony over and be away to face what he had to face. Then there was only one more signature to get, and that night he took his last uniform off for the last time and handed it to Joe Cox with no visible sign of emotion. In the morning he dressed in his sports coat and flannels, looked over the Rooms to Let column in the Daily Telegraph, and marked a few likely ones with a pencil, then dumped his 2 suitcases in the MG, and about 10 o'clock drove to station headquarters for the final moment of separation. It was quite undramatic. He said to the adjutant, "Here are my clearances, sir. Would you put your mark at the bottom, please?" The adjutant signed and said, "Well, there you are, old boy. All clear." In that moment he had left the Air Force. His mind deliberately dulled, cushioned by expectation, he said, "Thank you very much, sir," and walked out. He drove straight past the guardroom, out of the gates, and turned left on the road to London, even in that moment feeling no pang, only a numbness. It was some minutes before he began to think again, and it occurred to him first that now he had no home. In the Air Force he could have gone to any officers' mess in the country and been welcomed and given a room. Now they were all closed to him, and all he had was a copy of the Telegraph with some pencil marks. He began to realize what a warm shelter the Air Force had been, and drove thinking, I can't go back there. I can't go back there. Shortly he tried to make himself accept that there was nothing behind him that would ever come back, but his mind kept reminding him that neither was there anything in front. One of the places ticked in the Telegraph was 86 Boundary Road, St. John's Wood, roughly on the way to Avonmore Mansions. Turning into Boundary Road, he liked its plane trees in fresh spring leaf, pulled up outside a house, a typical 3-storied, solid affair, and rang the bell. An attractive blonde woman opened the door. Yes, Miss Markham said, she had a room for a guinea a week with breakfast, and he followed her up the stairs. She saw his dot-and-carry movement. "Oh, you've hurt your leg." "Well, no," he said. "I haven't got any legs, actually." After an embarrassed pause, she said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." "That's all right. I don't mind a bit." She said she was sorry the room was 2 floors up, and he said he didn't mind that a bit either. He liked the look of the room immediately. It was nicely kept and furnished, with a divan bed and good wash-basin, and the window looked out over the plane trees, rather pleasanter than the usual officer's room on a station. She said apologetically, "I'm afraid it's a little small." "I like them small," he said. "I can reach everything more easily." He took it on the spot and brought his 2 suitcases up. Their contents, the month's pay in his pocket, and the car outside, were all he had in the world. After paying Miss Markham for a week in advance, he drove off to see Thelma, and took her out to the Ace of Spades. "Well," she said, over inexpensive bacon and eggs, "how do you feel about things now?" "Not too bad," he said. "I'll find my feet." The following week brought him, for the first time in his life, a proper taste, a real mouthful of the unsheltered world, where there were few rules and fewer privileges, and you scrambled with all the others for your share. It was a cold awakening, facing a future which was the equivalent of facing nothing. This was the neo-post-depression period, when the jobs required columns were full of appeals for permission to sell vacuum cleaners, and he was too fresh with past dignity to be bothered with that sort of thing. And yet, for the likes of him, there was no opening in the minuscule jobs vacant column. On the Monday, at the Officers' Employment Bureau, the cheerful man said, "Got a few feelers out, old boy, but nothing in sight yet. I'll let you know if I hear anything." On the Tuesday he drove all over London, but not looking for a job, just driving. On the Wednesday he did the same, not accepting yet the drop in status and the need to scramble. Mixed with this was an attitude, inchoate but stubborn, that he was not going to drop his standards. As at school he had disliked maths and declined to do it until forced to, so now he disliked looking for a job, and declined to exert himself in the search until circumstances pressed. It was essentially an English attitude, somewhat head in the sand, slightly snob, and rather deceptive. So far, the challenge had not yet stirred. On the Thursday he drove Thelma down to the Pantiles for cream tea. The place had charm for them both. On the Friday he called for her again, and she brought out a thermos of tea and a packet of sandwiches. "We might as well get used to things," she said. "If you won't watch the pennies, I will." On the Saturday he began to feel he was in a puzzling vacuum. He wanted to do something, but there was nothing to do, nothing to catch hold of, and it began to disturb him. He went back on the Monday to the Officers' Employment Bureau, where the man was still cheerful but devoid of prospects. After that, a man in the RAF Club suggested he might try journalism, and gave him a note of introduction to the assistant editor of a London morning paper. Barder took it along to the paper, and found the assistant editor was a slightly overdressed man with sharp features and a brisk manner. Without excessive enthusiasm, the man asked, "What made you think you'd like to work on newspapers?" "I really haven't the faintest idea," he answered, "but I've got to get a job, and as I know sport pretty well, I thought I might be able to do something along those lines." The editor explained that they already had special sporting correspondents, and most of them were international names. He thought for a while. "What about special contacts? Do you know a lot of society people who could give you gossip stuff?" "Hell no," Barder said fastidiously, and lost interest in newspapers. Going out, he thought with satisfaction that at least the man had no idea he had no legs. In the mornings now, without especially admitting it to himself, he took to looking at the jobs vacant column in the Telegraph, but nothing attracted him there. Then a letter came from the Officers' Employment Bureau suggesting he go along to see the staff managers of Unilever's and the Asiatic Petroleum Company. He went to Unilever's first, and they told him about soap and its by-products, and offered him a job starting at £200 a year in London before going out to West Africa. He explained that his legs would bar him from the tropics. They said that might not matter, though it might limit his career with them. Then the Petroleum Company, where a scholarly elderly man, like a university don, also suggested a job that would mean going to the tropics for promotion. Depressed, he explained about his legs. The scholarly man thought for a while. "We've got a little aviation section growing up here," he said. "They might have a vacancy. Would that interest you?" At the word aviation, Barder was extremely interested. The man took him along to the office of the aviation department, where the manager said, magically, yes, he could do with a smart young man. It would be a job in the office, helping sell aviation spirit to airlines and governments. Barder began almost literally praying they would take him on. He really wanted the job. Then they took him to the Home Staff Manager, who sized him up in a chat for a while, and then said abruptly, "Well, we'll pay you £200 a year, and start on Monday. How's that?" Barder said cagily, "I'd like to think about it, sir." All the way down the corridor, the aviation manager kept saying, "Of course, you'd be foolish, you know, Barder, if you don't take the job. It's a wonderful chance." Though he was jumping with delight inside, Barder would say neither yes nor no. He was damned if he was going to look like making a dirty dive for a job in commerce. He drove immediately to tell Thelma he was now employed, and they went on to the Ace of Spades, where, over a more expensive curry, he said, with unromantic and irritating masculine directness, "I suppose we can start thinking about getting married now." She looked at him in the odd, half-smiling, tolerant way that was coming naturally to her. "How much do you think we'll need?" she asked. "Oh, I don't know," he said. "I suppose at least £500 a year." That seemed reasonable enough. They were only 23. And with his job and pension he now had £399 10 shillings a year. "I'll make damn sure the pay from the job goes up smartly," he said, rather cockily, and they settled down to an engrossing discussion about cost of flats and food and engagement rings. Thelma suggested with exquisite tact that he should forget about an engagement ring for a while and have a secret engagement, to preserve domestic content at her home. Barder knew that though her parents liked him, they would justifiably worry about the idea of her marrying him. Thelma knew Douglas didn't have a bean to buy an engagement ring with. In the morning he rang the aviation manager and said he would report for work on Monday. He was very happy that morning. Being engaged to Thelma and having a job had lifted him suddenly out of the vacuum, and already he was feeling eager for Monday. When the day came, he put on his blue suit and drove hatless to his new office just off Bishopsgate in the City of London. He had thought about buying a bowler hat, but the symbolism revolted him. The manager showed him to a desk with a green top and swivel chair backed against another desk. All told, there were 8 desks and 8 pink and shaven young men. One showed him on a map where all the petroleum installations were, and he listened politely and largely uncomprehendingly while others explained what the organization did. Then they gave him a mass of documents to read about aviation spirit, prices, marketing, and so on, and at the end he was little wiser. "Take it quietly," the manager said. "You'll pick it up in due course." He lunched in the staff canteen, drank tea at 4 o'clock, and drove to see Thelma at 5:30. "Well, darling," she asked, "how was it? Tell me all about it." "Actually," he said, "I don't rightly know, but they seem a good bunch of chaps." After a couple of weeks, he gradually got the hang of things, and was concerned mainly with prices and delivery of aviation spirit and oils to Australia. It was remote and dull, a tenuous, vicarious, and somewhat hollow association with flying. In the 3rd week, a senior young man gave him his first specific job to do, handing him a letter from a branch in Australia and saying, "Look, old boy, write them back and say so-and-so and thus and thus." For the first time, Barder pressed the buzzer on his desk, and a girl came in from the typist's pool, sat by his desk with her notebook and pencil poised, and waited. And waited, and waited. For the first time, Barder was completely tongue-tied with the girl. After a considerable silence, he said, "Dear sir." "To whom shall I address this?" asked the girl. "Oh, He looked at the address on the letter and gave it confidently to her. Another long silence. At last he said, "Dear sir." The girl waited, pencil still poised, and slowly, word by agonized word, the letter took shape, a whole paragraph long. Later, the girl came back with the typed letter, and he took it from her with what he hoped was convincing composure. As he read it, he could not quite remember what he had said, but thought a little smugly that it was rather clearly put, and sent it to the senior man for signing. Soon the man came over with the letter. "Look," he said, "this is a bit abrupt, you know." Barder turned on the luminous smile. "I'm so sorry. What have I done wrong?" "Well, it's a bit like a telegram," the man said. "You want to wrap it up a bit to the chaps out there, you know. Make it a bit longer, and use expressions like, 'We would suggest,' and 'perhaps you have already considered.'" Barder said, "I'm awfully sorry, but I've been used to writing letters in the Air Force so chaps would understand what you were saying." Distinctly ruffled, the man said, "Well, you'll have to get used to different ways here. You'd better do it again." Barder pressed the buzzer again, and when the girl came in, they struggled together over it for half an hour. The finished article was a full page long, and reading it over, he thought he had buried the meaning rather well. "That's the stuff," said the senior man. "Just the sort of thing we want." As the months rolled slowly by, he sank gently into the rut of the job. For a while it was painless enough, and he thought he had found the secret of it. Never commit yourself. Never be forced into a position where you have to make a clear decision. Always leave yourself with a let-out. It began to irk him. One September weekend he drove Thelma up to Sprotbrough, and was delighted that his mother liked her from the start. So did Bill Hobbs, the vicar, and later that week the young man and the girl began thinking about getting married in a few months, if he got his Christmas rise in pay. They could just marry on his present income of a little over £7 10 a week, but there were 2 barriers. First, he had to run a car and use it extensively, which was expensive. Standing in tube trains crowded at peak hours was not recommended for a legless man who stubbornly refused to use a stick, and just as stubbornly insisted on giving up his seat to any woman, young or old. In that latter habit lay the clue to the second barrier, He lived determined to make no concessions to the loss of his legs, but to carry on with touchy pride on the same basis as anyone else. No one must help him, because he declined to admit even to himself that he ever needed help. It was the hard way, and the only way, not just to overcome the handicap, but to rub it off the slate. Associated with this principle was a resolve, growing into an obsession, that he would not drop his standards. He was a Cranwell man, still an officer on the retired list, so, by God, he'd live as an officer like all the others who had been his friends and equals. Ostensibly he might be apart from them, but spiritually he was still with them, and of them. That was not so much snobbishness as a rigid, foolhardy, and admirable refusal to accept any fraction of defeat. On his present income he felt he could not support Thelma in marriage as he should, therefore he would wait till he could. She suggested gently that she should go out and work, even at the Pantiles, but that he firmly vetoed, and she did not press the point, sensing that for him a wife who worked carried the bitter seeds of partial defeat. There were other practical considerations. He had, for instance, just £2 in the bank, and what, for example, would happen if the car were damaged? It was only insured third party, because the companies seemed to look dourly on Air Force officers with fast sports cars, especially when they had no legs. However warily they viewed the car, Barder cherished it, not only for its usefulness, but for its symbolism as fitting for a vital young man who loved flying. On the Saturday morning, when he hosed and washed it carefully to take Thelma to the stoops, he was wondering if they dared marry if the rise did not come through. Soon he forgot that in the joy of driving along the Great West Road at his usual 70 mph, Thelma, as usual, enduring the speed tolerantly because she trusted his driving. Passing the spot where London Airport is now, a large Humber pulled out ahead on the other side to pass a lorry, and Douglas eased his foot onto the brake to give it time to swing in again. The brakes had not the slightest effect, brake drums full of water from the hose washing. Suddenly alert to danger, he tried to swing in, but another lorry was parked ahead on the left, and the little MG darted at uncontrollable speed for the narrow gap left between the lorry and Humber on one side and the lorry on the other, all, unfortunately, abreast at the same moment. The gap was not wide enough. Chapter 10. Even as fright alarmed the mind, the MG's offside front wheel sliced along the Humber's running board as they came together at about 100 mph. In a screeching flash, the front wheel had gone, the door by Barder's elbow vanished, the rear wheel tore off, and the MG lurched crazily onto its brake drums and screeched along the bitumen. By some luck it ran straight, slowing up on the drums, and then it was motionless and the noise had gone. Thelma relaxed her grip on the seat as Douglas said, "I'm sorry, darling," and she had enough wisdom and calm left not to rebuke him at the moment. He got out, surprised to see that his door and 2 wheels were gone, and realized that he was extremely lucky. The Humber had pulled in to the other side of the road, apparently all right, about 200 yards away, and in it an admiral's wife was shaken with shock, but otherwise unhurt. 2 daughters comforted her, and the third daughter, a forthright young woman who had been driving, got out and began striding towards the MG. Oddly enough, she was an acquaintance of Thelma's, being a neighbour of her grandmother at Windlesham. She arrived and said stormily to Barder, "Were you the lunatic driving this car?" "Yes," he said, "but I should prefer you not to be rude, because I shall only be rude back." The two bristled at each other, and then the daughter recognized Thelma sitting on the bank of the road. "Hello, Thelma," she said. "Were you in this?" "Hello, Maisie," Thelma said. "Yes, I was." She thought it not exactly the moment to introduce Douglas as her fiancé. The moment was odd and confused. A big chauffeur-driven car pulled up, and a large businessman got out and entered the conversation with a statement that the young man had driven past him a couple of miles back, going like a maniac. He growled angrily, "It's not safe for a man's wife and children to be on the roads these days." "Well, they shouldn't be on the roads," Barder said truculently. "They ought to be on the blasted pavement." The businessman made it clear that he would be delighted to give evidence for the Admiral's daughter. Everyone exchanged names and addresses. The businessman drove off, and the daughter went back to the Humber, which was crumpled along one side, but still able to drive away. A man brought along one of the MG wheels he had found in a field 100 yards away. They could not find the other wheel. It took a garage man 2 hours the following day to do that. An agreeable young man gave them a lift back to London, and on the way Barder rang a friend who had a garage and asked him to collect the MG. The affair was going to be expensive, and he thought wryly that he didn't have a leg to stand on. Well, one thing, it gave him the answer to the marriage question: no. For the next 3 weeks he travelled to work by tube or by bus, standing, which was misery, and brought it forcibly home to show how much he depended on the car. It was even awkward going to see Thelma, and by the time he reached Avonmore Mansions, the 96 stairs seemed higher than before, and endless. It was a new reminder of what it meant to lose one's legs. The bill for the Humber came in, £10. An insurance company paid the rest. Then the MG was ready, and he went to collect it. They gave him the bill at the same time, £68. The friend said sympathetically that it was as low as he could make, but he could pay it off at £1 a week, or what he could manage. He drove it to Avonmore Mansions and took Thelma to the Ace of Spades for dinner, this time back to scrambled eggs and bacon. He began to feel a little better there, at their usual table in the oldie-worldy barn atmosphere, with a tinkling piano, tiny dance floor, and coloured lights round a swimming pool through the window. They danced, and as they came off the floor, the piano struck into Stormy Weather. "Very apt," Thelma said dryly. "How long do you think it will take to pay it all off?" He said that if he got his rise, he might be in the clear by next June. Thelma said comfortingly, "Never mind, darling. It'll give us good practice for saving for a wedding." He thought gloomily in silence for a while, and then burst out impulsively, "Look, why don't we get married anyway, now?" "What would we live on?" asked the practical Thelma. "We won't starve," he said eagerly. "Look, we aren't going to change towards each other, so we might as well be married as not." Thelma suggested that there might be a little reluctance from her parents. "Why tell them?" Douglas asked. "Why tell anyone?" "Well, darling, even in this day and age you can't live together and just not tell people you're married." "We can't afford to live together," he said, "so no one will have to know. If we get married, at least we'll have some object in life." They discussed it, oblivious to the piano, and Thelma began to like the idea. After a while she said, "All right, darling, let's do it. When?" "Next Saturday," he said. "Sooner the better. I'll hop in and get a licence." At Hampstead Registry Office he said to the clerk without preamble, "I want to get married next Saturday." The clerk said yes, that would be all right. He could do it with a special licence for 25 guineas. "Good grief," Barder said. "I haven't got 25 shillings." The clerk said that then he would have to wait 3 weeks, and it would cost only 30 shillings. Barder found he actually had just over £2, and settled for that. With a new idea, he went back to the office, and with hardly any wheedling, and without telling them he was getting married, got a fortnight's holiday to start in 3 weeks. Back at Avonmore Mansions that evening, when the others were out of the room, he whispered to Thelma, 0 hour, October the 5th. "Oh, Lord," Thelma said after a pause. I haven't got any clothes." He told her about the honeymoon. "Oh, my gosh," she said. "What am I going to tell the parents, going away with you?" That was another problem. The solution was quite fortuitous. They happened to meet Thelma's uncle, just back from a holiday at Porthleven in Cornwall, where he had stayed at a most respectable guest house. "I've got some leave coming up," Barda said artlessly. "Do you think I'd like it there?" "You'd love it," Uncle said. "So would Thelma. Why don't you both go down for a while?" With that recommendation, it was easy. In the next 2 weeks, Thelma spent her Pantile's savings on some new clothes. On Wednesday, the 4th of October, Douglas got the next day off from the office for urgent private business. At 10:30 on the Thursday morning, Mrs. Addison went out shopping, and Thelma rang Douglas and got into her new dress. By 11, Douglas had arrived, and they were off to Hampstead. In a drab, lino-floored office, a strange man muttered from a book, and, at last, looked up and said in almost the same monotone, "Well, congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Barda." Something, obviously, had to be done about the witness, who was a bored-looking clerk, dragged in for the occasion from a next-door office. It was almost the last straw for Douglas, who had had to calculate his honeymoon budget to the last penny. Driving off in the MG, both were shaken by the unemotional nature of the ceremony, and neither felt really married, though neither said so. Douglas merely observed, after a quiet spell, "We'll have that done in a church next time," and Thelma agreed feelingly. They lunched at an hotel on the Eastbourne Road, and Douglas ordered a bottle of champagne. It was the first time he had really had a drink in his life, and as the glow spread through each, they began at last to feel happily married. He drove her back to London, dropped her at Avonmore Mansions, and she took the wedding ring off and put it in her purse before she went home. A few hours later he called at the flat for dinner, as though he had just come from the office. That night they announced their engagement to the family, promising, slightly tongue-in-cheek, and with bare technical truth, that they would not be arranging a wedding for some time until he could support her comfortably. Everyone seemed quite happy about that. In fact, Mrs. Addison no longer noticed that he had no legs. After he had gone to Boundary Road that night, she brought out an old diamond ring and gave it to Thelma, saying, "Look, darling, I don't suppose Douglas has many pennies to buy a ring, but this old one of Granny's has some nice diamonds, and he could probably get them reset." On the Saturday morning, the Times announced the engagement, and the happy couple drove off towards Porthleven for their honeymoon. It rained all the way down, and nearly all the fortnight they spent in the grey Cornish stone house, where the upright and unsuspecting landlord woke each in their separate rooms at 8 o'clock every morning with a cup of tea. With each other and a sense of humour, they enjoyed it, driving off with a picnic lunch every day round the sodden countryside, and it was even vastly funny when the seagulls choked on pieces of the landlady's adamantine rock cakes, and bashed the pieces with their beaks against even harder rocks to break them up into swallowable size. On the last Sunday they drove back to London to start married life. He left her at Avonmore Mansions and went back to Boundary Road. Thereafter he saw her nearly every evening, either having dinner at Avonmore Mansions or taking her out for scrambled eggs to the Ace of Spades. On Christmas Eve the manager said to Douglas, "We're very satisfied with your work, Barda, and I'm happy to tell you that we are raising your salary by £50 a year." It helped in paying the car bills, but as winter dragged on, he began to feel bogged down in a morass, increasingly frustrated by the dull and undemanding job, and the virtual and indefinite separation from Thelma. The job offered no challenge, and as he was barred from going overseas, offered few prospects either, except interminable, safe dreariness, bound to debt and a desk as one of the 8 pink and shaven bog rats, as they called themselves. There was not even a game he could turn to for relief. His legs still troubled him. He could never walk far without weariness and chafing, and sometimes he had to go back to Roehampton for adjustments. Always he was conscious of the legs, their discomfort and limitations, and the pain they often caused, though he never complained about them, even when he fell, which was not often now. Thelma was the one bright spot. She was soothing and undemanding, knowing instinctively how to cope with his moods, which were a form of rebellion against circumstances. Often the moods led him into extravagance to relieve the drabness, and also to maintain the standards he was bent upon. Maintaining those was like hanging on to a lifebelt in the morass. It was hard to save. Sometimes he spent as much as £4 in a weekend, yet any resistance at those times would have driven him to further excesses. She never nagged him, but always waited quietly till his own conscience stirred, and then unobtrusively steered him in the right direction, and encouraged him to relax and carry on. He could hardly have married a more suitable girl. She was utterly unselfish. One day she lured him into going to a fortune-teller, getting him, after his first grumbles, to treat it as a joke. He went into a dark and dingy room, and shortly a wrinkled old woman shuffled in, took his palm, and surprised him by saying that he was destined to have trouble with his feet and legs. She added, "There is a period of difficulty in front of you, but you will be a great deal happier in due course. You will become famous, and be decorated by your king." Then she made him sign her book, which she kept for people who were going to be famous. In it she showed him the name of David Beatty, who had signed as a sub-lieutenant in 1904, and laughed when she told him he was going to be a famous admiral. Despite himself, Barder was a little intrigued, because he knew she had not seen him limp in. Then he forgot all about it. About that time, Derek was killed in an accident in South Africa. The Barder family seemed to be out of luck. On a spring Saturday at Hartley-Wintney, Adrian Stoop and Tinny Dean, a Harlequins and England scrum half, were going to play golf at a local 9-hole course, and suggested that Douglas and Thelma go and see them hit off. Perhaps Douglas could walk a couple of holes with them. After they drove off, Douglas said he would potter about the fairway until they returned, so Stoop handed him a 7-iron and a ball, and suggested he potter about with them. When Stoop and Dean had gone on, he dropped the ball on the grass, and took a swing at it, but the club missed the ball by inches, and he overbalanced and fell flat on his back. He got up and tried again, and the same thing happened. The same thing happened the 3rd time, and the 4th time. He tried changing his stance and his swing, and the same thing happened. Luckily the turf was soft and painless. He got a stubborn feeling that he must hit the ball and keep his balance before he gave it up. Again and again he fell, until, about the 12th attempt, the club hit the ball with a sweet click, and, lying on his back a moment later, he could still see it in parabolic flight. Something about that click was very satisfying. He tried again, missed, and fell over. He kept falling over and missing every time, until, on about the 25th shot, he hit it for the 2nd time, or rather topped it, and fell over again. In the 30s, he hit it twice more, one of them another exciting click, but still fell as before. After he had fallen about 40 times, Thelma said persuasively, "Now come on, I think you've had enough." Next day he tried the 7-iron again on the Stoop's lawn, this time with Stoop coaching. Several times he hit the ball, but still he kept falling over. It was remarkable how precarious the balance was as soon as the swing of shoulders and arms took his weight a fraction over the straddle of his feet. There was no instinct or agility to correct. He had fallen about 20 times again when he tried a shorter and slower swing, hit the ball, and just kept his balance. As he looked up with a triumphant grin, Thelma said, "Good, now you'll be satisfied." "Not on your life," he said, got the ball back, and kept on trying. Shortly he hit it without falling again, and did it several times more after that. The following weekend he tried again at the Stoops, until 9 times out of 10 he was hitting the ball and not falling. It had started off as a determination to do it once, and now it was something more, part obsession to be able to do it every time, and part pleasure from the feel and the sound of the click when he hit it cleanly and saw it arc away. Stoop said, "You're getting the bug, Douglas. Be careful, there's no cure for it." Next weekend he improved still more, his brain absorbing the instinctive reflexes needed to keep his balance, and thus freeing him to concentrate on hitting the ball. A couple of weekends later, Tinny Dean took him over to the golf course and handed him a 3-wood on the first tee. Acutely aware of the concentrated eyes of the usual first tee onlookers, he desperately wanted to hit the ball, stay on his feet, and not let them know he had no legs. "Don't worry," Dean assured him. "Everyone misses on the first tee." With taut concentration, he braced his feet wide apart, took a slow swing, and connected. Stumbling, he still kept his feet, and saw the ball flight about 100 yards, fading with a little slice. "That was a hell of a good shot," said Dean. "It was a hell of a fluke," muttered Barder, vastly satisfied. He walked down the fairway with Dean, borrowed a couple of clubs, and more or less hacked his way to the green, though he did not finish the hole. He hit off the next tee without any strange prying eyes, and then Dean went ahead to do his round, leaving him a couple of clubs to practice with up and down the fairway. Later he returned to the clubhouse, stumps chafed and aching, and glowing with satisfaction and perspiration. All that week Barder found he was looking forward with longing to the weekend's golf practice. Dean took him to the North Hants course at Fleet, and he struggled round the first 2 holes, falling over only once, then staying to practice on the 3rd fairway. Already the muscles of the stumps were developing, and he learned the trick of smearing zinc ointment on spots that were likely to chafe, then powdering and taping them. He was hitting drives consistently over 100 yards, sending them farther and farther as he developed more instinctive balance and could put more effort into the swing. The odd thing was that though he sometimes mishit, his good shots sailed dead straight, probably for the simple reason that where normal men tried to press with wild and sloppy swings, Barder had to keep perfect balance and control or fall over. Where other men overbalancing could grab at the ground with toes, or steady themselves with ankle muscles or 2 knees, Barder had to keep his head still and down without excessive body sway. It made his strokes look a little stiff, but they were clean-cut and even, and had behind them the strength of shoulders, arms, and wrists that had been strong before, and had developed more since he had lost his legs. Then again he had the born athlete's coordination of eye, mind, and muscle, and fanatical tenacity. He had always shone at games, and it was an irritant to his ego to feel like a novice, even compared to plump lady battlers of the "good shot, Gladys" school. He and Thelma went 2 or 3 more times to North Hants, and it was like a window opening on a new world. They met a lot of people there, and now, as well as the joy of hitting a ball, there was the pleasure of a new social life with fellow addicts. After a month, he got to the stage of doing 3 or 4 holes every Saturday and Sunday, feeling stronger and hitting the ball longer each new weekend. On anything except very even ground, he still had to worry about keeping his balance, and therefore often miss-hit. But now and then he did a hole in 4 or 5, and one day, coming off the course with Thelma after practice, he said, "You know, this could be a game I might play on level terms with anyone." The club secretary suggested he might become a member for a year at nominal rates to see how he got on, and he joined with delight. Then he started wondering how he could afford to buy clubs. "My dear chap," Dean said, "spring along to the Railway Lost Property Office. You can pick 'em up there for a song." He did so, and bought 6 good steel-shafted clubs for 7 shillings and 6pence each, and a light bag. Thelma became an enthusiastic caddie, and never stopped encouraging him. Already she could see he had a new and absorbing interest in life. Towards the end of August he was playing 6 holes at a time. In early September he played 9 holes for the first time, though towards the end, as he got tired and erratic, he gave up counting. The following week he did 12 holes. The legs did not ache or chafe so much now, and he found himself less and less tired. His drives were now reaching out nearly 200 yards, though not always in the right direction, and he got some satisfaction from the astonishment and admiration of the first tee spectators. It was at the beginning of October, nearly the first wedding anniversary, that he played his first straight 18 holes. Back at the clubhouse, delighted, he said, "You know, I feel so fresh I could do another 9. "No, you don't," Thelma said. "You come and have some tea." He resolved after that to play 18 holes every time, and at the end of November he broke 100 for the first time. One would have thought he had won the Irish sweep. Next weekend he played 27 holes in one day, and then, in December, he played 18 holes one morning and 18 in the afternoon, returning to the clubhouse utterly exhausted, with the chafed stumps hurting him, sweat pouring off, but grinning all over his face. Even on cold days the sweat ran off him, evidence of the tremendous effort that he had to exert in getting round. That was the only outward sign that told people how hard he had to work at the normally simple process of walking. He felt now that he was a golf slave for life, and that delighted Thelma, who was no golf widow, but carried his clubs for him on every round. There was one further complication about playing golf with artificial legs. The feet had a little fore and aft movement, but no lateral give at all, so that when he straddled his legs to play a shot, the ankles were quite stiff, and he stood uncomfortably on the inside of each sole. He lamented of this defect at Roehampton, and the ingenious craftsman there designed and fitted a kind of universal joint in the ankles, allowing lateral give against rubber pads, so that he could stand with legs apart and feet flat on the ground. It felt instantly better the first time he tried it, until at the 14th hole his right foot fell off. Luckily he had thought of that possibility, and brought a spare pair of legs in the car, so he only had to lie beside the green until Thelma came back with another leg. At Roehampton they redesigned the joint, and the new model gave no trouble thereafter. That Christmas he got a rise of £25 a year. He was out of debt now, and it brought his total income to £475 a year, so that they could really start saving for a second wedding. Yet by this time the passionless decorum of the office was reducing him to restive desperation, and he began talking fretfully about throwing it up and trying to get something less stultifying. Leaving the job would certainly mean postponing the church marriage again, But Thelma was patient and unselfish about that. Her attitude was that if he were not happy, and they married officially, he would have no chance then of leaving the company, and would be unhappier than ever. Still, the only other jobs that seemed available were the revolting hawking of vacuum cleaners, which would be defeat. Several times he spoke to friends who might know of other jobs, but they all advised him depressingly to stay with the company where the future was safe, if unspectacular. If he had had his own legs still, he would probably have resigned, married Thelma again publicly, and battled for a new career. But psychologically, the loss of legs forced him into unnatural caution, because no lowering of present standards could be tolerated. He heard there was a vacancy in the company for aviation manager in Cairo. The lucky man would have a little aeroplane to fly around in, and he fairly raced in to ask about it. "My dear chap," said a London executive, "they'll never let you fly. Your future is in the London office." One morning, this was 1935, he opened the Telegraph and saw a headline, "Royal Air Force to be expanded." Under it was a speech by Mr. Baldwin announcing that Britain's frontier was on the Rhine, and that Britain must rearm to keep pace with Germany. A bigger air force meant they would need more pilots. All morning he thought about it, and after lunch he dropped his work and wrote to Air Marshal Sir Frederick Bohill, now Air Member for Personnel, who had been his AOC when he crashed. An answer came back in a few days, sympathetic and understanding. Sir Frederick said that, if it were left to him, he would have Barder back in the service, but there was no chance of persuading others to agree. Golf was the opiate that made life bearable after that. By late summer he was good enough to start playing competition, his scores ranging between 90 and 110, with a handicap of 18. A few weeks later he won a silver jam spoon in a bogey competition, and they dropped his handicap to 16. Now he could hit drives consistently 200 yards, often down the middle, and was sometimes getting into the high 80s. By some miracle, they had still been able to keep the secret of their marriage. Living apart was a thing one got used to. After all, husbands and wives in the services were often separated for years. Usually they managed to be together the whole of each weekend, either staying at some pub not far from Fleet, which was the usual reason for his weekend extravagance, or staying with Thelma's grandmother at Windlesham. They preferred a pub when they could afford it, because at Windlesham they had to keep pretending they were only engaged. As well as golf, North Hants had several tennis courts near the clubhouse, and one day in summer Tinny Dean suggested, "Come and have a shot, Douglas." Barder did not need much persuading, though he had to play in heavy crepe-soled golf shoes, because his artificial feet needed a thick heel under them. Tennis shoes would have toppled him backwards. He partnered Dean in doubles, and found it surprisingly and refreshingly easy after the tremendous labour learning to play golf. He was limited in his movements, of course, and out of practice, as he had not held a racket for years, but the balance he had learned in swinging a golf club also worked at tennis. Once or twice he tripped and fell through trying to move faster than his lurching walk allowed, but, as usual, falling was only a detail. When a ball came within reach, he was very accurate, with a smashing forehand drive, yet, as with cricket, he felt he could not pull his weight properly. In doubles, he could only get to a ball that came reasonably within reach, and his partner had to do a tremendous amount of running. He tried singles, but that was unsatisfying because his opponent always had to hit the ball back at him, and he hated the idea of people playing down to him. Still, it was another successful activity, and he played often until he was able to enter for tournaments. One day at Fleet he played 72 games on end in a tournament, partnered by a Cambridge Golf Blue, Horton Row, who ran himself almost down to his knees, going for the ones just outside Douglas's reach, spurred on by the breezy whiplash of the Barda tongue in full cry. The main reason he liked tennis was that he could play with Thelma, though golf remained the first love. His fame reached the ears of the urbane and witty Henry Longhurst, author, golfing journalist and addict, who came down to Fleet to play with him. A former captain of Cambridge, Longhurst, who had been rubbing shoulders with the world's greatest golfers for some time, and seen just about everything possible to see in golf, was astounded at the first tee when Barda hit a screaming drive. No mean performer himself, being a scratch man, Longhurst was most impressed that day as Barda finished with a card of 81. They played often after that, and Longhurst soon learned that Barda did not like being helped up when he fell, though he was prepared to accept a tug up a hill or a shoulder coming down. Usually they played 36 holes a day, and even if his legs were raw after the first 18, Barda would never call off the second round unless his partner made the first suggestion. On the coldest winter days, with icy winds blowing, Longhurst, rugged up in sweaters and blowing on his hands, used to marvel at him playing in a thin, short-sleeved shirt, still sweating freely, impervious to the cold. Longhurst began to notice that Barda always hit good second shots on the 5th hole, where the fairway sloped gently up to the green. He mentioned this, and Barda said he had noticed the same thing, and thought it was because the uphill stance gave better resistance to his left side against the impact of the club head hitting the ball and following through. Longhurst thought it was the fact that the uphill lie made it easier to get squarely behind the ball, but they both agreed that it would be a terribly clever thing to do to take half an inch off one leg, so that he could get the same effect even on level ground. "Wish I could do the same," Longhurst said. At Roehampton, when Barda went along to get the leg shortened, De Suter looked dubious, and said that one short leg might lead to curvature of the spine, but Barda said golf was much more important than that, and so the deed was done on the set of legs he used for golf. Next weekend he felt the benefit immediately, being able to punch the ball farther and more consistently on level ground than before. He told Longhurst that it worked, and Longhurst wrote a marvelling article in London's Evening Standard about the man who had taken half an inch off his left leg to play golf with a permanent uphill lie. Barda saw it and rang Longhurst in great dudgeon. "You goat," he said, "I had it taken off the right leg, not the left one." "Good God," said Longhurst, "you've taken it off the wrong leg." They started arguing about it, and have been arguing ever since, though the reason has long since vanished, because Barda had the leg restored a year or two later, when his golf had improved permanently. At Christmas he got a rise of £30 a year, bringing total income to £505, the mark he had been aiming at, and they began saving more conscientiously, planning to be married again as soon as they had £100. By May they were nearly halfway there, when, driving back from Hartley Wintney one Sunday, he noticed a knock in the engine. It got progressively worse, and soon he had to pull into a garage, where a mechanic diagnosed a broken crankshaft. For a week, Barda travelled by bus and tube again. Then the repaired car was ready. He collected the bill at the same time, £30. When he drove away, a loud and unpleasant grating came from the back. Smashed crown wheel and bevel. That brought another bill. Eventually, driving it back to London with Thelma, they came to an accident at the top of the hill by Virginia Water, where 2 cars had collided, and he stopped to see if he could help. Before he could get out, a motorcycle combination pelted over the top of the hill, swerved to avoid the damaged cars, and the sidecar rammed the MG head-on. In the jolt, Thelma's face jerked against the ignition key, cutting her nose badly, and the front of the car was stoved in. But neither Douglas nor the motorcyclist was hurt, and there was no one in the sidecar. Ambulance men bandaged Thelma's face, which was streaming blood, and he took her back to London in a taxi. She was more or less all right in a day or two, apart from a black eye, but Barder was without the car for nearly a month. Luckily, the motorcyclist's insurance covered most of the damage, but it still left Douglas with some £15 to pay taxis, doctors, and incidentals. The savings were wiped out, and so were any chances of setting up home together for another 6 months. Then, in August, with another friend in the car this time, he was approaching a rise near Rugby at about 70 mph, when the driver of a large Rolls-Royce in front waved him on. As he pulled out to pass, a car came over the rise. He braked and pulled in sharply behind the Rolls, but the Rolls was braking too, and the MG rammed its rump very hard. Geoffrey Darlington, the passenger, copied Thelma, cutting his face on the ignition key and getting a cut nose and brow and a black eye. Everyone got out of the cars, and all were remarkably polite about the affair, but that did not help a great deal towards paying the bill of £30 for the MG. Thelma was haunted for weeks by the guilty note in her fiancé's voice when he rang up and confessed, "Darling, I've busted the car again." At Christmas, he got a rise of £35 and said, "Come hell or high water, we're going to get officially married this year." Chapter 11. By March, he was out of debt again, and the money began to mount in the bank. Prodded by Thelma's common sense, he was beginning to realize that, however much he hated his job, it was not so much the job's fault as his own antipathy to that sort of life. The petroleum company was the great Shell organization, and it was Thelma who pointed out to him that if he did get another job, it would be the same sort of life as in the Shell company, and probably not as good a job. He faced it reluctantly, but with resignation. It was Thelma's idea, too, that they should get married again on the 5th of October, 4th anniversary of the uninspiring Hampstead ceremony. She found a flat in a new block going up in West Kensington, and at the end of September the fluctuating bank account was drained again, this time to pay for the furniture. Only one mild hitch happened at the last moment. At a wedding rehearsal at Avonmore Mansions on the evening of the 4th of October, he bent to kneel in the prescribed way, and tipped flat on his face. Everyone laughed amiably. He tried again, and tipped forward once more, realizing then, for the first time since he had lost his legs, that he could no longer kneel on both knees, because the wooden feet would not bend and enable him to sit on his heels. It was a great joke until he said, "What the hell do I do tomorrow?" Geoffrey Darlington, who was to be best man, said he would buttonhole the vicar beforehand and get permission to stand. Next morning they were re-married, standing in St. Mary Abbot's Church, Kensington. Douglas looking very dapper in cutaway coat and sponge-bag trousers, and Thelma weakening at the last moment and uttering the word "obey," which she had vowed she would not do. All the relatives and friends were so warmly happy to see the couple at last married after so many difficulties. Neither bride nor groom disturbed their sentimental illusions, which have endured to the present day. Afterwards at Avonmore Mansions the champagne flowed freely, and for the first time in his life Douglas joined the others at the trough. As was his nature, he tackled it with rather more zeal than other men, and after seeing him sink the second tumbler, Mrs. Addison said, "Douglas, that is intoxicating, you know." Beaming, his eyes more electrically alive than ever, he boomed, "Yes, isn't it wonderful?" adjusted a woman guest's hat over her startled eyes, and grasped another tumblerful. Colonel Addison counted 5 tumblers all told, and was amazed that a man could absorb so much and still stay on his feet, especially artificial ones. Later, Douglas lurched unassisted to the car with Thelma and drove off for a second honeymoon in Cornwall. At Farnborough they stopped to break the news of the wedding to friends in the Royal Tank Corps mess, where they were refuelled with champagne and sped on their journey. He cannot remember seeing another car on the road till they reached their hotel at the Lizard. Neither wished to sample again the Porthleven rock cakes. He woke in the morning, issuing low moans, with the leaden, pulsing head of the first and last hangover of his life, and for 2 days he was unusually tractable. 4 years earlier, no one had guessed they were on a honeymoon, but this time everyone knew, because there had been a photograph in the Daily Mirror of them walking out of the church at the wedding, with the caption, "This man has courage," and a local shop had hung it up in the window. It was exasperating to sense that everyone was smirking tenderly at them as honeymooners when they were really a veteran married couple. Back in London after a fortnight, it was glorious to be able to walk into their own flat and shut the door on the world. Settled in their own home, Thelma soon noticed that his depressed moods, which had sometimes gone on for days, were becoming rare and brief. Besides, his golf handicap was down to 9, and he had started playing squash at the Lansbury Club, a pleasant recreation spot for Shell Company staff near Teddington. She was a little worried about his playing squash. He put so much energy into it that sometimes he came back with eyes sunk in dark sockets from sheer fatigue. His partners had a gentleman's agreement to try and return the ball just out of reach, and Barder lunged furiously about the court, taking some terrible tumbles and with legs thumping and creaking on the protesting floor. Rivets often popped out of the legs under this treatment, and one day the knee bolt of the right leg snapped, and as he fell, the right shin and foot, complete with sock and shoe, shot across the court. Hitler had never meant much to him until Munich. It was then he realized there was going to be a war, and that war was his chance. He wrote to Air Ministry asking for a refresher flying course so that he could be ready when war came, and a polite note came back saying that the doctors still thought that the legs made him a permanent accident risk. Would he consider an administrative job? He wrote back, no. About April 1939, when Hitler was marching into the rest of Czechoslovakia, Geoffrey Stevenson was posted to the Air Ministry. Stevenson was friendly with the personal staff officer to the new Air Member for Personnel, Air Marshal Sir Charles Portal, and soon, by arrangement under the Old Chums Act, Barder wrote to Portal, asking the same old question. He got what looked at first like the same old answer. I am afraid that during peacetime it is not possible for me to permit you to enter a flying class of the reserve. And then he came to the last exciting sentence. But you can rest assured that if war came, we would almost certainly be only too glad of your services in a flying capacity after a short time, if the doctors agreed. It was not perhaps the accepted thing to do, but part of him began almost praying for war. Thelma, full of dread both at the idea of war and of Douglas trying to fly in it without legs, tried miserably to get him to give up the dream, but he would not listen. She tried to calm herself by thinking that they would never take him. Colonel Addison suggested that he would never get past the people in Whitehall, and Douglas answered fiercely, "Well, by God, I'll sit on their doorsteps till I do get in." The day after Hitler marched into Poland, he sent Thelma away to join her parents in the country for a few days in case masses of bombers came over when the whistle went. The family had recently taken over half a bungalow attached to the Pantiles. He had to force her to go because she had a feeling of impending doom, which was not soothed by his eager satisfaction at the turn of events. Next morning, washing up his breakfast things, he heard Chamberlain's tragic voice announcing war. He left the washing up, sat down, and wrote to Portal's secretary again. On the Monday, the Shell Company began evacuating some offices to the Lensbury Club, and Barda's boss told him that he would be based there on the list of indispensable workers debarred from call-up. Barda immediately said, "Would you mind taking my name off that list, sir? I'm not really indispensable, and I'm trying to get back into the RAF. I don't want to risk my pitch being queered." "They'll never let you fly," the executive said. "I'm still going to try, so please whip my name off the list." "My dear chap, you don't have to do that. No one's going to give you a white feather." Angry at that, Barda pressed the point, and shortly his name was removed from the list. Down at the Lensbury Club, he began telephoning and writing peremptory notes to Stevenson and another friend at the Air Ministry, Hutchinson, to get things moving for him. But weeks passed, and he got restless and even more tersely demanding. Then, early in October, a telegram arrived. "Please attend Air Ministry Ad Astral House, Kingsway for Selection Board Thursday, 10:30. Bring this telegram with you." Eagerly, on the Thursday, he found the right room. A dozen other men were waiting, and he thought they all looked rather old for flying. A corporal called his name, and he followed into an inner office, where, to his surprise, he came face to face with Air Vice-Marshal Hallahan, his old commandant at Cranwell. Hallahan got up from his desk and shook hands. "Good to see you, Douglas. What sort of job would you like?" It almost took his breath away. "General duties, of course, sir. That is, flying." Hallahan said, "Oh," and looked dubious. "I'm very sorry, but I'm only dealing with ground jobs here." His stomach sagged a little. "It's only a flying job I want, sir. I'm not interested in anything on the ground." Hallahan looked at him steadily and silently for some 5 seconds, and then, apparently making up his mind, stretched out, took a piece of paper, and began writing on it. No words were said. He finished, blotted it, sealed it in an envelope, and handed it across. "Take that across to the medical people," he said, "and good luck." They shook hands again, and Barda stumped out. Dying to know what was in the letter, he felt strung up with fearful hope. The feeling mounted as he crossed Kingsway and went up in the lift to the bitterly remembered medical unit. Guarding the sanctum was the same stout and kindly Cerberus who had seen so many men broken from crashes come in and try to talk their way back to A1B, full flying category. The warrant officer recognized him. "Hello, sir. I thought you'd be along. What's it this time?" "Same again," Barda said. "I think they might pass me this time." "Not A1B, sir. Never. We'll see. Would you please give this to the wing commander?" He handed over the letter from Hallahan. After a while, the warrant officer came back and got out a new file for him. "Come along, sir," he said. "We'll get you done as quickly as possible." Barda always remembered the sequence of events after that. He wrote them down. "I didn't know any of the doctors this time, but everything went perfectly, except for the chap with the rubber hammer who tests your reflexes by knocking you on the knee and seeing how quickly your foot and shin jerk. I'd been stripped except for my trousers, and he said, 'Just pull your trouser leg up and cross your knees.' I said, 'I can't, and it's no good.' I explained the position, and we both had a good laugh. He had a look at them while I walked, and professionally was very interested. He tested my reflexes by hammering the inside of my elbows instead. Seemed much the same. I visited the various rooms in turn: eyes, ears, nose and throat, blood pressure, heart and lungs, never a shadow of doubt. I asked the last doctor, "Am I all right for flying?" And he gave a short laugh, as though I had been joking. Finally, my file was complete, and the wing commander sent for me. He also was a different chap, slightly bald, but with quite a pleasant face. I sat down. I could see he was looking at my file, as though he were thinking, not reading. Then he looked up and said, "Apart from your legs, you're 100%. He pushed a bit of paper across to me and said, "Have you seen this?" It was Hallahan's note. I said, "No, sir." I looked at it, and as far as I remember, it read, "I have known this officer since he was a cadet at Cranwell under my command. He's the type we want. If he is fit, apart from his legs, I suggest you give him a 1B category and leave it to the Central Flying School to assess his flying capabilities." I handed the note back without a word. I looked at him. I had the feeling of being tremendously alert at a terribly important crossroad. I think I stopped breathing. I remembered 1932, the same scene, different circumstances, different man behind the desk, saying there was nothing in King's regulations to let me through. The silence seemed to go on. I don't know whether it was a second or 10 seconds. I had the feeling the doctor wanted to look away, but I was not going to let him. I was looking directly at him, willing him to think my way. He said, "I agree with Air Vice Marshal Hallahan. We're giving you A1B, and it's up to the flying chaps. I'll recommend they give you a test at CFS." It was too big to show emotion. He felt a serenity pervading him, turning into a glow, like a man who feels his fourth whiskey flooding him with soft fire. His face hardly changed, except that he took a deep breath, said correctly, "Thank you very much, sir," and walked out, feeling that the wasted years were cancelled, and he was picking up life again from the moment he had crashed, back on a par with the chosen few. In that mood he drove to the Pantiles. The fact that a war had opened the gate never crossed his mind. Personal content was too deep to bother about externals that could not be changed. As he walked in the doorway, the family was listening to a gramophone, the tea things still on the table. Thelma switched off the music and said, "Hello, what are you doing here? Lost your job?" "No," he said, "I'm getting my old one back." It was her turn to feel that the moment was too big to show emotion, though, as a matter of fact, ever since he had known her, she had always retired into a studied restraint in moments of crisis. The deeper the feeling, the less she allowed it to show, and the most she said this time was, miserably, "I suppose you'll be very happy now." Back at the Lensbury Club, a few days passed with no more word from the RAF, and he became intolerably impatient. It was not that he wanted to burst straight into action, because there was no fighting except far off in Poland. He just wanted to get back into the RAF, into an aeroplane, and get the feel of the life back again, especially now that there was a purpose in it. He took to ringing Stevenson and Hutchinson in the old peremptory way, bullying them to make someone do something immediately. All the latent vigour, banked up for years, was bursting out. On the 14th of October, a telegram came from the Central Flying School at Uphaven. "Suggest report for test 18th of October. He drove down next morning. It was over 7 years since he had flown. He was bound to be rusty, but only on the way down did the insidious, disturbing thought cross his mind that he might fail the test. He tried to put the thought out of his mind, but it would not go. It was odd at first, walking into the grey stone mess in flannels and sports coat, while everyone else walked about confidently in uniform. He felt awkward and out of place, until he came across Joe Cox there, and also the thick-set, amusing Rupert Lee, whom he had last known as a junior cadet at Cranwell. "You're my meat," Lee said menacingly. "I am the maestro of the refresher flight, and I give you your test. I know you will behave courteously towards me." That demolished the insidious fear. Under the old Chums Act it was in the bag, unless he made some unthinkable blunder. After lunch, Lee took him out to a Harvard advanced trainer on the undulating grass field. This was going to be different from the old Bulldog. The Harvard was a sturdy monoplane, its cockpit crammed with 100 instruments and knobs compared to the 20-odd in the Bulldog. It had all the modern things he had never encountered before. Flaps, constant-speed propeller, retractable undercarriage, and brakes. Brakes! To his horror, when he got into the cockpit, he saw that the Harvard had foot brakes, and they were a physical impossibility for him to manipulate sensitively as well as the rudder pedals. Lee soothed his truculent lament. "Forget about the brakes. I'll work them. You won't have to worry about them after today, because the Harvard's the only aircraft in the service that hasn't got a handbrake on the stick." Lee explained the cockpit, climbed into the back seat, and started up. "I'll do a circuit first," he said, "and then you have a stab." He took the Harvard off with a surging, satisfying bellow, and explained what he was doing all the way round. After landing, he taxied back to the downwind perimeter and said, "Right, she's yours." Barder was too busy to feel that this was the moment. He went through the cockpit drill, turned into wind, and opened the throttle, and as she went away with a roar and picked up her tail, there was no swing. Soon she lifted, docile in his hands, and he remembered to change pitch as she climbed. Just for a minute or two it felt a little strange, but as he flew round for a quarter of an hour, the feel came back, dispersing the last wisp of unease and filling him with joy. With Lee's voice jogging his mind about pitch, undercarriage, and flaps, he turned in to land. She was heavier than he realized, and he undershot, but tickled her over the fence with a bit of engine and flattened, easing back and back till he cut the throttle, held her off, and then cut her tail down as she settled. She touched smoothly and ran without swinging. Surprised that she was so easy to fly, he took her off again and spent an hour doing 2 more landings and then climbing for a roll and a loop before landing again, exultant. When they taxied in and got out, Lee's first words were, "Well, it's damn silly asking me if you can fly. However, I'll humour them and write recommending that you be readmitted to the fold and posted here for a full refresher course." He went back to the Lensbury with warm content that changed to growing impatience, and as the days and then the weeks passed without word, he started pestering Stevenson and Hutchinson again. The news came and saddened him that Harry Day, his old flight commander, was missing from a semi-suicidal daylight reconnaissance over Germany. Day was later reported a prisoner of war. Towards the end of November, an Air Ministry envelope arrived. He ripped it open, and there it was, in detached official language. They would take him back, not on the volunteer reserve, but as a regular officer, re-employed in his former rank and seniority, which meant higher pay. His retired pay would cease, but his 100% disability pension would continue. That was a droll touch, 100% fit and 100% disabled. If the terms were acceptable, would he kindly state when he was prepared to report to CFS for duty? That day was a Friday. He wrote back, naming Sunday, rang his tailor to demand a new uniform within a week, and left his desk for the last time. That gave him a final day with Thelma at the Pantiles, and he could not disguise his glee until, on the Sunday when he had put his bag in the MG and was ready to go, Thelma, for the first time since he had known her, gave way, and the tears began trickling down her face as she stood by the car. Then she turned and ran into the house. He drove away, greatly sobered, and the mood stayed until he turned in past the guard-room at Uphaven. At that moment he felt back in the Air Force again. In the morning he drew flying kit, which was deeply satisfying. Along with the new logbook, helmet, goggles, Sidcot flying suit and other things, the quartermaster corporal pushed a pair of handsome black flying boots across the counter, and Barder pushed them back, saying, "No thanks, Corporal, you can keep these. I don't get cold feet." "But you've got to have them, sir," said the corporal, puzzled, so he took them to give to Thelma. At the refresher flight, he reported to Lee with a smart, "Good morning, sir," and they both started laughing, because Lee, who had been his junior, was now a squadron leader, and Barder was still only a flying officer, one of the most senior flying officers in the RAF. After lunch, another old friend, Christopher Clarkson, took him up in an Avro tutor for his first flight as an active officer since the crash. Clarkson handled her for the first circuit and bump, and then let Barder have the controls. The tutor was an aeroplane he knew, a biplane, none of this variable pitch propeller nonsense, or flaps, or retractable undercarriage, a sensible aeroplane. His first landing was workmanlike, and his second a neat three-pointer. As he turned downwind again, Clarkson hauled himself out of the cockpit and said, "She's all yours, chum." Barder later wrote, "This, then, was the moment. At last I was alone with an aeroplane. The 27th of November, 1939, almost exactly 8 years after my crash. I turned tutor K3242 into wind and took off. I remember the afternoon as clearly as today. It was 3:30, a grey sky with clouds at 1,500 feet and a southwest wind. A number of aeroplanes were flying around. I went a little way from the crowd. Shortly, the telephone rang in Rupert Lee's office, and Lee picked it up and heard the cold voice of Wing Commander Pringle, the chief flying instructor. "Lee, I have just landed. On my way down, I passed a tutor upside down in the circuit area at 600 feet. Lee froze with foreboding. The frigid voice continued, "I know who it was. Be good enough to ask him not to break all the flying regulations straight away." When Barder landed and taxied in, he found Lee beside him, saying, "Don't do it. Please don't do it." "Do what?" Lee told him what had happened, but Barder could not very well explain to him that on his first solo flight he had to turn the aeroplane upside down at forbidden height. At the time, he did not know himself that it had any connection with his last flight in the Bulldog. He wrote, "I had a new flying logbook then. I look at it today and read 1939, November the 27th. Tutor K3242 self and Flight Lieutenant Clarkson, 25 minutes. Tutor K3242 self, 25 minutes. These are the two entries, and I recall exactly the feeling of the schoolboy looking at the notice board and seeing his name in the team for Saturday." After that flight, and after meeting some of the others in the mess, he did not feel so strange, even in his civilian clothes. Many of them were former short-service officers of about his own age, recalled to do refresher courses like himself, or an instructor's course. Just for a day or so, he felt like an old boy back at school as a pupil, with his former classmates as masters, and then, just in the way he had got the feeling of flying, so he slipped easily into the old atmosphere again. The last touch was when his uniform arrived, and then he was really back at home, belonging as much as anyone else, more deeply content than he could remember. He flew the tutor several times more, sometimes under the hood, learning to use the new-fangled blind-flying gyro instruments. This was a canvas hood which was pulled over the pupil's head so he could not see outside the cockpit, but had to fly on instruments. The instructor was always in the other cockpit at these times to take over in case of trouble. Then he took her up at night, which had a tonic effect on him, making him feel completely alone, master of it all, with the blacked-out land quiescent below, lit palely by moonlight. The only awkward thing that remained now was the possibility of being forced sometime to bail out. Landing by parachute is the equivalent of jumping off a 12-foot wall, and coming down on the right leg would probably be like landing on a rigid steel post that would split his pelvis horribly. He decided to worry about that if and when the moment came. On the 4th of December, for the first time, he flew a modern operational aircraft, the Fairy Battle, a single-engined, two-seater day bomber. She was heavy to handle, approaching obsolescence, and not approved for pupil aerobatics, though after a couple of days he was quietly looping and rolling her away from the aerodrome and prying eyes at 7,000 feet. He preferred a lighter aircraft, but being put onto the Battle did not bother him. He knew he was going on to fighters. No one had said so, but it was obvious. With his legs, it would have to be a single-engined aircraft carrying only a pilot. On the Battle, he quickly mastered the modern gadgets, and never looked like committing the classic boobs of landing with undercarriage up, or trying to take off with propeller in coarse pitch. Almost guaranteed to cause an accident. The aeroplane runs fast, but not quite fast enough to lift off the ground. Upavon boasted a single Hurricane and a single Spitfire. He was burning to fly them, but so were 30 others, and he had to practice on other types first. Like most of the others, he did not think a great deal about the war. There was not much, in fact, to think about in that respect. In Poland, the fighting had ended in tragedy, and the enemy seemed locked behind the Maginot Line, as approaching winter called its own temporary truce. A letter reached him from the Air Ministry, dated the 8th of December, and with a great red stamp, "Secret," on it. "Sir," it said, "I am commanded to inform you that a state of great emergency has arisen." It went on to inform him that he was posted to Upavon some weeks previously, and enclosed a rail warrant. It was another endearing little touch that the Air Force had not changed. Time continued to slide by, with flying every day and comradeship in the mess at night, often developing into exuberant impromptu parties, which revived the old spirit he had missed so much, though still he never took anything stronger than orange squash. Not in the least did he mind others drinking, but for himself his attitude was, if I can't be cheerful without a drink, I'm not much good. In fact, he was tremendously cheerful, in his element day and night. Thelma came down to stay with Joe Cox and his wife for a week, and found Douglas happier than she had ever seen him. After that, she did not mind him being back in the Air Force so much, though the thought of the future still terrified her. One night at a mess party, an army officer guest from a nearby unit buttonholed him and said, "Hello, chum, didn't you used to grind my face in the mud at inter-school rugger?" "You look familiar," Barder said, and then recognized David Niven, the actor. Winter froze hard that year. He got out of the MG at the mess steps one night, and instantly slipped and fell on the icy ground. He got up and slipped over again, soon finding it impossible to keep his balance on the slippery ground. At last there was no help for it. He was forced to crawl his way to the steps on hands and knees, and then crawl up them, unfortunately just as two brother officers came out and said, "Good grief, look at Barder, bottled as a coot." Everyone pulled his leg about being a secret drinker, and his grinning amusement changed to annoyance in the morning when he found the ice still on the ground, so that he was marooned in the mess, unable to walk about outside like the others. Joe Cox got a brainwave and suggested he put his socks over his shoes instead of inside them. He tried it and found he could walk on ice quite easily. Early in the new year, he began flying the Miles Master, the recognized last step before going on to Spitfires and Hurricanes. Then, a couple of weeks later, he got his chance at the hurricane. Just getting into the solitary cockpit roused his blood. Another old Cranwell friend, Connie Constantine, pointed out the taps. It was common in those days to feel a little qualm before one's first flight in a Hurricane or Spitfire, as there could be no trial, circuit and bump with an instructor. Barder felt only deep peace as he taxied out alone. It was such a satisfying aircraft for an individualist. He opened the throttle slowly, corrected a slight drift to port as the tail came up, and then he was in the air. From the start, he felt a part of the Hurricane. She was the most responsive aircraft he had yet flown, and after 20 minutes, feeling her out, he made a smooth landing. On his next flight in her, he tried aerobatics. She felt better than ever, and he began to fall in love with the aeroplane. Several times more he flew her, but never got a chance at Upavon to fly the lone Spitfire, because George Stainforth, a former Schneider Trophy pilot and speed record holder, passed out in it through oxygen shortage at about 23,000 feet. Not far from the ground he came to, pointing straight down at 500 mph, and reefing her out, just in time, strained the wings. At the end of January, Joe Cox said to him, "Well, we're happy about your flying, if you are. You might as well crack off to a squadron." Barder immediately rang Geoffrey Stevenson, who had deftly eased himself out of the Air Ministry, and was now commanding 19 Squadron at, of all places, Duxford, where Barder thought he had said goodbye to the Air Force forever. The squadron had Spitfires, and Stevenson set about getting him an immediate posting to it. It did not matter that he had not flown Spitfires. The main thing was to get to a squadron, particularly one whose commander would not be dismayed at having a pilot with no legs. Before he went on end-of-course leave, he saw the reports on his flying. Rupert Lee wrote, "This officer is an exceptionally good pilot. He is very keen and should be ideally suited to single-seater fighters." Cox's report said, "I entirely agree with the above remarks. When flying with this officer, it is quite impossible to even imagine that he has 2 artificial legs. He is full of confidence and possesses excellent judgment and air sense. His general flying, including aerobatics, is very smooth and accurate. I have never met a more enthusiastic pilot. He lives for flying." As officer commanding Refresher Squadron, Stainforth noted, "I am in full agreement with this report." And then, in Barder's logbook, under the heading "Ability as a Pilot," he wrote, "Exceptional." On the 3rd of February, Barder drove to the Pantiles for his leave, and the next 4 days were not cheerful. Thelma, unable to mask her feelings as well as usual, was worrying about him, and he was restless day and night, wanting to get on with it, because he'd feel really back in the Air Force again when he got to a squadron. A telegram ended the waiting. Posted 19 Squadron, Duxford, WEF, February the 7th. The date was already the 7th of February. Thelma, the stoic again, packed his kit, and within 2 hours he was on his way in the MG, feeling happier than he could remember. Chapter 12. Duxford was different. About tea-time he drove in past the guard-room, which he had so poignantly left behind in 1933, but now it was a different guard-room, new and bigger. The mess, too, was new and bigger, not so intimate, but the main change lay in the faces there. They all looked about 21, yet so they had been in 1933, too. Barder, sitting alone in the ante-room, became sharply aware that he would be 30 in exactly a fortnight, and that it was he who had changed most. Geoffrey Stevenson was away for a couple of days, and he felt out of it all, unable to retrieve the spirit of the dream. His only cheerful moment in the mess that evening was meeting again Tubby Myrmigan. Years ago he had known Myrmidon as a pilot officer, but Myrmidon now commanded the other squadron at Duxford, number 222, which flew Blenheims. It was fun to talk over old times, but when he took off his legs to go to bed, he felt again a comparatively elderly flying officer. It would be all right as soon as he got into a Spitfire, but in the morning the pilots flew off to do convoy patrols from an advanced base, and no serviceable Spitfire was left. He flew a Magister instead. The same thing happened next day. Then Stevenson came back, and Barder greeted him with a glad cry. Next morning he climbed into a Spitfire, and a boy of 20 showed him the cockpit. Above the throttle quadrant were the switches of a TR-2 radio set. Barder had not used radio in the air yet. The boy prattled on about RT procedure, making it sound so complicated that Barder impatiently cut him short, and said he'd do without it this trip, just concentrate on the flying. She started easily, and he took off without any nerves, feeling instantly that she was extremely sensitive fore and aft. The long mullet-head cowling that housed the Merlin engine made for restricted vision, but he rapidly got the feel of her, and liked the way she handled like a highly strung thoroughbred. On the downwind leg he started his drill for landing, and found he could not move the undercart selector lever into the down position. No tugs, pushes, or fiddlings would budge it. The young lad of 20 had omitted to tell him that the undercarriage always hung on the withdrawal pins, and a couple of pumps removed the weight of the wheels and allowed the selector freedom to travel into the down position. Disconcerting. Only one thing to do, ring up and get advice. He switched on the radio, and like many of the ill-tuned early models, it crackled and popped and buzzed, so that he could not hear a word from the control tower. That was more disconcerting. He tried with the undercart selector lever again, and after some time fiddling with this and the pump handle, finally got things working, and the two green lights winked reassuringly as the wheels locked down. After that, the landing was an anticlimax, but neat. Old emotions were stirring. In this elite of beardless youth, he had more seniority than anyone, twice as many flying hours as most, and was years older. Long ago he had been the golden boy of such a squadron, and now he was the new boy, the Sprog. Like a tide in him rose the need to prove himself equal to the young pilots who could play rugger and wore their uniforms with such blithe assurance. Not for a moment did he admit there was anything he could not do as well as they, apart from rugger, which he accepted. But there are other impulses in the mind than those of the conscious. The old challenge, a new struggle, that was part of it. There was also an old-fashioned zeal to get his teeth into the enemy, though there seemed few prospects of fighting in sight. Duxford was on the southern frontier of 12 Group, which was charged with air defence of England's vital industrial Midland, from a line just north of London. Even the boys in 11 Group, guarding London and the Channel, were bored. On the 13th of February, his flight commander, an unblooded veteran of 25, led him aloft for his first formation flying in a Spitfire, and Barder, by God, was going to show him, and anyone else who cared to see. Like the old days in Gamecocks, he tucked his wing in about 3 feet behind his leaders and stuck there rock-like through the whole flight. It takes quick hands and rapt concentration to do that. You watch your leader, not where you're going. Coming into land, the flight commander dipped low beside a wooden hut. Some instinct made Barder look ahead for a second, and at the last moment, under the Spitfire's long nose, he saw the hut, and that he could not miss it. Shoving on throttle, he yanked back on the stick, and the fighter reared up, squashing, engine blaring, and the tail smashed into the inverted V wooden roof. and ploughed through, losing the tail-wheel. The rocking fighter was still flying, and he steadied her, brought her round again, and landed her on the naked rump of the tail, inevitably tearing the metal some more. The flight commander came across, laughing, and said, "I'm awfully sorry, old boy. Most extraordinary thing. Do you know, not long ago I landed a chap in a tree just the same way." He never forgot the blunt details which Barder told him about his character in the next few minutes. At dawn a few days later, the new pilot made his first operational flight, a convoy patrol. After takeoff, according to the drill, he turned the ring of his gun button from safe to fire, and that was a good moment, the first time he had ever done it on business. It was exciting to feel there were 8 loaded machine guns in the wings, cocked to obey a thumb on the button. This was war, and he had come a long way for it, his life usefully dedicated in a cause for which an Englishman may feel deep and private emotion. In that cause he flew among the vanguard, armed, strong, and fleet as any. For an hour and a half they flew over a dozen tiny ships crawling over the grey water of the east coast, and saw nothing else in the sky at all. Before landing, the gun button went back to safe, and that was that. Most days they spent practicing the 3 officially approved methods of attacking bombers, known as Fighter Command Attack Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3. In Attack Number 1, for instance, the fighters swung into line astern behind the leader and followed him in an orderly line up to the bomber, took a quick shot when their turn came in the queue, and swung gracefully away after their leader again, presenting their bellies predictably to the enemy gunner. Long ago, the theoreticians at Fighter Command had decided that modern aircraft, especially fighters, were too fast for the dogfight tactics of World War I. Barder, his head full of McCudden, Bishop, and Ball, thought that was all nonsense, and that the 3 official attacks were likewise absurd. "There's only one damn way to do it," he growled to Stevenson. "That's for everyone to pile in together from each side as close to the Hun as they can, and let him have the lot. Why use only 8 guns at a time, when you can use 16 or 24 from different angles?" Stevenson and the others argued, "But you don't know, do you? No one knows." "The boys in the last war knew," he said, "and the basic idea is the same now. Anyhow," he added, "they'd damn well soon find out if they tried the Fighter Command attacks, but they probably wouldn't get back to report it." When he got an idea into his head, he wouldn't budge. "No Hun bomber's going to stooge along in a straight line and let a line of chaps queue up behind and squirt at him one after the other," he said. "He'd jink all over the place. In any case, it won't be one. It'll be a lot of bombers sticking together in tight formation to concentrate the fire of their back guns. Why the devil do you think our bombers have got power-operated turrets?" Probably after the first pass or two, the bomber pack could be split up, he considered. There'd be single bombers around then, but the fighters would be split up too, and there'd be dogfights all over the sky, every man for himself. "The chap who'll control the battle will still be the chap who's got the height and sun, same as the last war," he said. That old slogan of Ball, Bishop, and McCudden, "Beware of the Hun in the sun," wasn't just a funny rhyme. Those boys learned from experience. We haven't got the experience yet, so I'll back their ideas till I find out. Some of the other pilots ragged him about being pre-war vintage and old-fashioned, especially on his 30th birthday, and Stevenson soothed him, saying in reasonable tones, "You might be right, Douglas, but we've got to keep on doing what we're told until we find out for ourselves." So Flying Officer Barder kept dourly and sometimes profanely following his leader in dummy attacks on Wellington bombers, which stooged obligingly in a straight line and never fired back. In those circumstances it was easy enough. until one day, diving in line astern on a hedge-hopping Wellington, one eye on his leader and the other eye on the Wellington, Douglas ploughed into a tree-top at about 250 mph, and the Spitfire shot out the other side in a shower of broken branches with one aileron torn and bent. She was controllable, but veering to the right with one wing low, and he had a busy and awkward 10 minutes nursing her down to firm ground again without further damage. Stormily he said to Stevenson, "That silly clot led me into a tree." "Well," said Stevenson affably, "you're the silly clot. It's up to you to see where you're going. He can't fly the aeroplane for you." With Churchillian grunts, Barder lurched off, convinced for all time of the superior virtues of individual attacks and dogfights as against unwieldy processions. At the very least, he thought, if they had to line up in these damn-fool processions, they ought to have good leaders. After that he began to watch carefully where he was led, and a few days later, returning late from a convoy patrol in bad weather, noted with disgust that the leader had lost his way. It was dusk with low cloud, a bad time to fly aimlessly. Barder, who had been map-reading and knew exactly where they were, pulled across in front, waggling his wings, turned the formation onto course, and led them back to Duxford. That evening, in the privacy of his quarters with Stevenson, he said, "Look, I don't feel happy flying behind some of these young chaps. I'm more experienced and older, although I've not so many hours on Spitfires. Don't forget what we were taught in the old days in 23 Squadron, that bad leading always causes trouble. I've had it twice now in a short time, and I'm sick of it. I prefer to be killed in action, not on active service. Isn't it about time—" The name of Flying Officer Barder went up on the squadron readiness board next day as leader of a section of 3. He handled his section with confident pride on convoy and lightship patrols, practice battle climbs, and even, conscientiously, in the official Fighter Command Follow My Leader attacks, though on the ground later he still scathingly condemned them. It was the phony war period, and Thelma, still at the Pantiles, was soothed by it, getting used to the idea of Douglas flying on a squadron. He had not told her about hitting the hut roof and the tree. To him, none of this time was dull. He was flying and leading. That was enough for the time being. The fighting was bound to come in the end, and as long as he was sure of that, he did not mind, even though they did not yet have either armour plate behind the cockpits or self-sealing petrol tanks. He flew over Cranwell one day, and a wave of sentimental affection flooded his mind as he looked down. As he circled it, the place seemed to take on a personality, and he genuinely felt it was looking up at him and saying, "I trained you for this, and I trained you well. Don't forget what I taught you." Tubby Myrmigan's 222 squadron at Duxford was changing its Blenheims for Spitfires, and some of the crews were being posted away. In the mess one night, Myrmigan buttonholed Barder and casually said, "I want a new flight commander. I don't want to do the dirty on Geoffrey, but if he's agreeable, would you come?" Beaming, Barder remarked with vigour that he would be delighted. "Good show," said Myrmigan. "I'll talk to Geoffrey, and then fix it with the air officer commanding." Convoy patrol next day had a new saver. Barring accidents, Air Vice-Marshal Lee Mallory was almost sure to approve. In the morning, Barder led his section over to the advanced base at Horsham to await convoy patrol orders, and they had been on the ground only about 5 minutes, sipping at cups of tea, when the operations phone rang, and the orderly who answered it shouted an urgent order to scramble, take off immediately to cover a convoy. An unidentified aircraft had been plotted near it. Barder put his tea down and lurched as fast as he could after the other running pilots to his Spitfire. Unidentified aircraft. Perhaps at last. Quickly he clipped his straps and pressed the starter button. The still-hot engine fired instantly, and he was still winding his trimming wheel as the plane went booming across the grass. The other two Spitfires were shooting past him, pulling away, and he sensed, vaguely at first, then with sudden certainty, that his aircraft was lagging. A quick glance at the boost gauge. The needle was quivering on 6.5 pounds, maximum power. She must be all right. That she was still bumping over the grass, curiously sluggish, running at a low stone wall on the far side of the field. The fence was rushing nearer, but still she stuck to the ground. He hauled desperately on the stick, and the nose pulled up as she lurched off at an unnatural angle, not climbing. His right hand snapped down to the undercart lever, but almost in the same moment the wheels hit the stone wall and ripped away. At nearly 80 mph, the little fighter slewed and dipped a wingtip into a ploughed field beyond. The nose smacked down, the tail kicked, she nearly cartwheeled, the tail slapped down again, and she slithered and bumped on her belly with a rending noise across the soft earth. As years ago in the Bulldog, memory fled from the jolted mind. She jerked to a stop in a cloud of flying dirt, and the perspex hood of the cockpit snapped forward and hit him on the back of the head, maddening him, though other emotions were momentarily frozen. The brain started working again, and began wondering what had happened, as he sat there with everything so suddenly quiet he could hear the silence and the hot metal of the engine tinking as it cooled. Automatically his hand went out and cut the switches, and then he was motionless again, apart from the eyes wandering round the cockpit, looking for the answer. It stared back at him, the black knob of the propeller lever on the throttle quadrant poking accusingly at him, still in the coarse pitch position. His stomach turned. Oh, hell! Not that classic boob. He couldn't have. But he had. Angrily, he banged the knob in. Apart from the aggravating crack on the head, he himself seemed to be undamaged, and he hauled himself out of the cockpit, noticing sardonically how much easier it was to get out of a Spitfire when it was on its belly. Stepping over the hole in the wall which he had knocked down, he started walking back across the aerodrome just as the ambulance and fire truck appeared. Men jumped out and ran up, and when they asked whether he was all right and what had happened, he only grunted surlily, "Coarse pitch." They drove him back to the operations hut with his helmet and parachute. Another Spitfire was parked there, and he stumped over to it, climbed in, started up, waspishly pushed the propeller into fine pitch, and took off to join the other two aircraft. Over the convoy he found them sedately orbiting, and circled with them for an hour and a half without seeing any sign of the unidentified plane. By the time he landed at Duxford he had a splitting headache. Geoffrey Stevenson said wonderingly, "Why the hell did you go and do a silly thing like that, taking off in coarse pitch?" "Because I forgot to put it into fine, you stupid clot," Barder snarled, and stumped off towards his room. He must have hurt himself somewhere. He could hardly walk. In his room he undressed to lie down, and when he took his trousers off, realized why he had been walking so shakily. The shins of both artificial legs were smashed in, deep dents that made both legs bend forward like bows. They must have been jammed under the rudder pedals in the crash. He hadn't felt a thing. Sitting on the edge of the bed, gazing at them, it occurred to him what would have happened if he had not lost his real legs. Not hard to imagine. Both broken, and probably the bones splintered. He'd probably have been on the operating table now, with a doctor shaking his head over them, perhaps reaching for the knife and the saw to take them off. He unstrapped them and took them off himself, feeling more amused. Strapping on his spare pair, he went to the door and bellowed for his Batman, and when the man came running, handed him the damaged legs. "Here," he said, "pack these up in a box. They'll have to go back to the makers." Satisfied at the look on the Batman's face, he went back and lay on the bed to soothe his aches and pains. A minute later, something else occurred to him, and he uttered an extremely strong word. Neither Lee Mallory nor any other air officer commanding was likely to make a flight commander of any prune stupid enough to take off in coarse pitch. He uttered several more uncouth words. Days passed, and no word came from Lee Mallory. Then the AOC visited Duxford on a routine inspection and sent for him. Barder walked in, saluted, and stood to attention. The thick-set, square-faced man behind the desk regarded him somberly. "Barder," he said, "Squadron Leader Mamigan wants you as a flight commander." Barder's face stayed expressionless, but inside he was suddenly alert, like the time he had waited for the doctor to speak at the medical board months ago. Lee Mallory seemed to be thinking, and the silence dragged. Barder had a wild, frail hope that he had not heard of the Spitfire. "I see you took off in coarse pitch the other day and broke a Spitfire," Lee Mallory said. "Hell." "Yes, sir." "That was very silly, wasn't it?" Another silence, very sheepish. Lee Mallory was looking at a piece of paper, which Barder recognized as his accident report. "I'm glad to see you've made no attempt to excuse yourself," Lee Mallory remarked in quite a reasonable voice. "There wasn't any excuse, sir." "No, there's no excuse for that sort of thing," said the AOC. A pause. "Anyway, you're going to 222 Squadron as a flight commander." There were prompt results of Barder's promotion to flight lieutenant. He brought Thelma from the Pantiles to stay at a pub just outside Duxford. He lost the awkward feeling of being an old boy returned to school to pass his exams again. He told the pilots in his flight that the fighter command attacks were no damn good except as training for flying discipline. Thelma's landlady at the Duxford pub was a formidable woman known locally as the Sea Lion because of a tendency to a straggling black moustache. She dominated everyone, and Thelma was getting a little restive until Douglas gave the Sea Lion the benefit of his overwhelming personality, fixing her with his glittering eyes and speaking a few forceful words. The Sea Lion and he became great friends after that, and Thelma was happy. Even in the shadowed times, Barder's presence had tended to command a room, and now, once more with responsibility and leadership, he spoke with unmistakable authority, not the bombast of a weaker man trying to assert himself, but a compelling aura of willpower and confidence. Like the time he became captain of rugger at school, he ran his flight with an enveloping gusto. For some days he led his pilots into the air to do the official fighter command attacks. In turn, he sent each pilot up as a target aircraft, telling him to turn round in the cockpit and watch each fighter in the approved procession pop up one by one and break away in the same direction, presenting his belly for a sitting shot. When they came down, he said, "Now you can see what's liable to happen to you." Then he took them up for his own style of fighting, leading 2 or 3 at a time, darting down out of the sun on each side of a target plane and breaking sharply away forwards and underneath. After that came hours of dogfight practice, interspersed with routine operations like convoy patrols, which were always dull. He led his men also in a lot of formation aerobatics, as the best way to teach them complete control of their aircraft. On his own, he tested his nerve and skill with illegal low aerobatics, though the Duxford wing commander at one stage said ineffectively, "I wish you wouldn't do that. You had such a terrible accident last time." Some of the pilots were getting restive. The war had been going for 8 months, and none of them had even seen a German aircraft. It was a little better on the several days they flew up to Sutton Bridge for air firing, the first time Barder had fired his guns since he had shot part of his propeller away in the Gamecock. They no longer dived at white targets on the water, but at a drogue towed by another aeroplane, and that was much more thrilling. 8 guns, and no interrupter gear to go wrong. A firm prod with the thumb on the button, and the Spitfire quivered as the guns roared out in a tearing rattle. Early in May, a new squadron arrived at Duxford, number 66. Its commanding officer, pint of beer in hand, cheerfully hailed Barder in the mess. "Ha!" he said, "fiddled my way out of training command." It was Rupert Lee. Odd how the old Cranwell chums were getting together, Stevenson, Lee, and Barder. After a week, even Lee was bored with training and convoy patrols. On the 10th of May, he drove over to pick Thelma up at the pub and drive her back for lunch at the mess with Douglas, who was on readiness, on duty by his aircraft to take off at a moment's notice. Climbing into the car, Thelma commented, "You look very gay this morning, Rupert." Lee said excitedly, "Haven't you heard? The war's started." "What war? Another one?" Gleefully, Lee said, "No, the balloon's gone up. Jerry's are on the move." He started telling her about Hitler's attack on France and the Low Countries, and she listened and said quietly, "I suppose you'll all be very happy now." In the mess, Douglas waved to her from a crowd of jubilant pilots, stumped over, put his arm round her, and hugged. "Good show, darling, isn't it?" he exulted. "Good show. Now we can get at them." He was nearly on fire with joy. She said unenthusiastically, "I suppose it had to start sometime." They all thought it would soon be over. Yet nothing seemed to happen at Duxford except the same old stuff, practice flying and convoy patrols. The only diverting incident was when Barder was booked for speeding in the MG through Stevenage. Most of the pilots began complaining that the war would be over before they got their chance. They really thought that. The papers and the radio were full of the confused battle in France, but with the blindness of a small, select and dedicated circle, the pilots almost ignored the ground fighting and enviously read about the Hurricanes tangling with the Luftwaffe in France. Like hunting dogs, they strained at the leash, too excited to worry that the quarry might have sharp teeth. The war was an heroic sport spiced with danger, and they were still on the sidelines. Some of them began talking about transferring to Hurricanes. And then, as the days passed, the news changed, and they were quieter, beginning to understand. May 22nd ended the hiatus, but not agreeably. A staff car careered up to dispersals, pulled up with a jerk, and Myrmigan jumped out, yelling, "Squadrons posted to Curtin in Lindsay. Everyone ready to leave by 1500 hours." After a few stunned moments, people started to move. "Where's Curtin in Lindsay?" a young pilot officer asked Douglas as they scrambled into the flight truck. "Up north, near Grimsby," Douglas said. "Oh, Gord," said the pilot officer. The battle lay the other way. By 3:30, after busy hours, the 18 Spitfires were taking off for Curtin, while the ground crews were still packing the lorries to go by road. No one seemed to know what the move was all about, and it was next morning before they found out. Convoy patrols. Day after day it was the same, lolling in the sunshine at dispersals while the battle raged across the Channel, waiting for a call that would send them stooging aimlessly in an empty sky over a few small ships. They did not feel heroic. In France, the armies were being thrust back into unprepared positions. On the afternoon of the 27th, a lorry pulled up at A flight dispersal, and a flight sergeant jumped down and said to Barder, "We've got some armour plate for your aircraft, sir." Everyone clustered round curiously. Men manhandled the plates of flat steel over to the planes, and the pilots helped screw them firmly behind the bucket seats. They had never seen armor plate before, and were highly pleased, not so much because of the protection, which seemed so academic, but because it made them feel, in a way, that they too were almost operational. Barder went early as usual to bed. In darkness he came up out of sleep. A hand was shaking his shoulder, and a voice saying, "Wake up, sir, wake up!" The light clicked on, and he blinked and scowled at the Batman who stood there. "Squadron's got to take off for Martlesham at 4 a.m., sir," said the Batman. "It's 3 o'clock now." "What the hell for?" "Dunno, sir, but they said it was very urgent." Still half asleep and irritable, he reached out and strapped on his legs, then thumped the other pilots awake. Myrmidon arrived and said, "I don't know what it's about, but we're heading south and not taking any kit. Must be a flap about something." Chapter 13. Dawn glowed in the east as the squadron shook themselves into formation in the still air, and half an hour later they were landing in sections, through feathers of waist-high mist, on Martlesham Aerodrome near Felixstowe on the east coast. Another squadron of Spitfires had already arrived, their pilots sipping mugs of tea in a group nearby. Barder strolled over and asked the form from a slim, handsome flight lieutenant, elegant in white overalls and with a silver name bracelet round his wrist. "Haven't got a clue," said the debonair young man, who had aquiline features like a matador, a thin black moustache, and a long, exciting scar down the side of his face, the type of young blade, Barder thought, who would make a young girl think of darkened corridors and turning door handles. His name was Bob Tuck. A few months later, Tuck was famous as a wing commander with a DSO, 3 DFCs, and 30 German planes to his credit. Myrmidon bustled over and said, almost casually, "Patrol Dunkirk, chaps, 12,000 feet. Take off as soon as we're refueled." "What the hell?" Barder said. "What's happening over there?" Myrmidon shrugged. "Haven't the slightest idea. Something about evacuating, I think." One of the pilots said, in an injured voice, "I must say it's damned early to go junketing over there. I haven't even seen a paper yet." It seems odd now that the word Dunkirk did not mean a thing then. The army had laid a screen of secrecy over the plans for the evacuation, and people did not realize that the beaches were filling with exhausted men, least of all the pilots from the north, who had not seen the war yet. At least they were going across the water to the edge of France. That was something. But the transition from peace to war is often cushioned and unreal. They did not quite grasp the idea that they might run into German planes over Dunkirk. And, in fact, that day they didn't. Myrmidon led them off in 4 neat Vics of 3. They climbed steadily, and about 9,000 feet vanished into a layer of fluffy white cloud that stretched beyond the horizon. At 10,000 feet they popped like porpoises out of the cloud and levelled off at 12,000, still in tidy formation, unblooded. A Messerschmitt coming up behind could have shot the whole lot down. Far ahead, Barder saw a strange black plume floating hugely through the limitless froth they were riding over. Myrmidon's voice crackled over the radio. "That looks like it. That smoke. Must be burning oil tanks." For a long time they circled the smoke and ranged over the cloud. Myrmidon wanted to dive below the cloud, but the controller had said 12,000 feet, and such orders, in their inexperience, were orders. They saw nothing else in the sky, and after an hour and a half, Myrmidon led them away. Under the cloud, blood was staining the sand, as the Stukas dive-bombed and the Messerschmitt 109s and 110s strafed. On the way back, 222 Squadron was told by radio to land at Manston, and after that they were told to fly to Duxford, and at Duxford were ordered off again for Hornchurch, a fighter base just north of the Thames and a dozen miles east of London. Typical shambles, they grumbled, blasé about the war. At Hornchurch they gazed, startled, and then with mild derision, at pilots of other squadrons walking around with pistols tucked in their flying boots, and, as often as not, with beard stubble. The others had been flying over France for several days, and were quiet and preoccupied. Still the impact did not strike the 222 pilots, who considered the pistols and beard stubble as line shooting. At 3:30 a.m. Barder was shaken awake again. "Take off at 4:30, sir," said the batman. It was getting beyond a joke. Unbroken cloud lay over the land at about 4,000 feet, but this day they flew at 3,000. Skirting the North Foreland to pass Dover on the right, he looked down on the grey sea with amazement. Out from the Thames estuary, from Dover and the bays, little boats were swarming, slowly converging, heading southeast, till they stretched across the sea in a straggling line, trailing feathers of foam, yachts and tugs, launches, ferries, coasters, lifeboats, paddle steamers, here and there a destroyer or a cruiser. It was unbelievable. God, he thought, it's like the Great West Road on a bank holiday. Far ahead, the black smoke rolled thickly up from the edge of Dunkirk where the oil tanks lay, and all the way in between, the swarms of little boats streamed white tails across the water, hundreds of them. Myrmidon led them across the dirty sand by Gravelines and swung along the beaches towards Dunkirk. At first, the men in the distance looked like a wide stain of ants teeming over a flat nest, and then, as the planes swept nearer, like flies, thousands and thousands stuck together, packing the sand. No holiday beach was ever like that, but this was no holiday, and Barder began to understand that this was war. In the green shallows crawled the vanguard of the little boats, and black lines that were the heads of men threaded the water towards them. A voice on the RT said, "Aircraft ahead." Barder saw them in the same moment, about 12 of them, about 3 miles ahead and a little to the right. He wondered who they were. Not Spitfires or Hurricanes. And a surprised voice said in his earphones, "Christ, they're 110s!" A shock sparkled through him. They were coming head-on, and in seconds he could see the twin engines and twin fins. The Messerschmitts veered sharply left, climbing for the cloud, must be carrying bombs, avoiding a fight. Myrmidon in front pulled up his nose, and cartridge cases streamed out of his wings as he fired. But he was a long way out of normal range. One of the 110s suddenly streamed black smoke, dipped out of the formation, and went straight down, flaming. She hit and blew up behind Dunkirk. The other Germans had vanished into the cloud, and the sky was clear again. It stayed clear for the rest of the patrol, and when they landed back at Hornchurch, everyone clustered round Myrmidon excitedly. "Well, I must say," Myrmidon said, "I was most surprised when that thing fell down." "I must say," said Barder, "so were the rest of us." But it had been the real thing, if only a taste. Next morning, out of bed at 3:30 again for Dunkirk, and this time not a sign of enemy aircraft, only the ants on the beach and the little boats nosing bravely into the shore. So it was the next day, except that the town was burning and guns flashing round the perimeter. Dunkirk was beginning to mean something. Other squadrons excitedly reported running into packs of Messerschmitts and Stukas, and the bloody fights they had with them. Barder listened intently and with impatience. Again, in the morning, up at 3:15, and from the cockpit at 3,000 feet, he could no longer see the canals that threaded through the flaming town. Smoke brooded heavily and drifted across the stone breakwaters of the harbour, but no German planes. They came and bombed and killed just after the squadron had turned for home. The afternoon was even more frustrating. He led his flight once more over Dunkirk, and after half an hour the engine started misfiring, shaking the plane horribly. For the first time on a battle flight, he had to turn back early, and landed in a temper about the war that was raging and always eluded him. A letter awaited, bidding him to answer the charge of speeding at Stevenage. He wrote and asked if they would defer the case for a few days. In the morning he felt dog-tired when the Batman woke him at the same time. Same routine. An odd haze stretched like a ribbon towards London from Dunkirk, and even in the cockpit at 3,000 feet he smelt burning oil, and knew what the haze was. Down below, the same brave little boats streamed over the water. Dunkirk ahead, and over Dunkirk, about 3 miles away, a gaggle of swift-growing dots. He knew what they were instantly. The 110s wheeled inland without dropping their bombs, but the sky was empty of cloud, and the Spitfires leapt after them, blaring on full throttle. No time for thinking, but as he turned his reflector sight on and the gun button to fire, he knew he was going to shoot. A glance back through the perspex, the straining Spitfires were stringing out in a ragged line, and up to the left 4 grey shapes were diving at them, Messerschmitt 109s, the first he had seen. From the beam they flicked across in front like darting sharks, winking orange flashes in the noses as they fired. He rammed stick and rudder over, and the Spitfire wheeled after them. A 109 shot up in front. His thumb jabbed the firing button, and the guns in the wings squirted with a shocking noise. The 109 seemed to be filling his windscreen. A puff of white spurted just behind its cockpit, as though someone had used a giant flit gun. The puff was chopped off. For a moment, nothing. Then a spurt of orange flame mushroomed round the cockpit and flared back like a blowtorch. The 109 rolled drunkenly, showing her belly, and in the same moment he saw the black cross on its side. It was true. They did have black crosses. Suddenly it was real, and the 109 was falling away and behind, flaming. Exultation welled sharply up, a fiery thrill running through him as he swung back towards the squadron. But the squadron had gone. Not a plane in sight, except the plunging torch on the end of the ribbon of black smoke running down the sky behind. Turning back towards Dunkirk, he did see a plane. From nowhere, it seemed, a 110 was tumbling down half a mile in front. Incongruously, the twin tail was snapped off, but still hung to the plane by the control cables, spinning madly like a chimney cowl. Wide-eyed, he watched the broken plane erupt into the ground below. The heady joy of the kill flooded back as he slid out over the water towards England, a glow of fulfillment. Blood runs hotly at the kill when a pilot wins back his life in primitive combat. He had fought a plane and shot at it impersonally, not seeing the man, and longed to get back and tell everyone. But when he taxied in, the joy died. 2 of the others were missing. That afternoon, thirsting for more, he flew back to Dunkirk with the squadron, and on the fringe of the little boats off the breakwater saw a shadow diving on a destroyer. Another shock, black crosses on the wings as a Heinkel 111 swept over the funnels. A white core of water erupted just behind the destroyer, and her stern kicked up, the screws foaming out of the water. He was peeling off after the Heinkel, which was swinging back to the coast. Little flashes came from the bomber's glasshouse, and Barder pressed his own gun button, and the flashes stopped. Good, killed the gunner. The Heinkel steep-turned sharply inside him. As he pulled up to swing in again, 2 more Spitfires were closing on the bomber, already a mile away. Amazing how fast everything went. No chance of catching them in time. He looked for the rest of the squadron, but they too had vanished. There was the destroyer, though, and he banked over to see if they were all right. They seemed to be. They were flashing at him. And then he saw tiny black spots darting past, and knew where the flashes came from, a multiple pom-pom. The Navy took no chances in those days. Barder shot away in the other direction. It was, he thought, rather rude of the Navy. The squadron stayed at Hornchurch, morning after morning, up at 3:15 for the dawn patrol and other patrols, but always it was the other squadrons that found the enemy, which was infuriating. All Barder saw were the rearguards on the beaches, embattled and dwindling, and it was not pleasant. When not flying, the squadron sat all day by their planes till nearly 11 p.m., when the last light went. Geoffrey Stevenson was missing. They said he had tried a copybook Fighter Command Attack No. 2 on a Stuka, and the single rear gun had stopped his engine, forcing him down streaming glycol in enemy territory. On the 4th of June, the Prime Minister ordered a last patrol, and Barder flew on it. The beach by Dunkirk was empty, and the crumbling town lay inert under the smoke. Out of the harbour tacked a single yacht with a little white sail. It must have been the last boat out of Dunkirk, and they circled it protectively till low petrol forced them home. He always wondered what happened to that little boat. Dunkirk was over, and Barder, suddenly exhausted, slept nearly 24 hours, waking to find a grim new mood lying over England. You could see what the pilots were thinking by their faces. If it was fighting they wanted, they were going to get it. Sobering, but not too daunting. Unreasonably, the country refused to see that it was beaten. Barder went a stage further, refusing to believe that he would therefore probably be killed. The possibility, or rather the theory, lay in his mind, but he ignored it, and, like a dried pea, it never took root. Having tasted blood, he thought only of flying, fighting, and tactics, things he had wanted so long that nothing else mattered. And the thought never obtruded consciously that no one now could think of him with pity, or as second to a man who could run. He lived for the coming fight, Britain's as well as his own. A letter came from the court in Stevenage, saying guilty, and fining him £2 10 shillings. Furious, he sent a cheque and a stiff note regretting his inability to attend, as he had had to go to Dunkirk. On a weekend pass he drove down to Thelma, who had gone back to the Pantiles. He had to tell her Geoffrey Stevenson was missing, and after that they did not talk about the war. The fight seemed a long time coming, and the days were unexciting with training, formation, dummy attacks, night flying. The squadron moved north again to Curtin-in-Lindsey, and Thelma stayed at the Pantiles. At least for the time being, she thought, nothing was likely to happen to Douglas. Towards midnight on the 13th of June, Barder was 12,000 feet over the Humber, looking for an unidentified aircraft that had been tracked in from Germany. Peering out of the little cockpit, he could see nothing but a few pale stars, and knew there was little chance of seeing anything else. The Spitfire, with its tiny perspex hood and long nose, was not good for night flying, and seeking a raider in the dark was like being blindfolded and chasing a rabbit in the woods. But then there were no other defences. "Red one, the controller's voice said. "Weather closing in. Return to base immediately." He swung steeply down towards the blacked-out land, but the rain cloud moved in faster. On a homing course, he was only a few 100 feet up and right over the airfield before, dimly, he picked up the flare path, suffused through a veil of rain, and swung tightly round it to keep it in sight through the rain-filmed perspex. He floated past the first flare, too high. The second flashed behind, and then the third before he touched on the downhill runway. The tail was not down, and he knew he had misjudged. Stick hard back in his stomach, but still the tail stayed up, and the flares flashed by. In the same moment he knew that he was going to overshoot, and that it was too late to open up and take off again. Then the tail was down, and the brakes were on as hard as he dared. In front there were no more flares, only blackness. An agony of waiting, and then a tearing crash as the plane jolted, slid her belly over the low wall of an aircraft pen, shearing the undercart off, and jarred to a stop. Bricks were suddenly raining down on the metal, and the mind for a moment was a blank. No fear, no shock. He just sat there, as he had twice before. Then he said one short, unprintable word. A car screeched along the perimeter grass. He took off his helmet and heard the rain pattering on the wings. Tubby Myrmidon loomed out of the darkness. "Douglas?" he called anxiously. "Are you all right?" "No," Barder growled. "I'm bloody furious." "Serves you right," Myrmidon said, relieved. That was a ruddy awful approach. In the morning, Myrmidon greeted him with a sly grin and a significant remark. "Well, Douglas, we're losing you." Barder stared, remembering last night's accident, and thought with a chill of being grounded. "Where?" he demanded. "I don't want to leave." "It's all right," Myrmidon said soothingly. "You're getting a squadron." Barder stared again. "It's not a joke," Myrmidon grinned. "Or perhaps it is. Anyway, LM wants to see you." The surge of incredulous joy was cut off a moment later, when it occurred to Barder that Lee Mallory could not possibly have heard of the latest accident. He drove to 12 Group headquarters at Hucknall and stood once more before the AOC. Without preamble, Lee Mallory said, "I've been hearing of your work as a flight commander. I'm giving you a squadron, number 242. "Better get it over." Barder said, "Yes, sir. Sir, there's one thing I should tell you. I broke a Spitfire last night. Overshot landing." Lee Mallory said mildly, "Well, that happens sometimes, you know." Wearing his hair shirt to the last, Barder went on, "Sir, the point is that last time you promoted me to flight commander, I'd also just broken one." Lee Mallory looked grave, then grinned. "Don't worry," he said. "Your new squadron has Hurricanes." Brisk again, the AOC went on. 242 are a Canadian squadron, the only one in the RAF. Nearly all the pilots are Canadians, and they're a tough bunch. They're just back from France, where they got pretty badly mauled and lost quite a few aircraft. They were messed around quite a bit. It wasn't their fault, and now they're fed up. Frankly, morale is low. They need a bit of decent organisation and some firm handling, someone who can talk tough, and I think you're the chap to do it. We may need every fighter squadron we've got on the top line soon. The Luftwaffe seems to be gathering across the Channel." The squadron was at Coltishall, near Norwich, Lee Mallory said, and squadron leader Barder was to take over as from that moment. He stood up, shook Barder's hand, and said, "Good luck in your first command." Squadron leader Barder, or at least acting squadron leader. How unemotional the interview had been, and how deep the content it stirred. 8 weeks ago he had been a flying officer. It hardly even occurred to him that he had caught up with his contemporaries. He was longing to flex his muscles in his first command. By evening he had driven 100 miles back to Curtin, packed his kit, telephoned Thelma, and was steering the MG towards Coltishall. Low cloud hung over the sky, and he felt his way in darkness. About 11 p.m. a policeman outside Norwich told him how to get to the aerodrome. 5 minutes later he was lost. He saw a man on the road and asked the way, but the man did not know. Then he saw a woman, and she, fearful of his intentions, fled when he spoke. Not a signpost anywhere, all taken down in case of invasion. He found another man who said, suspiciously, How do I know who you are? You might be a spy. I dunno where the aerodrome is. An hour later, content dissipated, he came to a barbed wire barrier across the road, and behind it, in the light of a red lamp, stood an RAF sentry. At last! Pleasantly conscious of dignity, he said, "I am the new commanding officer of 242 Squadron," and waited for the barrier to rise. The sentry did not move. Stolidly he said, "Can I have the password, sir?" "How the hell do I know the password?" exploded the new commanding officer. "I've never been here before." "Sorry, sir, but I can't let you through without the password." The new squadron commander simmered by the barrier for another 20 minutes, until the guardroom phone located the duty officer, who ruled that he was admissible. Almost the first man he saw at breakfast in the morning was Rupert Lee. 66 Squadron, apparently, was now also stationed at Coltishall. Shaking his hand on hearing of the promotion, Lee said, "Now you won't have to call me sir any more. Not that you ever did, but it'll be a comfort for you to go on being rude with a clear conscience." After breakfast, the station master at Coltishall, the pipe-smoking, phlegmatic Wing Commander Bicycle, told Barder about his new squadron, and was not comforting. The ground crews were about half English, 3 or 4 of the pilots were English, and the rest were Canadians. Wild Canadians, the least tractable young officers he had ever seen, and most allergic to commanding officers. God knows what they would think when they heard that the new CO had no legs. Already unrest had affected the whole squadron. They needed someone pretty strong and active to discipline them. It occurred to Barder that he was still wearing only the 2 rings of the flight lieutenant round his sleeve. He had not yet had time to get the 3rd thin ring sewn in between, and that would make him look very much a new boy. He said to Wing Commander Bicycle, known far and wide naturally as Bike, "If you don't mind, sir, I'll drive into Norwich and get the extra braid sewn on before I make my entrance." He went off in the MG, and while he was away, the news of his arrival reached the squadron. One of the pilots encountered Bernard West, the squadron plumber or engineer officer, and said, "Have you seen the new CO?" "No, I haven't." West was greatly interested, and a little wary. "What's this one like?" "Bit unusual," the pilot said cryptically. "I don't suppose we'll be seeing much of him. He's got no legs." West, a warrant officer of 20 years' service, who had seen most things in the Air Force, gaped and groaned. Chapter 14. When Barder got back, the pilots were all down at the dispersals on readiness. He had a long talk about them with his new adjutant, Flight Lieutenant Peter MacDonald, an industrious, imperturbable man who had been an MP for 14 years and still managed to sandwich his parliamentary duties in between trying to pull the squadron together. At last Barder said, "Well, let's go down and meet these chaps." A flight dispersal was a wooden hut on the edge of the airfield, and he pushed the door open and stumped in unheralded, followed by MacDonald. From his lurching walk they knew who he was. A dozen pairs of eyes surveyed him coolly from chairs and the iron beds where pilots slept at night for dawn readiness. He had had a vague idea that they would all stand up respectfully. That was the usual thing. But no one got up. No one even seemed to move, except that a couple rolled over on the cots to see him more clearly. Even the hands stayed in the pockets, and the room was silent, watchful. The duel seemed to last a long time. At last he said, not aggressively but firmly, "Who is in charge here?" No one answered. "Well, who's the senior?" Again no one answered, though the eyes turned and looked at each other inquiringly. "Isn't anyone in charge?" A large, dark young man said, "I guess not." Barder eyed them a little longer, anger flaring under his collar. But it was not the moment to get tough. He turned abruptly and went out. In B-flight dispersal, the unresponsive eyes again stared silently. "Who is in charge here?" he asked. After a while, a thick-set young man with wiry hair and a face that looked as though it had been roughly chipped out of granite rose slowly out of a chair and said in a strong Canadian accent, "I guess I am." He wore only the single ring of flying officer braid round his sleeve. "Isn't there a flight commander?" "There's one somewhere, but he isn't here," said the young man. "What's your name?" "Turner." And then, after a distinct pause, "Sir." Barder surveyed again the watchful eyes, and again turned and walked out. A dozen yards from the door, a hurricane crouched with the hump-backed, bow-legged look of all hurricanes. He headed for it and pulled himself up on the wing. A parachute, helmet, and goggles already lay in the cockpit, and he lifted his leg over the side, hauled himself in, and pulled on the helmet. If they thought the new CO was a cripple, there was one damn good way to make them think again. He started up, pointed the hurricane's snout across the field, and opened up. Right over the airfield for half an hour non-stop, he tumbled the hurricane round the sky, doing the old fluent routines of Hendon, one aerobatic merging into another without pauses to gain height again, 2 or 3 loops in a row, rolls off the top, rolls, stall turns, finishing up with a gamecock speciality in which he pulled up in a loop, flick-rolled into a spin at the top, pulled out of the spin, and completed the loop. When he dropped her onto the grass and taxied in, all the pilots were standing outside the hut watching, but he climbed out unaided, did not even look at them, got into his car, drove off to his office in a hangar, and sent for Bernard West. He liked the solid North Country look of West as soon as the veteran warrant officer walked in and saluted. "What's our equipment state?" he asked. 18 hurricanes, sir, West said. "They're all new." "Good. I want good serviceability on them." "I'll keep them flying as long as I can, sir," West said, "but that won't be for long. We have no spares and no tools. I'm scrounging what I can, but if you do any operations, they'll all be grounded in no time." "What do you mean, no spares or tools?" Barder demanded. West explained that they had all been lost in France. Only one of the fitters had brought his own personal tools back in his kit bag. The rest seemed to have brought back only cigarettes. He sounded angry. Barder, looking grim, asked, "Have you requisitioned for a new issue?" West said yes, he had. The indent forms and vouchers and all the duplicates made a pile 6 inches high, but the station stores officer said they had to go through the normal channels in their turn. West considered that the channels were well clogged. "Well," said the new commanding officer grimly, "we'll ruddy well unclog them." In the morning he called all the pilots to his office, and they stood there, bunched and shuffling in front of his desk, while he, this time, eyed them coolly and silently, noting the rumpled uniforms, the preference for roll-neck sweaters instead of shirts and ties, the long hair and generally untidy air. At last he spoke. "Look here, it is not smart to walk about looking like mechanics who haven't washed the grease off their hands. I want this to be a good squadron, and you're a scruffy-looking lot. A good squadron looks smart. Just for a start, I don't want to see any more flying boots or roll-neck sweaters in the mess. You will wear shoes and shirts and ties. Is that perfectly clear?" It was a mistake. Turner said unemotionally in a deep, slow Canadian voice, "Most of us don't have any shoes or shirts or ties, except what we're wearing." "What do you mean?" aggressively. "We lost everything we had in France." Evenly, with just a trace of cynicism, Turner went on to explain the chaos of the running fight, how they had apparently been deserted by authority, separated from their ground staff, shunted from one place to another, welcome nowhere, till it had been every man for himself, each pilot servicing his own aircraft, scrounging his own food and sleeping under his own wing, then searching for enough petrol to take off and fight as they were forced back from one landing ground to another. 7 had been killed, 2 wounded, and 1 had had a nervous breakdown, nearly 50% pilot casualties. The commanding officer had been missing most of the time, but had managed to get his Hurricane back to the south of England. When the end had come, the rest had flown themselves back across the Channel and been sent to Coltishall. Since then, things had not greatly improved, and they were drifting without steerage way. It was not a heartening story, but there was no self-pity, only a kind of restrained anger. When he had finished, Barder said, "I'm sorry. I apologize for my remarks." A brief silence. "Have you claimed an allowance for loss of kit?" Apparently they had, and it was assumed, with another tinge of cynicism, that the claim was drifting quietly along one of the proper channels. "Right," Douglas said. "Tomorrow, the whole lot of you go into Norwich to the tailor's. Order what you want. I'll guarantee that it's paid, okay?" A shuffle of assent. "Meantime, for tonight, beg or borrow shoes and shirts from someone. I've got some shirts, and you can borrow all I've got, okay?" "That's fine, sir," said Turner, who seemed to be spokesman by common consent. "Right. Now," briskly, "relax, and take it easy. What fighting have you had, and how did you get on?" The next half-hour was a lively discussion on various aspects of the trade, and afterwards Barder interviewed each pilot in turn, finding, with 1 or 2 exceptions, that he liked them very much. Suddenly they were keen and cooperative, though one pilot, an Englishman, seemed unhappy, and thought he would be more suited to training command. After talking to him for a while, Barder burst out angrily, "The trouble about you is you don't want to fight. I'll have you posted off this squadron in 24 hours. The remaining flight commander he also summed up swiftly as unsuitable, and as soon as he was alone, telephoned Group, and asked them to send him the best 2 flight commanders they could find. For one of them he suggested Eric Ball of 19 Squadron. Group said that would be fine, and for the second chap they recommended a young man called Powell Shedden. "What's he like?" asked Barder. "Stutters a bit," said Group, "but he's a very good type." "Stutters? Stutters?" The phone vibrated in Group's ear. "That's no damn good to me. What's going to happen over the radio in a fight?" "I should have thought he'd be just the chap for you." Group sounded slightly injured. "It's not a bad stutter, and he's good leader material. Ex-Cranwell." "Cranwell?" boomed Barder. "Just the chap. Send him along." When he put the phone down, he sent for West again, and West marched in to find the new CO, pipe clenched in his teeth like Popeye, leaning thoughtfully back in his chair, with his right leg stuck up on his desk. Barder grabbed the trouser leg and dropped the leg with a thud on the floor, leaned forward on his elbows, fixed West with a flinty eye, and said, "Mr. West, I want you to tell me what's been going on in this squadron." Just for a moment West hesitated before he said, "Do you want the truth, sir?" "That's just what I want." "Well, sir," and West explained, confirming all that Turner had said, and adding some extra facets. He added that he himself had been going to ask for a transfer before the new commanding officer arrived. Already between the 2 men was the indefinable bond that comes from mutual respect and long service in the same cause. Otherwise West would never have added, "If I may say so, sir, I think the first thing you need are 2 new flight commanders." "Already got 'em," Barder said. "They're on the way. Now, any more word about your spares and tools?" West said no, there wasn't. 3 minutes later, the stores officer, working serenely on vouchers in his kingdom of shelves, saw 2 square hands descend palm down on his desk. He looked up into a pair of glowing eyes. Politely enough, Acting Squadron Leader Barder asked about the tools for his squadron, and the stores officer, shrugging at the masses of paperwork, explained that he was nearly snowed under. Coltishall was a new station, and there were masses of things to be acquired for the stores: blankets, soap, boots. The depots only supplied them in their own good time, and only if they got all the copies and the correct forms. "I literally haven't got enough staff to type out the forms," he said frankly. "To hell with your forms and your blankets and your blasted toilet paper," Barder said wrathfully. "I want my spares and tools, and I want 'em damn soon." The discussion raged for some time, and was not agreeable to either party. Barder went to Wing Commander Bicycle and explained that until he got tools and spares, and the pilots trained under new flight commanders, there was no point in regarding the squadron as operational. This was not happily received. After lunch, he began leading the pilots up in twos for formation, and was pleased to see that they knew how to handle their hurricanes, though their formation, by his standards, was rather ragged. Though they had done more fighting than he had already decided to train them for future fighting according to his own ideas. That night in the mess, all of them were reasonably neat in shoes and shirts and ties, and he turned his sparkling charm on them. Soon the ice was broken, and his pilots clustered round, laughing and talking, taking swigs at their beer and getting to know him, while he, orange squash in hand, was further summing them up. His breeziness was like a shot in the arm to them, and towards the end of the evening one of the pilots put down his empty pint-pot and said, "Hell, sir, we were really scared you were going to be a passenger, or another goddamn figurehead." The evening progressed with great hilarity. By the second morning, there was already a feeling of direction about the squadron. People were neater and earlier, and everyone seemed to be busy. For the first hour or two, the new CO was appearing everywhere, at dispersals, in the maintenance hangar, the radio hut, instrument section, armory. By 10 o'clock, he was leading sections of hurricanes into the air again, and this time his voice came snapping crisply over the RT when any aircraft lagged or waffled a few feet out of position. Later, in the dispersals hut, he parked his rump on the end of a bed, lit his pipe, and called them around. "That formation was better," he said. "Next time, I want it better still. It's the best training for coordinated flying and air discipline." Then he gave them his first talk on the ideas of fighter tactics which he had been expounding at 19 and 222 squadrons. "I haven't been able to test them properly yet," he said, "and you chaps have seen more fighting than I have, but I'm certain Bishop and McCudden and the others were right." He emphasized other refinements of battle, too. Never follow an enemy down, never straggle, aim steadily with plenty of deflection, and a host of others, finding an intent and intelligent audience. In the afternoon, Eric Ball and George Powell Shedden arrived. Both were English. Ball was lean and firm-jawed, with a little moustache above good, smiling teeth. Already he had something to remember the war by, a scar furrowed through the fair curly hair where a 109 bullet had creased him at Dunkirk. Powell Shedden was shorter and was solidly built. Almost 30, he was going slightly bald, and was a steadfast type with thoughtful eyes. Both, Barder felt, had the good school background which he valued, and would lead with authority. Not that he thought for a moment any the less of the Canadians. Englishmen do not require a colonial to have been to a good school, but respect him for other virtues, and because a colonial does not give a damn whether he's been to the right school or not. He would have been happy to promote a Canadian as flight commander, but none yet had enough leadership experience, and he had old-fashioned ideas about that, though they became flexible ideas, not confined to Cranwell or the old school.